OPAC just cannot act. They cannot take an action item.
Okay.
Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I recall from previous meetings.
Yeah, you're correct, Andy. We can proceed, but things like even approval of minutes, we would have to have a quorum for that.
Okay.
Once again, I always have a conflict with the different agencies I work with because it just was told I couldn't. So that's all right. I'm good to go. I'm not in charge.
Well, thanks for the question. And that is something that we can cover later when we get to those action items. But Susan, I have hit the record button. I think we're there on kind of our critical mass. And since we do have a lot to get through, why don't we go ahead and kick it off?
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, Andy. Welcome everybody to our OPAC meeting today. Sorry, my voice is a little scratchy today, but I'll do the best I can. As we talked about earlier, we have a lot to get through. So I just want to go over some basic logistics for the meeting. And of course, Andy, as efficient as always, has a slide for that. I think most of us are familiar with the general accepted practices for using Zoom and online meetings. Mute yourself unless you're speaking. Public attendees, please keep muted unless you're providing public testimony. OPAC members, when we get around to questions and answers about some of the presentations, please raise your hand to indicate, or put in the chat that you'd like to speak. The raise hand feature, I believe, is under the reactions button on the menu bar. And public comment, for those of you from the public, glad you're here. If you could please indicate in the chat that you'd like to provide public testimony, that would be great. Also, for any members of the public, if you want to put your name and affiliation in so we know who you are, you're welcome to do that. It's always great to have members of the public here to get a sense of what we're doing and to participate. So glad you're all here. If you have any technical questions, Eva Krukowski's email address is at the bottom of the screen there. And maybe she could also put that in the chat so it's easy to cut and paste if somebody needs help with that. And I think that's all I have for getting us going, except, like I said, we have a lot to get through today, so we're going to need to be efficient with our time. Andy or Tara, did I miss anything before we get to introductions?
Nope.
Okay. So let's get to introductions. And I think Andy has a slide on that too. I'll start off, and then if you, we'll just go through in the order that's on the slide. So my name is Susan Chambers. I'm chair of OPAC, and I'm the Commercial Ocean South Coast representative on OPAC. I live in Coos Bay, and I work for the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. Tara, over to you.
Thanks. Morning, everyone. Tara Brock. I'm the vice chair representing Coastal Conservation, and I will pass it to Jamie.
Hello, Jamie Faraday here, Coastal Public at Large, OPAC.
Also from Coos Bay. We may come back to Nick. I don't know if he's on yet. I don't see him on yet. Margaret.
Hi, everyone. Margaret Corby, Coastal Tribal Representative on OPAC.
Thank you, Margaret. And as we noted earlier, Richard Heat could not make it today. So Peggy Joyce, is she on here today?
I do not see Peggy today.
Okay, I do not see her either. I do see that Nick Edwards joined. So let's go back to Nick Edwards. This is his first meeting at OPAC, so welcome, Nick.
Morning, everybody. I'm Nick Edwards. I'm a commercial fisherman here in Coos Bay, and I'm here with the International Port of Coos Bay for OPAC.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nick. Let's go to Joe Liebezeit.
Hey everybody, my name is Joe Liebezeit. I'm representing statewide conservation on OPAC today.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see. Bob joined us yet? I don't see Bob Main yet. Amelia?
Morning, everyone. My name is Amelia O'Connor. I am the Coastal Non-Fishing Recreation Representative. Thank you.
Welcome, Amelia. Mark Quayla. Mark, are you on here?
He let me know he had a conflict with legislative days today,
Oh,
Susan.
that's right. Okay, thank you. Fran Recht. Is she on here today?
I think she is on a beach in Hawaii, so I'm not expecting her.
Oh, come on. Okay. Well, with that, did I miss anybody?
Yeah, you missed me.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
Well,
you next,
we're
Ray.
getting to you next. Okay, now for our ex officio council members, Ray Monroe.
Now you got me, darn it. Anyhow, Raymond Rowe, represent coastal small ports and local government, and appointee from the Oregon Coastal Zone Management Association. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Thanks, Ray. Laurel Hillman or Lisa Sumption?
Yeah, and Laurel did say that she has a conflict for this morning. She will be joining us this afternoon. The Department of State Lands has a rulemaking that she is on an advisory committee for. So she said if we need her, we can ping her and she will be able to remotely join. But let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Scott Groth.
Hey, good morning. Scott Groth, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Actually, Justin Ainsworth will be stepping in as primary for ODFW from now on, so maybe he can do an introduction. He's our MRP manager.
Yep, definitely. Justin.
Hey, Scott, I think you cut out, but yeah, Justin Ainsworth. I'll be sitting in with the ODFW Marine Resources Program Manager for ODFW.
Welcome, Justin. Thank you, Scott. Dr. Nielsen.
Morning, everyone. Karina Nielsen here, Director of Oregon Sea Grant and with Oregon State University.
Welcome. Let's see, Ryan Hoof.
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Hoof here. I'm the Policy and Legislative Analyst for DEQ, representative on OPAC. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Blake Helm.
I think that this actually may end up being switched over to Natalia. So Natalia, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi. Oh, can you see? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Natalia Stranatka, Department of State Land, Submerged Cable Analyst. And Blake, we have a rulemaking, so he is now the DSL. He will join in the afternoon. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Natalia. And Karen Power and Chandra Ferrari from the governor's office.
Good morning, Karen Power, Governor's Natural Resource and Climate Advisor.
Good morning. Thank you, Karen. And Chandra will join us in the afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. John Allen with Department of Geology and Minerals. Is he here?
I think he had a conflict today.
Okay. Lisa Phipps.
Lisa Phipps, manager of the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division with the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
That is a mouthful. Glad you could join us, Lisa. Steve Shipsey.
I'm Steve Shipsey with the Department of Justice, and I'm counsel to the council. I'm not actually an ex officio council member, just to clarify that.
Staff. Yep.
Yep. And thank you for that, Steve. And Chris Wall.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Wall with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management.
Wonderful. Thank you all. I'm glad you all could be here today. Andy, I think that does it for introductions. One last thing I wanted to mention is if OPAC members could, as we can, leave our videos on, especially when we make a decision or, talk about making a decision or consensus. I think that would help, but I know sometimes we all struggle with bandwidth and working from home, so I totally understand that as well. Andy, do we have a quorum to review and approve our meeting minutes, meeting summaries?
I count only 7 members that are voting members of the council. And as I talked about earlier with Steve, I believe that 8 is the quorum. So
Right.
that means that to take an action on this, like approval of meeting summaries, we need 1 more member. And we may have another join with Bob Main,
Right.
and or if Fran Recht joins, but that is my understanding. Steve,
Okay.
anything
No, you're
to add
correct,
there?
Andy. We need to have 8 to take an action.
Okay.
So
We
my
can table those for now.
my suggestion is that if there's anybody who has any corrections or revisions, I could provide those. You can provide those to me today. I know Jamie corrected an attendance on the June 14th meeting summary where Ray Monroe was present but not listed. So I have corrected that one. If any other members have corrections, Joe, I see your hand up. We could take those now and I can record those. And then when we do have a quorum, we can get those approved.
Yeah, I just called Peggy Joyce and talked to her, and she was saying she thought she had retired from the council. She thought her term was over, but I mentioned to her that you could be on for more than 1 term. And she said, oh, so, and she said she had emailed you, Andy, and I think Susan about her stepping off. So she seemed confused and I'm not sure. I asked her if she could join today and she said she's got some stuff going on, maybe part of the day.
Okay.
So I don't understand where she's at, but I just wanted to communicate that.
This is a good point of order, Joe. Council members are eligible for 2 terms, and they are also able to continue to serve until a nomination has been approved for their replacement. So Peggy could continue to participate today if she is able.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate, Joe, you reaching out to her. I can't look at my email right now to find out where we missed that message, but I'll definitely reach out to her after the meeting too if she doesn't join today.
Andy, I sent you also a email about it too and advised her that her term was not finished and that she could continue being a part of OPAC until her position was filled. So I did send you an email and I can try to find it again and forward it on to you and Susan.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah, thank you. And just as a reminder, we didn't approve the April minutes at the June meeting because we were going to hold that until after lunch and I forgot about it. So that was my fault. But yes, we can at least review them. So these were also sent out in advance in your meeting packets. So does anybody have any other revisions to either one of the April or June meeting summaries? If so, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody.
No, and Margaret entered that she didn't have any comments in the chat.
Okay. Well, in that case, since we don't have a quorum, Why don't we put this to see if we can wrap these up at the end of our meeting? We are a little bit behind. And hopefully I won't forget this time. Somebody please remind me. We're all juggling a few things here. So let's move on to what's next on our agenda.
We are moving on to the offshore wind roadmap discussion and update. And Jeff Burright is going to be sharing his update. I'm going to stop the share.
And I realized we're actually a little bit ahead, not behind. Yep. Which is a good thing. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let's see if I can get my screen to share while I'm getting this going. Okay. Everyone seeing that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thanks again. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Burright. I am now the Offshore Wind Energy Roadmap Coordinator. I've spoken to you previously in the role as the Federal Consistency Review Coordinator. So this is a shift in roles for me with a deeper focus on offshore wind. And this morning, what I'd like to do is give you all an update on what we're doing with regards to this offshore wind roadmap, the efforts that we have already taken and are still planning to take in its development. I know that several of you have been participating either as members of our roadmap roundtable or just following the process. So hopefully this isn't too repetitive for you all. But I did just want to make you all aware of where we are, where we're going, and then towards the end of the presentation that I'll be giving, some ideas for how there might be integration between the work of OPAC and the work related to this roadmap. And I think that there will be some discussion after my presentation around that. And then any questions that you all have about our process or the roadmap itself, I'm happy to field. So let's begin in situating ourselves in where we've been since I last spoke with you. As I would imagine everyone is aware, earlier this year, the state conducted a federal consistency review of a proposed action by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to lease areas offshore Oregon for offshore wind exploration. This action would have opened up these 2 wind energy areas that you see here. And then what it would not have done is to actually permit a project to be built there. Rather, it would allow BOEM to give an exclusive right to a developer. So that was the proposal. And as I've shown this group before, the state gets 2 opportunities to review a federal action or permit related to offshore wind. We get 2 main bites of the apple. And the process that happened earlier this year was that left-hand big yellow arrow, our first bite of the apple of a project. And then there would have been a number of years of site exploration, development of application materials, generation of an environmental impact statement, all of that before the state would have had a second opportunity to look at a project in its entirety and make a decision whether the action as proposed is consistent with the policies that we have on the books. But that's really the state's opportunity to apply our standards to a project, even when it's out in federal waters. At the same time, and actually predating this BOEM review, this topic of offshore wind has obviously been developing for several years. BOEM first came to the state in 2019 or 2020. But last year, there was an informal effort to have a discussion around offshore wind and the future that it might take. And it came out with this roadmap considerations document that out of that informal working group, that was convened by the Blue Green Alliance, the Midwater Trawlers Association, and Renewable Northwest. They came out with some guideposts, some recommendations for a roadmap to be developed by the state to help us decide a path forward. That then led to House Bill 4080 in this year's legislative session, which directed Department of Land Conservation and Development to lead a roadmap development process and to base that process on broad engagement with multiple different communities. We also were directed to conduct an evaluation of our enforceable policies. And again, those are the policies that we have as a state that are on the books, either in statutes, rules, or local plans and codes that we can use in those federal consistency reviews. House Bill 4080 required that this roadmap that we would develop would define standards that would be considered in future decisions related to offshore wind development and approval. And we interpret that to mean both the offshore component as well as onshore developments that might support an offshore wind industry. And the bill identified a number of different types of standards that should be supported there, with the idea that the roadmap could then lead to amendment of our enforceable policies and then be used in those formal review efforts. That bill was signed this year, put into action, and I found this quote from Governor Kotek related to the BOEM leasing, where she said, in Oregon, we're working towards clean energy, 100% clean energy by 2040. That means what we're doing now, we have to do more of, and we need to put new options on the table. And that means offshore floating wind is a possibility, that this is an opportunity. It's also a challenge, but we have to try. And so I take this as really good motivating language for myself as we're building this roadmap to say, this is the state's attempt to try to see what the future could be. And then, as you probably all know, this leasing action by BOEM has been postponed indefinitely. 4 of the 5 bidders withdrew. There was a pending lawsuit to BOEM related to their process. And so for all intents and purposes, for all we know, that is not happening. However, an offshore wind roadmap still matters. And it matters because we could still see BOEM leasing within the wind energy areas sometime in the future. They have proceeded through the state process such that they could move forward if they had a bidder and if they wanted to move their process again. We could also see a case where there are unsolicited lease requests out in federal waters. We know there were a couple of projects in Washington where this was the path, where a developer led the charge on identifying a place and saying, we would like to locate there. And so it would be important for the state to have our standards up to date and ready for an event like that. There's also the potential that offshore wind projects could be proposed within the Oregon Territorial Sea. And we've actually received some interest this year from a company that is exploring the idea of having offshore wind in the Territorial Sea. And that would present a number of new challenges for Oregon, not only because it would test our Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 in a way that I'm not sure it was written with offshore wind in mind. I think, hearing it from Andy, it was written more with wave energy in mind. So there would need to be kind of a check on that. But that also the process would be different because this would not be a BOEM process. There would not be a construction and operations plan in the same way that there would be if it was out in federal waters. And so there are a number of just different reasons why it's still important for the state to have a clear plan and set of standards for ourselves for offshore wind. The idea with this roadmap is that we would have a period of development between now and September of 2025, where we would have this broad community engagement to gather people's interests and values and policy needs and develop recommendations that would go in this roadmap. And then after that, there would be an implementation phase where we could have formal policymaking, such as amendments to rules, plans, codes, statutes. That could include the Territorial Sea Plan. We could also be making recommendations related to a research agenda that would then need to be implemented. Or the roadmap could identify strategic supply chain investments. It could identify what key conversations need to happen with different groups in order to enable a future with offshore wind. That could include conversations with fisheries or individual communities, or it may include additional marine spatial planning efforts. And the idea was, under the original schedule, we would have a period of about 5 years in which to complete all of these implementation steps to make sure that the state is ready for a future offshore wind project. And I think that still remains true. So when people think of this offshore wind roadmap, there have been a lot of different expectations and thoughts about what could go in it. That it's a bit of eye of the beholder of what it actually means to make a roadmap. And one of the first things that we did as we were building this roadmap group, this advisory group, this roundtable, was to sift through all the things that the roadmap could be and try to build an outline to decide what it actually will try to address. And as I mentioned, we are trying to complete a roadmap by September of 2025. We have legislative funding for our engagement process that ends at the biennium, so June 30th of 2025. So what we have done, we have built an offshore wind roadmap roundtable, an advisory group that will be meeting, or started meeting in November and will be meeting until the end of June. We've also been doing tribal engagement, and we'll be continuing and expanding on that as we go forward, as well as this broad public engagement, and I'll talk about that. This is my really basic attempt at trying to sketch out the different layers of engagement that we're doing as part of the roadmap development. And at the top, you will see tribal engagement as that green bar that goes across the entire process, that it's really important for us to be including tribal perspectives and feedback into this roadmap. We've also designed and developed this roundtable, this fairly large group at this point, that is going to be working with us to identify what effects we're concerned about, what policies we have on the books to address those effects, and where our gaps might be, and also what kind of strategic opportunities the state might want to take if we want to move forward on offshore wind. Out of that roundtable, we'll be developing some working groups to take on some more in-depth topics, some single-serving topics, to have some more focused conversations around. We're going to be doing some focus groups to try to reach those communities that maybe aren't able to participate in that roundtable, to make sure that we're gathering their perspectives. And then we are working to have some other public engagement events, like public meetings that would be held in the evening and be open to allow us to come up for air and show people what we're up to and gather some more feedback that way, with the idea that there would be a draft roadmap ready in the summer that we would open for a public comment and review process as well. The roadmap roundtable, we conducted a recruitment through the month of October, and we had a kickoff on November 1st. We are having monthly meetings, all-day meetings that are in person with a virtual option. The next one is happening on December 19th, so next Thursday, down in North Bend at the mill. We also, as I said, are going to have these virtual working groups that will be shorter in duration for single-serving topics. We have an open email inbox where people can be providing written feedback into the roadmap process at any time, or asking questions of the process, and those go to me. And then we will be providing meeting information ahead of time. Within this roundtable, we tried to group the conversations that we're going to be having around these general topics. The first one being having some different visions of the future to see what would a future look like with offshore wind that we didn't regret? Or what would a future look like that didn't have offshore wind that we didn't regret? And then what are the waypoints between now and that future that we don't regret? Trying to get to some of those questions. As I mentioned, we're also talking about environmental effects as well as human effects that may come from offshore wind, both positive and negative. We want to talk about the path to development specifically and what the barriers might be along the way that from the industry side, they're looking for state leadership on, as well as having a check-in and setting some expectations around engagement in the process going forward when it relates to offshore wind. And out of all of this, trying to identify where there might be policy gaps and policy goals or recommendations to amend our formal tools. So far, our roundtable in the 2 meetings that we've had have built an outline that has been through everyone's review, and that's available on our website. We've developed a charter. We've started to collect what people's information needs are to feed the process. We've given a primer on enforceable policies and the ones that we think are our most powerful currently in the state when it comes to offshore wind. And then, as I mentioned, we did that future visioning exercise in November, which was really interesting. And we're still sifting through all the different input we got, trying to come up with a good way to visualize what a roadmap might look like as a picture. In December, next week, we're going to be having a real focus on effects. This is going to be, a colleague at Odo called it Festivus, the airing of grievances. We're having it here. But we're going to have a focus on those human and environmental effects, make sure that we are identifying all the things that the roadmap needs to respond to, talking about that pathway to development and what is needed from the industry side. Out of this, we're hoping to find and identify as a group what some key dilemmas are that we want to have some meaty group discussion about. We heard that early on as an expectation and a preference for this roadmap group to have some time to really tackle some of those difficult questions. And then we'll be establishing working groups. This is hard to read, but I just want to let you know that it's out there and it's available in the meeting materials from our November meeting. It gives kind of an overview of what we'll be talking about at each one of the meetings, and it, subject to some changes as the process goes on, but trying to give people a sense of the shape of this whole process. Now, as we get towards the end of my talking, I did want to mention that we're already hearing and thinking about some potential areas where OPAC may want to have some separate conversations as your own working groups, as you are following along and participating in the offshore wind roadmap, or where there may want to be some recommendations or actions from OPAC in the future. One of those relates to the visual resource standards in Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 and how they match up with offshore wind, both inside the territorial sea and outside the territorial sea. We've identified this as an area that is ripe for some discussion and review. I've also been hearing a lot of interest in revisiting marine spatial planning. I know that Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 did an extensive effort of mapping out areas within the territorial sea, but looking at examples from other states, there are some who have extended that view out into federal waters to identify those areas that either may be most attractive or least conflict for offshore wind, as well as mapping out those resource areas that are of most interest to the state and may prevent the highest barriers. That there's been some real interest in the roundtable group to maybe have that be a recommendation. There's also been a lot of talk about an offshore wind research agenda. There are so many things that we still want to know, and trying to identify what those things are, how to research them in a way that will lead to meaningful decision support, and then trying to make sure that information arrives in time to make a decision. I think those are all areas of interest to this group as well. And then just generally speaking, one outcome of the roadmap development process may be that there are some specific recommendations for policy change in the territorial sea plan, or areas where the roadmap would recommend that OPAC takes a deeper look and does some decision making around that. My last slide here, just to make you all aware, we are having our next roundtable meeting December 19th from 9 to 5 at the Mill. There is a hybrid option available, and there's registration information. If you Google DLCD Offshore Wind Roadmap, it'll take you to our page, and you could register there to participate. And I expect to be getting the meeting materials out tomorrow, but the agenda is out already on our website. And with that, I'd like to hear if there are any questions or discussion points from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. That was great. I know the roundtable meetings have been very informative and very well facilitated. So, yeah, it's an interesting process that you're doing, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing to get that going. So, OPAC members, anybody have any questions? Please raise your hand. Joe Liebezeit, go for it.
Thanks for the presentation, Jeff. I'm wondering when you recommend that maybe potential policy changes to territorial plan, are you thinking like revising Chapter 5 to include more? Because I know that when that chapter was written, it didn't really, there wasn't a thought about floating offshore wind, and there wasn't thinking about extension into the GLD region. And so I'm wondering what if you've had any thinking on that, what that would look like.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, it could be as simple as the roadmap recommends that OPAC conduct an amendment to Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 or process to do exactly as you're saying, to look at it in the context of floating offshore wind. There may be some areas identified out of our group, though, where they say take special look at benthic effects related to offshore wind platforms and whether the buffer areas that we've identified in Part 5 are appropriate to those projects. Or let's look at the visual effects criteria that are already in Part 5 and see if they are appropriate both for inside the territorial sea as well as beyond. I would say those are probably big areas. There may be also other aspects of Part 5 related to uses of ocean resources where there may be a desire to provide greater context or additional standards related to how memorialized agreements might work or something of the sort. It's really, I'm kind of waiting to see what emerges out of this process.
Great, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Margaret, I see your hand up.
I guess I would be curious, Susan, Jeff, if you've thought about if we wait until kind of what emerges at the end, or if we start to engage during and think about the TSP Part 5 now, instead of waiting until kind of the end and then pulling a group together or working group together as we've done for other sections of the TSP.
Thank you, Margaret. I'll take a stab at that, but I think it would be good, just my own personal feelings, if we did have a working group now to review some of what's been going on as the roundtable group gets some more items together. I think it will be important for OPAC to review that in our role as an advisory council. That's just my personal take on that, but Jeff, Andy, love to hear what you have to say about that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I do think it would be incredibly valuable to have the OPAC members, which are going to be focused on what we can do within our existing ocean management framework to line ourselves up for success. And to me, that means identifying the waypoints that need to be in the roadmap that we identify as priorities for the state related to kind of the ocean elements of this question, right? Because the big question around offshore wind to me spans offshore and onshore, but OPAC really has the role of advising the state on all of those things that happen out in federal waters, that cross the territorial sea, that cross the Oregon shoreline, right? That is where the territorial sea plan has its focus. And as the roadmap group moves forward, I think we do want to have kind of not immediate feedback, but pretty close to real-time feedback to ensure that, we're not putting things on there that OPAC doesn't feel are a priority, and vice versa, that we do put things on that roadmap that we want to accomplish. As Jeff mentioned, the fact that a company came in interested in potentially applying within the territorial sea is something that was surprising to me. It was something that made me think very differently about the existing framework that we built with Part 5. So I think that this group either choosing to meet as a whole on a more regular basis or standing up a working group so that it can kind of digest, provide recommendations back to the larger council as the roadmap comes kind of towards a draft that will be ready to review later this coming spring. I think we want to be prepared for that. So that's my perspective.
Thank you, Andy. Jeff, did you have anything to add to that? Or I do see Margaret also put in the chat, how does the territorial sea plan intersect with the Oregon GLD?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to get to Margaret's question too, but I guess to close the loop on this question of should OPAC begin, setting things in motion for a Part 5 amendment sooner rather than later, I guess my perspective would be go ahead and start whenever, because there's probably a lot of conversation to be had, but there's a cart and horse element to this where I would hope that the Part 5 amendment process would still be open at the time the roadmap might come in with some recommendations that then OPAC could consider. Because the roadmap is not a policy-making device. It is to recommend steps and actions and potential policies that then it would be up to OPAC to actually implement. And then, Margaret, to your question about how the territorial sea plan intersects with the GLD, again, for those who maybe are not aware, Oregon is one of the handful of states that has this geographic location description. And what it does is if there's a marine renewable energy project offshore in federal waters out to a depth of 500 fathoms, and that does intersect with the Bow and Wind Energy areas and overlap with them, that any project inside that area is automatically subject to federal consistency review. And that also means that that federal project can be evaluated against state standards. And that includes Goal 19. And Territorial Sea Plan implements Goal 19. And the way that I've been considering it and interpreting it, and the way things went when we talked with BOEM earlier this year, was that the standards inside Part 5 give us really good guidance on how to interpret and apply Goal 19. And so, for example, there's a 1,000-foot buffer from any rock habitats in Part 5. And for purposes of any future anchors that might be offshore, we would consider that standard to be applicable. So does that answer your question? Cool, great, thank you.
I think that's really, it helps me, just reminds me, Jeff, and then also just like getting everybody kind of oriented from the same place. I appreciate that. Thanks.
I agree. thank you for that. Let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, sorry. Too many things are going on. Tara, you have your hand up. Go for it.
Thanks. Sorry if I missed this. Was there a roster of the roundtable participants anywhere?
Yeah, there is.
I
Yes.
didn't see it on the website, but maybe I'm just not in the right place.
Yeah, we made the decision to make one large compiled meeting packet. And so it's inside the packet from November, but I think it's probably wise to pull that out and make it separate. So if you, I just
Okay, I see it now. Thanks. And then in terms of tribal engagement, I mean, I see you have that bar, and of course that's, you know, the intent there is clear and important, but what is the actual, how is that already going? You know, I think it's important to understand more detail about how that process is working, because we heard very clearly that that did not go well with BOEM and the state initially.
Certainly. How we are implementing it so far, we did have a meeting with tribes who were able and interested to meet with us before we did our kickoff, to talk through what the process was going to be moving forward and how tribes would prefer to be engaged in this process. We have also reserved open seats for the 9 federally recognized Oregon tribes on the roundtable, and we have representatives who are participating in that process. We're also going to be establishing, and we're still getting the gears in motion, a separate tribal working group or a tribal table that will be for tribes only to discuss topics of interest and things that they want to see in the roundtable itself. We are also receiving interest and participation from tribes outside of Oregon or non-federally recognized tribes. We are including the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission on our roundtable, as well as the Northwest American Indian Coalition, I believe, the NAIC. So, and so there's some representation there. And then we are trying to have another conversation with the Oregon tribes about the most appropriate way to bring in feedback of non-Oregon tribes into the process who also have an interest in the outcome. So we're trying a number of different ways to be open and to create spaces.
Thank you. Margaret, did you have another question? Was that right?
I was just gonna, maybe recommend, or I don't know if this is appropriate, just we have at least one of the tribes on, so maybe just getting a direct response would be my preferred way to see what's happening with the tribal engagement.
I would be happy to chime in if so. I think Jeff was accurate, at least for CT Clusie. The tribe is a participant. We have engaged with DLCD, as Jeff mentioned, and are in the process of scheduling a follow-up meeting. I mean, one of the things that the tribe has been clear is that, in addition to ongoing discussions, to have some specific substantive check-ins, where consultation can go awry is, the process proceeds to the end, and and at that point there's an opportunity for substantive check-in. So we have said, and DLCD has been receptive to ongoing discussions to make sure that the roadmap process is inclusive of tribal concerns. So I would certainly applaud DLCD's efforts to date in this process. So thank you, Jeff, and the rest of your team.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else have questions for Jeff or comments? Any questions surrounding proposed OPAC working group on offshore wind?
I would just say that I support us moving forward with a working group for TSP Part 5.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Susan, I was
Um,
going to raise my hand to provide a little bit more context around my thinking.
There we go.
So I would be responsible for staffing this working group, and my vision is that it would meet maybe 3-4 times at most. And these would be public meetings. I think questions around working groups in the past have been whether or not we limit it to OPAC members or whether or not we widen the participation. For example, in our Part 4 working group, we did have other industry members or representatives who were sitting with us at the working group. That is an option, but I feel like that is something that OPAC can help to provide guidance on. So virtual meetings, maybe 3-4 at the most. These would be scheduled around points in time where I'm coordinating with Jeff to make sure that there are actions or topics that need responses from OPAC, and the recommendations that would come from the working group would go back to OPAC for kind of official action or advice that would be provided back to the state on behalf of OPAC. So that is my vision for kind of at least during this initial period when the roadmap roundtable effort is kind of going full speed. Kind of after that, I think it's up for discussion as to the timeline and work program OPAC would want to set for reviewing Part 5. And I actually might make the recommendation that the council not limit it to just Part 5. There are other elements of the TSP that could apply. For example, we did use Part 2 when we reviewed the lease action from BOEM. So I think I would have a recommendation that it be a broader scope and that the working group would be responsible for reviewing all elements of the territorial sea plan that would have an intersection with offshore wind planning and or enforceable policies. So those are some of the thoughts I've had when I've considered this need, and would like to hear the council's kind of thoughts around some of those questions or options.
Great. Thank you, Andy. I might have missed it. I had a couple things going. Did you mention a number of people on the working group?
I did not.
No. Okay. So I guess that's my next question. Do you have any thoughts on an appropriate number for the working group generally?
I would want to keep it close to 10, a little over maybe. A relatively small group.
Okay. And they wouldn't, as we've done with other working groups, they would not have to necessarily be members of OPAC, but would you solicit, put out a notice for solicitation for members for this working group?
I think, Andy, did you say that it was kind of like something that OPAC should consider how the working group is composed? So
Yes.
I think that's open for a discussion, but I
Yeah.
think Andy's given us some food for thought on that already. And thanks for doing that, Andy. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Karina, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted 2 points. One is just sort of representation of expertise or technical knowledge on the working group. It might be good to include some of the science or technical folks who can help inform some of the discussions, particularly things like benthic habitat or like what are the likely kind of impacts. The other thing was I wanted to agree with opening it up to I think we don't know what the suggestions are that will come out of the road map roundtable groups. And so being too narrow might set the group up for last minute sort of rush to understand applications in other parts of the territorial sea plan if they come up as propositions. So I'm in favor of a broader scope as well. Although I know that's going to be harder because there's a lot, but yeah, anyway.
Great. Thank you, Karina. Good points. Let's see. Trying to read the chat. Oh, Margaret Corby posted in the chat. Can we get a show of hands from OPAC members who would want to be on a working group? Let's hold that for a minute. Joe, I think you had a question before that, correct?
Yeah, just a comment, just given that the offshore wind process has been fraught with concerns about transparency, especially regarding BOEM, I think it's going to be really important to make sure that this committee that's put together, I agree it should be like 10 or like Andy's recommendation, but there should be a lot of advertisement around like there's this working group happening and like to the public and through the roadmap, through Jeff's, you know, outreach on the roadmap, which is a big transparent group, which is good. I just think that needs to be a lot of public communication about it, because if we don't want to have public coming back saying, oh, we didn't know about this OPAC work group, and you know, I just think we need to be really clear and like lots of outreach to the communities, especially the South Coast, on that there's OPAC is going to be engaging on this in this way. So just a quick comment on that.
Yep, I agree. Thank you, Joe. Any other comments or questions from OPAC members? Amelia, go for it.
I just briefly wanted to say I'm also very much so in support of this working group and it broadly looking at the territorial sea plan and any edits needed for wind and including a broad group transparently. Thank you, everybody.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Somebody had, no, I thought I saw somebody else with their hand up. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else with any hands up for comments, so might be a good idea to get just a general idea of how many OPAC members would like to be on the working group. So, and then that might be a starting point. I do need to note that Peggy Joyce was on earlier. She had to leave, but she'll be back this afternoon. So as of now, we don't have a quorum, so we can't make a decision about this right now, but we can come back to make a decision about it. So with that in mind, any OPAC members interested on serving on the working group? Just raise your hand in the little reaction button. Don't all jump at once.
Or we can see your hands too. There's Jamie.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, sorry. I'm not always looking.
If you're on video.
Yeah.
Margaret, Tara, Natalia. Eva, as these hands are being raised, could you help me by noting those down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it was Jamie, Natalia,
I saw Tara,
Margaret.
Rick has a question in the chat, and the meetings will be open to the public, and the tribe would be welcome to watch and offer comment. So any tribes and any members of the public would certainly be able to do so.
And also think, you know, we can talk about whatever the makeup of the working group is, but holding seats for the tribes, of course, as well.
Good point.
if I may, I know that there are a lot of meetings planned and scheduled, so I know that we are reaching capacity for opportunities to be engaged. And I want to thank all of the OPAC members for their interest and willingness to serve on a working group to help us as a state respond on the ocean side of this roadmap kind of map. So I think, you know, a future action item is the recruitment of this. I think what we want to do is kind of line ourselves up. Peggy will be able to join us this afternoon. And at that time, I think we will want to have a member propose a motion that the council can act on. And as a part of that motion, I think we should have the executive committee help to write an announcement that we can put on our listserv and make public so that we can recruit potentially external members to join us on this work group.
Thank you, Andy. Joe, you had a suggestion or a question?
I'm interested too, but I'm also really concerned about my own capacity, and I'm already on the roadmap group. So I think for now you can put me on as a maybe, and I'll make a decision later.
Thank you, Joe. I totally understand that too, because I was wondering, let's see if I'm also on the roundtable group and OPAC.
We will try and do this on an as needed basis, right? So I will try and limit the number of times we convene to the tasks that are in front of us. I do not want to convene people needlessly, recognizing that, you know, this community in Oregon is relatively small as we work on these issues together.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Tara.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. I am not on the round table because my capacity is also limited as many. So I am happy to serve in the OPAC capacity to weigh in on these issues. And, you know, hearing that capacity issue, I think it will be important to try to limit the amount of meetings. That said, having done the Part 4 working groups, like inevitably it will be a decent amount of work when we're amending the territorial sea plans. So I just want people to be prepared for that. And this is really important work as we look to the future of what might be proposed off our coast. So I hear everybody on that, but just having my experience on Part 4, which was also a relatively narrow, guided by legislation effort, it still took quite a lot of capacity and time. So just putting that out there for people to be aware of.
Thank you, Tara. And you did great with that working group. So I fully support your involvement in this one as well, as well as the other OPAC members too. Any other questions or comments?
I actually have a question for Steve, if I may.
Sure.
And that is whether or not he sees any issue with us having a more broad scope in looking at the different parts of the territorial sea plan and their interactions together with potentially different elements of either the roadmap or future rule amendments.
Margaret, does your question go? Okay. I don't see a problem with that, Andy, but I think what we'd want to do is set up a charge for this work group through the council so that there's, you know, because it could get unwieldy on the work group pretty quickly without some direction from the council.
Yeah.
Okay. Andy, did that answer your question sufficiently to?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we have the flexibility as a working group that if we needed to look at Part 2 from the perspective of offshore wind, we can. And if we need to, certainly Part 5, I will want to look at. But in our Part 4 working group, Tara flagged the intersection between Parts 4 and 5 to make sure that the components of the plan were working as designed together, right? And so
Yes.
that means the cabling elements, the seafloor elements, the leases, the authorizations, the process that would need to happen associated with a Part 4 would be well designed and work together with the requirements in Part 5. So that is something that I've had on my kind of radar screen since our Part 4 working group. And this is an opportunity to kind of look at that holistically.
Good. Margaret, and then Tara, I think you had your hand up, right?
I did, but I was just going to say what Andy said about what happened in the Part 4 process, that it became clear sometimes when you're pulling at one lever, you got to also fix another one. So
Cool. Okay. Margaret.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I guess, for a little bit more clarification from Karina, who just brought up, recommendations around the expertise, the science and technical expertise on can you be a little more explicit in like, if you're looking at STAC membership, external, and what kind of qualifications, just because if we do end up taking action on this today, I mean, just be helpful to have some of that starting to turn in my head personally.
I'm happy to speak to that. I guess I was just, we are renewing members of the STAC. We had a call that closed. We didn't get all the expertise we wanted. I'm obviously going to be talking about that later today, but we are gonna propose another call to enhance the expertise. And the idea was that the STAC either would have enough expertise internally or perhaps stand up a working group if needed to be responsive to some of the needs around offshore wind planning and science and technical questions that may come in. So I was just offering that this is going on in parallel and that expertise might be of value to the working group. So I think it's a little nebulous right now because we're still in mid-process on that recruitment and those appointments and sort of defining what that looks like and where they can be most helpful. So does that help, Margaret?
Yeah, it's a little closer for me. Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you both. Any other questions or comments? We are a little bit ahead of schedule, so we have some more time if we want to talk about this a little more.
I just had an unrelated staffing question. If Jeff is now on this, do we have a new federal consistency coordinator, or will that be something that the agency will be looking at filling that position soon?
Is Lisa still on?
I think she had to step away for our other coastal staff meeting. I think what we can say is that there has been an offer extended and accepted, but it has not been announced. So there will be an announcement shortly.
Yes.
Great. I just know we might be losing some good expertise and capacity there with Jeff moving over, but he'll still be around. So
Yeah, I'm
good to
not
hear.
going anywhere. But yeah, I look forward to taking off one of the hats. Yeah.
I know, I don't know how you and Andy do it. Man, you guys are rock stars. Okay, any other discussion?
Well, Susan, I think effectively we have covered both the 9:30 and 10:45 agenda items. So we have made up a lot of time on our agenda and I think are actually ahead of things. So that being said, I think we want to figure out how we potentially switch things around. Our next agenda item was a break that was scheduled. And I do know that the ODF&W crew, Justin, is able to shift things and present this morning. So that would be my staff recommendation to you, is to switch and move that agenda item up ahead of Eva's Rocky Habitat agenda item. Because
that-
if
I
we
was-
cannot act to actually institute a working group without a quorum, and Peggy is going to be here this afternoon, I think we should try and move some things around so we have the time this afternoon to do that.
Yep, that's what I was thinking, and I was looking on our agenda for what we had talked about moving up, so thank you for that reminder. Okay, yeah, I agree, and I realized both offshore wind agenda items kind of got pushed together, so that was my fault. But I think they kind of tied together, so I think that was okay for the discussion of both. So yeah, it's 10:14. Let's take a break until 10:35. So we're still ahead of schedule, but just a little bit of a longer break. And that will give Justin time. Justin, does that sound okay for you?
Yeah, Susan, that works for me. Thanks.
Okay. So let's be back here at 10:35. I'll let my dogs out. I'm sure they'll be happy, and continue the discussion with ODF&W then.
All right. Thanks,
Thanks,
everyone.
Andy. Sounds good. Thank you, Andy. Now we have a couple more minutes. Well, one more minute, 2 more minutes. So Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, but for this afternoon, we'll have at least 2 actions to decide on, and that's the review of the summaries and the offshore wind group so far, right? Once we get a quorum.
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay. Just want to make sure because I get lost. And I know we have an agenda, but sometimes it's like, what agenda?
Yep, and it's best to be responsive on the fly, and so we are going to move the ODF&W Marine Reserves program update up to our next item, as we discussed before we went on break.
Hey, Andy, I just want to say something here real quick. I'm going to probably have to leave about 1 o'clock. We have our Dungeness crab meeting down there, and the whole coast is waiting to get a price. So time management, right? Sorry.
Okay, so we may lose our quorum this afternoon. Okay, we'll figure that out. Thanks for letting us know, Nick.
Is there any window of time you envision being able to rejoin, Nick? In the afternoon?
Our meetings at 2 o'clock, and then it goes to 3, and then there's another conference call after that that'll go till 4. So and I've already taken 4 phone calls during this meeting. Sorry.
I understand. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe first thing this afternoon, Susan.
Yeah.
Earlier the better.
Okay.
Okay. That would be great.
Thank you for letting us know, Nick.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. Okay, and I think it's 10:36. So Andy, Justin, why don't we move on? I think I saw most people were back. Just a reminder to the public, though, if you want to provide public comment this afternoon, please let us know in the chat and we'll keep a running list. So you can put that into the chat anytime and we'll keep track of it. Justin, I guess it's up to you.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for the invitation for me to join today to talk about marine reserves. I also want to thank Scott Groth for being our ODF&W representative here on OPAC. For the past year or so, I'm planning to be more involved going forward. Here today to talk about marine reserves. So I'm going to bring up a few slides here. So just a sec, bring that up. And then let's see. How does that looking?
If you choose swap display, I think it'll show us your other screen and be then only the slides.
I can't, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, stop share. So share screen. This one. Okay. So what are you seeing now? Are you seeing the?
We are still seeing the pre-presentation mode of the slides.
So which button should I press to make it just the presentation view?
If you go to your share screen, there should be a window that's actually just only displaying the presentation, if you have it going.
Sorry.
That's all right.
And PowerPoint?
Yeah.
That's this again, right? That's not working.
Yeah. Do you have two monitors?
I do.
So it's likely that you just need to swap the monitor. And once you enter the presentation, there's an option to do that up at the top.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that. Sorry. Yeah, when I open up the presentation view, it all just shoot.
Justin, I think if you go back into the presentation view that
Yeah.
you were just in, I think what Andy was saying is that once you're there, then there's an option to swap the screen, but you have to be in the presentation view.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The little icon that,
Yeah.
yep, and then go to display settings at the top
okay.
and hit
Swap.
swap.
There
There
you
you go.
Okay. So if I minimize this, are you still seeing it?
We are still seeing it.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Not using Zoom very often. Okay. Thanks again. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Thanks again. Sorry. I'm ODF&W Marine Resources Program Manager, Justin Ainsworth, in case I have not met some of you. So today I was invited to talk about some updates on marine reserves. I'll talk a little bit about some recent staffing and some hiring, and talk about some program organization work that we've been doing, and also with the passage of House Bill 4132 earlier this year, I'll talk about some progress and updates there. So our current Marine Reserves team, Mo is our ecological research project leader. Sarah is working on human dimensions. Stephanie is our ecological research assistant project leader. Ryan and Sam and Amanda are all members of our Marine Reserves team. And as many of you may know, our program leader is, that position is now vacant. We've gone through recruitment, and we should have an announcement out soon and have that position filled. In House Bill 4132, there were a creation of 3 new positions: a public affairs specialist. We're interviewing candidates for that position right now. Marine resource economist. That position, we still have an active recruitment. The job posting closes tomorrow. And then finally, a new research project leader. That job will be posted soon as well. We are doing a little bit of program reorganization. We're creating a new program called the Nearshore Ecology Program. What that will do will incorporate the existing Marine Reserves team together with the existing Marine Habitats team. This will increase some collaboration between the two. The Marine Habitat team is our focus, is our team that are experts in mapping marine habitats using ROV and also using video data analysis. This Marine Habitat has had a close working relationship with our Marine Reserves team over the years, and we're just kind of restructuring so that they both report up to the same program leader, that position that's now vacant. And we're calling this new team the Nearshore Ecology team. That Marine Habitat team also has connection to our Pacific Fishery Management Council, our Habitat Committee, and also involved in federal consistency review. So involved in more review of offshore development projects. So this new restructuring, we're hoping can increase, and like I said, increase collaboration, sharing data, sharing tools amongst the staff here, using ROVs, GIS, those sort of things. This new program acknowledges the similarities in the work that those two teams do, And so kind of bringing them together, focusing on ecological studies of the near shore and allowing for just a single management team. I think will increase efficiencies and bringing together those two teams. The most important takeaway here is that the core work that marine reserves and marine habitat, their core work is still the same. We're not changing any of the focus of these two teams. So it's just an internal restructuring, reorganizing, and creation of a new job title. So, next slide. House Bill 4132, which was passed in 2020, early 2024. This created a number of things, but I want to focus just on this one of the mandates, the adaptive management plan. It includes the development and implementation and a number of different mandates for us. Then I'll just kind of walk through them, and I'll walk through them and talk about the current or planned work that we're doing to address those. I just also want to point out that ramping up and staffing brand new mandates like this, it does take time. We're still doing the core work in human dimensions and ecological research. So there have been some slow progress here, but I do want to point out some really key work that we've been doing and some successful implementation of some projects. And also recognizing too, we've had a vacancy at the leadership level here that that has also slowed our progress a little bit. We're hoping that once we get the new program leader in place, that'll help us really work towards this new adaptive management plan. Right now we're working on what that really means, in terms of this really complex ecosystems within the near shore and within marine reserves with multiple species. And so we're working towards developing what this adaptive management plan in 2025. We'll have a lot more progress on that. We're also researching what adaptive management plans mean in the context of marine reserves in other states, particularly California. So on this first one, these SMART objectives, already we're using that, and one of the outcomes there from our analysis of our current programs is we have removed some of the video lander work as a tool that we had been using, and focusing more on permanent scuba transect sites, and these are achievable. And then also reliance on oceanographic covariates like temperature and oxygen for analysis. I will also point out I worked really closely with Mo and Sarah to develop the bullets here, and but I have to admit I'm not an expert in every single one of these projects that I'll be talking about today. So happy to take any questions about them, but I haven't been as involved as they have in this work. So also a continuation of these SMART objectives, our long-term socioeconomic monitoring will be continuing. This is work that has been done for years with marine reserves. And in spring 2025, new work will be done to understand the well-being like to marine reserves, working on focus groups from 5 coastal communities near each marine reserve. This is a collaboration from with UC Davis. House Bill 4132 also has a mandate for consistent measurable indicators of social impacts. We'll be doing long-term tracking of coastal economic and demographic changes. And already completed our community profiles based on census data in 2024 and map data and presented, and these were shared with recent State of the Coast Conference and Western Society of Naturalists. There's completed a choice experiment in survey in 2024, looking at the willingness to pay for expanding eelgrass, kelp, and other habitats. This is related to blue carbon. And also an input-output modeling of Redfish Rocks Marine Reserve economic contribution is underway right now. Continuing on to these, this letter B, part of the the goals of the management plan that are part of the mandates in the House bill. Let's see, that's a repeat there. But again, this collaboration, this also fits under this one here, this collaboration with UC Davis on focus groups and community members. Also a contract with OSU to assess Latino ocean values in 2 different coastal communities, and that research is also underway. And also the long-term monitoring of marine reserve awareness, knowledge, and support. This data collection, more data collection will be happening next year. Next mandate in the bill is the efficient long-term ecological sampling protocols that remain consistent and responsive to adaptive management. So a number of things here. I mentioned a couple I did mention already, but adaptation of our sampling design to ensure robust long-term data collection. As I mentioned, the video lander tool has we've taken that out of the protocol and established the oceanographic monitoring sites to look at the oceanographic and marine reserve effects. Also, again, as I mentioned before, permanent scuba sites to reduce the variance of analyses and also make some of our sampling more efficient. Also improving the ROV data processing and automation with Scott. So Scott Marion is part of our marine habitat team, and here's just an example of how we currently have marine habitat and marine reserves team members working together. The next mandate I wanted to talk about here is the assessment of the capacity for marine reserves to enhance ecological resilience. Number of things happening here. Collaborations with OSU, 2 different ones I want to point out. This first one is with Will White, and this is looking at marine reserve responses to climate change disturbances. This is part of that work towards quantifying resilience. Another collaboration with Taylor Chappell, also at OSU, is studying marine reserve connectivity through the lens of top predators, looking at a couple of different species of sharks that are utilizing marine reserves. And along with that, there's acoustic tagging and eDNA analysis, and also looking at how migration effects might migration might be affected by climate change. And as the Marine Reserves team has done for years, is continued with work on intertidal invertebrates. This one is this new project with UCSB is looking at the larval connectivity along the coast. So a lot of work happening there. And then finally, one of the other mandates is outreach and engagement with federally recognized Indian tribes. This work, we're working on getting this implemented. Learning is the first step, learning about coastal tribes and their interactions with our agency, and also trying to build some of those relationships, showing up at some tribal events, and learning also from other states and other tribes, and especially in California during their MPA process. And as I mentioned before, the outreach and engagement, the public affairs specialist position, that will definitely be a focus of that position once we get that person hired, beginning probably early next year. So that was kind of the walkthrough, the adaptive management plan, mandates, and just progress that we've made so far. Talked also a little bit about some of the staffing updates. Yeah, that's about all I had to present today. Thank you for listening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Justin. That was very informative. I see we do have a question in the chat from Jamie Faraday. Justin, where can we see results from the social economic survey?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. I would have to check in with Sarah Klein to know exactly what is available and or when they might be completed if they're not available currently. So yeah, thank you for the question.
Okay. And then I see Karina followed by Joe. Go ahead.
Hey, Justin, thank you for the presentation. Curious, I just want to clarify, I think, as I understand it, the human dimensions sort of part of the MPA Marine Reserves program is now going to be formally under the nearshore ecology team. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we'll still have our the human dimensions position that we currently have is part of a team that is the Marine Reserves team, but then that will be instead of they'll be reported to our nearshore ecology program. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, go ahead.
Thanks, Justin. With the consolidation of the Marine Reserve program with Habitat One, what will the leadership look like? Because previously we had a Marine Reserves leader, so I'm just concerned that the program would be diluted if you don't have a Marine Reserve leader anymore, and you have one person trying to lead two different programs. With the HB 4132 goals, it's the whole intention was to make it a more robust program.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand exactly how that will all work.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question, Joe. I feel that this, we spend quite a bit of time looking at the impacts, and we feel that this addition of additional tools and expertise into combining these two teams and will actually enhance their ability to work together. So there'll just be a larger number of people available, and we have other program leaders within MRP, the Marine Resources Program, that have complex different teams that work together, and it's really this organizational structure will hopefully be more efficient, more collaborative. I understand the concern, and but we feel that having this expertise all under one supervisory structure is an improvement, and we'll still be able to achieve not only the core work that the Marine Reserves have been doing for the past 10 plus years, but also we'll be able to take on some of the new responsibilities from House Bill 4132. So it's an enhancement, I think. But I understand concern that there'll just be more responsibilities, but I think it also brings more expertise together. Did you have a follow-up question, Joe?
Yeah, I guess that answer doesn't feel very satisfactory to me, especially given, I didn't hear you talk about the movement of funds away from the Marine Reserve Program to that policy option package for offshore wind, and that's going to take several $100,000 away from what was intended for the Marine Reserve Program and put for offshore wind. And now that the offshore wind process has been, well, first of all, that's problematic to take money away from a program, from a bill that passed last session, put it somewhere else, and especially now that the offshore wind process has been delayed indefinitely. I wonder if you can address, given the program is being gutted and it's being spread out amongst a nearshore and Marine Reserve Program together now, how that will all work to reach the more robust goals in 4132.
Thanks for that. I understand the interest in under the policy option package in our agency budget. A couple of things I would like to point out is that the policy option package that we put into our agency request budget months ago was, first of all, was before the lease or the auction was canceled, and our agency is struggling to meet the needs of offshore wind development, and even with the changes now, with the auction canceled, we still are struggling with our meeting the needs of offshore wind. But we are evaluating the need that will need whether or not that position, if it moves forward and is approved by legislature, that the fund shift from marine reserves will be necessary or not. It's certainly not a done deal at this point. So understand that that's a concern. But as I mentioned, that pop that we put in was before things changed in the whole landscape around offshore wind. At the same time, our agency is experiencing some pretty serious budget difficulties in other parts of the agency. So there's been many different, kind of lots of work towards filling some of the capacity that we're not able to do to cover with our current budget. And so this was seen as a solution for us to make sure we have adequate resources for offshore wind development. Things are different now than when we put in the POP, so we're going to assess, whether or not that funds are needed to address offshore wind.
Great, thank you, Justin. Karina.
Thanks. And Joe, thanks for your comments about there are obviously concerns around those shifts. A lot of our colleagues have talked about these in various meetings before. I will say, if you're looking under, I think there are some real advantages, absent the funding cuts, which is not great, to combining the expertises and making them available. And if you're thinking about adaptive management and how marine reserves fit into the territorial sea and the management of the coast writ large, I could see some advantages to having those teams work more closely together. So I just from a, I don't know the inner working details, but conceptually, I don't think it's a terrible idea for those teams to be working more closely together. Be better if they were well resourced too, but I can see some advantages. So I was curious, Justin, about hopefully you'll make that presentation available to us later.
Yes.
But also you talked about a contract with OSU. It was a social science contract, maybe about Latino coastal values. Can you share who's working on that from OSU, or when that might be available, or where that's at?
No, Sarah Klein talked to me about it. I don't have at the top of my head exactly who we are working with on that collaboration, but thanks for asking that, Karina, and I'll make sure that provide that information on who we're working with OSU. Like I said, I'm not involved in the day-to-day operations of all of those different projects.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Karina. Tara.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just echo some of what Joe said and has been heard about the funding issues. We are obviously sympathetic that all agencies are in a funding crunch right now, but OPAC has repeatedly asked to properly fund these programs, and after there was the bill to help make this program more robust, even before the withdrawal of the BOEM leasing, I think it was really disheartening to see money being pulled from that program to go to the offshore wind position. So OPAC, I think we could have a discussion about whether or not we need to continue to make our wishes known on funding, especially for marine programs, and ensuring that those are robustly funded. I think that's something we should discuss. And I'm sorry if I missed it in your presentation. I was trying to fiercely take notes and look something up at the same time. But did you talk more about the tribal engagement work of the program that was in the bill as well? I'm sorry if I missed some of that.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Tara. Yeah, to your point, I totally agree. About budgets. We too wish we had funding to tackle everything without having to propose any fund shifting here that would be affecting, marine reserves. But to that last point, yeah, it was my last slide did talk about our goals for outreach and engagement with tribes. In terms of progress to date, just trying to do some learning, showing up at some tribal events, and that will be the focus for our outreach and engagement specialist. That was one of the positions with House Bill 4132. So in terms of measurable outreach so far, it's not as much as that what we're expecting in the next year or so once we have that position filled. Mm-hmm.
Did that answer your question, Sarah? Okay. Okay, thank you, Justin. Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Justin, for the update. I really appreciate it. The one thing that caught my attention was actually the intertidal ecology project where you're collaborating with Marine. And I would just like to request an update from whatever staff people are working on that to the Rocky Habitats group that is ongoing. I think that there's a potential connection there that I'd like to make. In addition to the state, investing in our communities that are establishing the new site management designations and management plans. The state is also participating with the West Coast Ocean Alliance on ocean health indicators, and that group is considering an intertidal ecology indicator. And the Marine group has been a part of those conversations. So just want to make those connections because I think that we would benefit from that. So if you can just flag whoever your staff person is who's the lead on that and let them put them in contact with myself and Eva, that would be appreciated.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'll do that, Andy. Thanks.
Yep.
Well, thanks, Andy. Margaret, go for it.
Yeah, sure. Just curious about formal outreach to tribes, kind of explaining maybe what's ahead and who's going to be leading the effort, even if it's just by title. I'm curious what the formal, because I did see the update as far as your first steps and attending tribal events that are public, and just curious if, how you might be formally engaging. Justin.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, that will be a focus of the outreach and engagement specialist. Our current staffing level has been, focused on their individual projects of ecological study and human dimensions, and so I don't really have a vision or plan right now about what that will look like. But when we do have the program leader position filled and the outreach position filled, that we'll have a more formal outreach plan. So I don't have much to share on that right now.
Okay. Thank you, Margaret. Anybody else with questions or comments? Just going back to Tara's comment, I think some of what OPAC may discuss later is, or are some of the ideas around funding. And I think that is definitely a discussion that OPAC should have. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else right now.
Well, Susan, sorry, this is Margaret. I guess I just wanted to follow up, and I've made some, statements before about how important it is to engage on, in marine reserves with tribes. Those are places that tribes, used to be able to use, and there's a lot of restrictions there, and engagement is needed by ODFW, and I think putting it all on, you know, an outreach coordinator could be problematic just depending on the level that's really needed to engage with tribes. I think, you know, I know that there could be a focus there, and I heard that from you, Justin, but just the emphasis, like it really needs to come from leadership too at ODFW, and there needs to be a level of, you know, oversight and commitment, I think, to really engaging robustly with tribes this time around. So I appreciate that you're saying that you're not quite there yet. I get it, but I just want to emphasize that point. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that, and would welcome any more feedback. And I do know that it is a priority, and I wish we had some more concrete you know, information that I can provide on how engagements have been going, and you know, in my experience, they're, you know, more on the, you know, kind of say the fishery side. You know, we have engaged with tribes with our memorandum of agreements and fishing and hunting, but in terms of just around marine reserves, we're still developing those relationships. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you. And just to note that Scott did put in a reply to Jamie Faraday's question. It's in the chat if you guys want to take a look at that. If there are no other comments or questions, I suggest we move on to Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 Rocky Habitat Workshop update.
Susan, I think we're still not at quorum, right? We're still missing one.
Yeah.
And we might lose Nick later. So you know, I would probably at some point think we'd want to take action around some of these items related to budget. And given the governor's budget just came out and these discussions are going to be happening, I'm just sort of wondering about our timing if we don't get a quorum today and what our options might be. Maybe Steve or Andy, you could give us a little, since we're ahead of schedule, what do we do here if we want to take action? And you know, do we have to set another meeting of OPAC in order to do so?
Yeah, I'm thinking probably get through the next agenda item and then have those discussions, break for an early lunch, and then come back and have more of that discussion, because I think Peggy will be back, and that will be before Nick leaves. So Andy, Tara, does that make sense to go that path?
Susan, that is my recommendation as well. As soon as we get Peggy back, I think we move to the action items that we want to address
Right.
before Nick leaves, and that may mean that we need to move public comment a little back. I have not seen any requests for comment in the chat yet, so members of the public, if you do want to provide public testimony, please let us know, as we're trying to get our work done today as efficiently as we can.
Yes. Thank you. The only other question I have regarding the timing of things is if we need to take action on Neptune's vault, that is scheduled for later this afternoon when Nick is gone. So by that time, we will not have a quorum. So Andy, Steve probably need to think about that a little bit as well. We can take action on the other items we've discussed, but that one we may have to delay.
Susan, I think the language in Part 2 allows the executive committee to establish a joint review panel. Okay. Steve, maybe you can confirm that for me. I believe it's section B. But I believe the language is there to allow the executive committee to establish a joint review panel. I think we can have the discussion. We can, solicit interest. And the executive committee may be able to take action afterwards.
Okay.
Once we get some checking from Steve, I think that could be a path forward.
Yes, perfect. I think that is a good way, a good path forward. I'll take a question from Margaret and then move to Eva to take us into TSP Part 3 Rocky Habitat. Margaret, go ahead.
Right, am I interrupting a Steve thing or is that you guys, okay.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to make sure that if there is any, further prep work that we need to do before we have that quorum present, please, let's make sure that we think we have it down. What those motions might look like, because I know sometimes it takes us a minute and I don't, and we're gonna obviously want to introduce anything that Peggy hasn't heard to her, but we don't want to confuse her if we don't even know what our motion looks like, so.
Yeah. Yep, I think we're okay. We should be able to summarize for Peggy the offshore wind working group. And I think she was here for, or no, she wasn't here for the review of the minutes or the summaries. But I think those two are easily handled. The working group maybe need a little more discussion, and any suggestions about budget, communications would require some discussion. But I think we can do that after Rocky Habitat.
I would also just put a note in maybe during our final discussions today when we are talking about scheduling meetings. We have talked about the executive committee trying to get on a normal schedule for OPAC meetings that are kind of set annually. And it's really imperative that we all try to, I know we're all busy and I appreciate everyone making the time, but we can't even get a quorum to do the business of the council. So just putting a note in and a support for that sort of approach if people are into that, just having 2 set meetings a year, though, kind of like the council meeting, the Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings do, so that we're all can get them on our calendars early.
Good idea. Okay.
While we're on that, we were considering the last week of April when I sent out a schedule earlier. Guidance from Steve was that meetings need to be within 6 months of each other. And so that would set our fall meeting date towards the beginning of November. So if we can consider whether or not the last week of April and the first 2 weeks of November are good periods of time for me to send around a doodle poll, then, or that we can establish a regular cadence of the meetings, so, then that would be what I would recommend. But I did do a little thinking ahead of time, and I think that schedule does make sense. We've often tried to avoid kind of the busiest seasons where our members may be out on the water. So, late April and November seem like decent windows to consider. So I'd ask the council members to kind of check to see if there are any major conflicts in those periods.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. Okay. Now, Eva, you're up.
All right, wonderful. Just give me one moment to pull up my slides.
Yep. I know you're juggling several things too.
Can you see my slides all right?
They are not in presenter mode, so you may need to switch if you've got multiple screens. But it doesn't look like it's in presentation mode yet.
All right, apologies. I'm gonna try it again. Sometimes my computer struggles with bandwidth.
It's looking good now, Eva.
Okay, great. And it advanced quickly?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, if I have any troubles, I'll go off camera and I apologize. See, all right. Hello, everyone. My name's Eva Krukowski. I am the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator at the Department of Land Conservation and Development in the Oregon Coastal Management Program. I presented a short update to the council, I believe, in April of this year. And so I'm giving an update on the project today, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the work so far. So I know many of you spent long hours, looking at all of these wonderful maps, but I just wanted to give a quick reminder that there were 8 new protected rocky habitats that were designated or recommended by the council in 2022 and 2023, and the new designations went into effect this year on January 1st. The map here shows all 8 sites, and just note that the cell 1 and cell number 6 have 2 sites in them. And so from north to south, we have Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area, Chapman Point Marine Garden. Cell 2 has Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area. Cell 3 is Fogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area. Cell 4 is Cape Fellweather Marine Conservation Area. Cell 5 is Coquille Point Marine Garden, and cell 6 shows Blacklock Point Marine Conservation Area and Cape Blanco Marine Research Area. All agencies that have rules associated with or that were recommended in the updated Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 have been implemented, except the Department of State Lands is currently in rulemaking for their revised rules, and they will go in front of the State Land Board, and be considered in February. So again, another reminder that there are 3 types of rocky habitat designations. There are the marine garden, which is also synonymous with marine education area, a marine research area, and a marine conservation area. And I included in the bullets here just a sort of summary about the general type of protection that they cover and the goal of each type of designation. And shown here on the right is an example of the regulatory signs that Laurel Hillman from OPRD drafted for each of the 8 sites. And these signs were, the draft signs were presented at workshops that we held in the fall to ask the public for their recommendations for the signs, make sure that the language makes sense. And next month, staff from OPRD, ODFW, and DLCD will discuss the signs in more detail and discuss sort of the next steps for printing and putting them up. And on the left here is showing a beach access point at Coquille Point Marine Garden. And this is likely the type of place where these regulatory signs will go up. And I noted here on the bottom of the screen, just a reminder that all of the 8 new designations do not impact federally recognized tribal nations' harvest rights at these sites. The photo here is from a ribbon cutting in September that was arranged by the Shoreline Education for Awareness organization. At Coquille Point, there was a coalition of groups that put together 2 new interpretive signs at the Marine Garden. And there's one that's sort of up at the headland nearby where this photo was taken, and the other one is down the stairs on the way to the beach. And so it was a really exciting event, and it's the first interpretive signage that was put up for these new 8 sites. And so they're kind of setting an example of what community effort could look like for putting up interpretive signs. And I presented a little bit in April about sort of the goals for the site management planning process. But just as just to remind again, we're developing site management plans for each of the sites, and these plans will serve as a coordinating mechanism for entities and interested parties who work in these sites, like coastal tribes, nonprofits or community groups, government agencies, researchers, and schools. These plans will be updated periodically as needed. They will incorporate adaptive management tools, facilitate long-term community science data collection, and serve as a network for all of the sites that will have a similar type of plan. These plans will be available for review early next year. And if you're particularly interested in reviewing one site or one plan for a site in particular, or a certain section of the plan, please reach out to me and I'd be happy to share the progress with you. I will also make all of the plans available for the council to review next year. We have made some really great partnerships with local groups and local government agencies. We're meeting monthly with Rocky Habitat Partners Group that includes staff from ODFW, OPRD, DLCD, and then a number of community organizations, community groups that were all leaders in the proposal process for putting up these sites. So I listed some of the organizations that we work with here. Seven Capes Bird Alliance, which is representing Lincoln County and Tillamook County. The Bird Alliance of Oregon, Surfrider Foundation, Redfish Rocks Community Team, Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, Shoreline Education for Awareness, North Coast Land Conservancy, Haystack Rock Awareness Program, and Friends of Otter Rock. We have also initiated formal government-to-government consultation with 5 federally recognized coastal tribes to advise this project and see how our work can support their interests at these sites. We've begun the staff-to-staff consultation process, and we're arranging meetings in February of next year, and we're hoping to work with staff throughout the rest of this project. And yeah, I just wanted to say, this was a major grassroots effort to get these sites designated, and community members dedicated thousands of hours over multiple years, mostly during the pandemic. So now that we're on the other side of designation, we're really focused on building capacity in these communities to help guide the implementation process. In the fall, we hosted 5 Rocky Habitat, or the first 5 workshops in the first part of the Rocky Habitat Management Workshop Series. We'll host the second 5 workshops in the spring of next year. We held meetings in Port Orford, Bandon, Depot Bay, Tillamook, and Cannon Beach. We had on average, we had good turnout, on average about 15 to 30 participants, some people in the room and some people online. And at these workshops, we discussed 4 main strategies for Rocky habitat management. So those strategies we discussed were information sharing, what kind of information is available about these sites before you arrive, while you're there, and after you leave. We discussed interpretation and education goals. We discussed site monitoring and community science efforts. And finally, we discussed enforcement and compliance challenges or concerns. These workshops were a chance to ask community members, what would you like to see happen at these sites? And it was, we heard a lot of diverse perspectives and also a lot of really common themes throughout all of the workshops, which was really good to hear and will help inform the development of these plans. So I'm just going to share some common themes, shared goals, and outcomes from the workshops. And this slide shows both Ecola Point and Chapman Point because we had a joint workshop for these 2 sites. Oops, sorry about that. And so one of the interpretation goals we discussed at this site was to help visitors understand the sensitivity of these habitats. And we heard at this workshop, the importance of helping visitors see how humans are a part of the ecosystem, and also how, human impact can impact these ecosystems. And so while this first series of workshops were focused on visioning, brainstorming goals, in Cannon Beach, we really heard a need for building an overarching network of interpretive efforts across the state to help leverage resources for all of these communities doing stewardship efforts. So we heard, a need to build capacity for stewardship programs in the area in order to get this work done well. Communities expressed that programs should focus on paid positions rather than relying on volunteer interpreters, and that year-round support is necessary to sustain volunteers at a site. Even though, sometimes during the busy season or during a long series of low tides is when a lot of support has historically supported these programs. At Cape Lookout, the communities discussed their shared interpretation goal of incorporating stories about the blue economy and including the importance of fishing and crabbing industry into educational materials at the site. Mariners and charter boat captains said that it would be valuable to have a laminated brochure that they could share with charter boat visitors. And so that they could, have a tangible tool to have species lists or information about the geology of the Cape. And that was, something that would be very, very valuable at other sites as well. At Fogarty Creek and Cape Foulweather, this workshop, we discussed the importance of site monitoring and for volunteers who participate in community science efforts to close that feedback loop and make sure that monitoring results get back to the communities who participated in the monitoring. We also discussed establishing monitoring protocols for consistency across the coast so that work that's done in communities can be used and translated in other entities like at the university level or at, maybe it could be valuable for ODF&W. There's also an interest in hosting a State of the Cape symposium that could be an annual event to share information about this site in particular or potentially share regional information. At Coquille Point, we discussed there's a current effort to develop additional interpretive signage that is being informed by the Coquille tribe. We also discussed some enforcement and compliance challenges at the site. We discussed the importance of protecting tribal harvest rights and how to inform the public and enforcement officers about those existing rights. This site is interesting as well because of the overlapping jurisdiction with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so because of some of these overlapping jurisdictions, enforcement can be challenging. So we reiterated the goal of starting with education to avoid any violations. Compliance always ties back to education. And particularly with this site, locals must understand the why behind new harvest restrictions. And I think that is sort of a value that we heard up and down the coast and is definitely something that we want to focus on when we're developing educational and interpretive materials. Finally, we heard a need to create a list of numbers of either officers or local officers who can help with any kind of serious safety concerns or any violations. Finally, at Cape Blanco Marine Research Area and Blacklock Point Marine Conservation Area. At Cape Blanco, there's been long-term monitoring and research at the site, and so we heard a need to have information available for visitors and for the public about what kind of research is happening there. So, for example, if there's a water quality monitoring piece of equipment in the water, there could be a temporary sign that says, "What's that thing in the water? What's happening at this site?" And so I think that would be just a really great way of kind of tying together some of the resources at the visitor center, at the park, and then what's happening in the tide. Finally, at Blacklock, Blacklock is pretty remote and can be a little bit difficult to access. So we discussed the need of having a list of to-dos when visiting. So, what are appropriate footwear to wear? What is the safest trail to access, and those kinds of things. Finally, the next phase of this project is to develop a library of outreach and educational materials that will be available for the public, for community groups and agencies that do work in these sites. DLCD is currently updating our Oregon Ocean Information website, and the new version of this website will have site pages for each of the 22 Rocky Habitat sites. And we will, host the management plans on that site. We will be able to link community groups and ongoing planning efforts together. And yeah, we're really excited about this new site, and hopefully we'll be able to share it with the council next time we meet. Finally, here's just a quick timeline for the project. Looking at next year, we are going to host the second series of public workshops. They will be virtual meetings, and I invite anyone on the council to join if you'd like, particularly if there's a certain site you're really interested in. Next spring or next summer, we're hoping to be able to have another in-person event, possibly a larger one where we can celebrate all of the sites and share kind of the results of the site management plans. You'll see we are an ongoing effort to gather outreach materials, current research that is happening at the sites. So if you have anything you'd like to share with me, please do so. And then we'll have the first draft of the site management plans available pretty much as soon as possible. And I'm happy to hear any feedback on those plans. Thank you so much for listening, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Awesome, Eva. Thank you. I know others have made comments in the chat that the photos were fantastic, and they are. The information is also fantastic. That's quite an impressive project. You've done great. Jamie, I see you have your hand up. Jamie, go ahead.
Yeah, Eva, in the E. coli slide, was that a sea otter shown?
Trying to get to my unmute, but yes, it was. Andy, do you want to share the news?
Yeah, earlier this year, a wayward sea otter from Washington, I believe, traveled down the coast and spent a couple of days off of Tillamook Head.
How exciting. Yeah. And by the way, I amend my observation. I saw you in at least 4 images there. You get around.
We had site visits this spring to all of the sites, so I could introduce Eva to the people and the geography of all of these special places. So I feel spoiled to be able to do so. And
very cool.
Yeah, it was pretty much the coolest job training I've ever been on. So
that's awesome. Okay, Joe, followed by Tara.
Yeah, thanks, Eva. That was a really excellent presentation, and it's great to see all the progress being made. I have a couple questions that are more about like the long-term program for Rocky Habitats. One of them is I know there was an effort during the Rocky Habitat process to have a new proposals for addition, deletion, and amending sites going to happen at some point. I think originally it was like every couple of years, but obviously that has been delayed. But I'm wondering if you have any other information on that. So that's one question. The second one is at some point it would be great to see other Rocky Habitat sites that have been designated previously to have attention be drawn to them. I know that's more capacity, but it's definitely something of interest. And I think there's an excellent model at Haystack Rock, obviously, but they get some county funding. But I just want to see if you or Andy have any thoughts on those kind of longer term kind of goals of Rocky Habitats. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to pass the first question to Andy. But I can say for your second question about sort of assessing and connecting the previously designated sites. I think sort of the first part of this effort is creating these site pages on the new website, which will be, we're already kind of connecting the dots and seeing what information is missing that already exists online. But currently for the scope of this project, we won't be able to dive deep into, for example, generating site management plans for those sites. But it's definitely something that I'm interested in the long term. And it's something that I think, we should keep talking about at the council level in order to bring those up to speed as well.
Yeah, Joe, thanks for your question about the ongoing, what I would say, adaptive management of these sites on our coast, which is really what the next proposal process was envisioned to be designed for. And at one of our last meetings, I brought forward some of the challenges that our agencies are having from staffing capacity perspective to be able to support the next round. And I would say that we have had great participation from our partner agencies in the conduct of these workshops and in thinking about the site management plans. And we want to continue to allow that to happen for the duration of Eva's time with us, as she is on a limited duration contract, and it's grant funding. So without further funding for Eva, there will be a time this coming fall when we no longer have her, unfortunately. And the other agencies have let me know that they would really struggle with initiating the next process while they are working with Eva and us to finish the visioning and the work that's been kicked off here. And I also asked some of the bigger, broader questions about how does the council want to structure the next process, and how do we as a state as a whole envision these rocky habitat sites working with marine reserves and protected areas as a whole, and understanding kind of the ecological protections that we currently have, either through marine reserves protected areas, rocky habitat site designations, or the other kind of area-based effective conservation measures, which we do have some of, right? The islands being protected as a wilderness, the other fisheries regulation sites that have limited ability to impact biodiversity. So I think the question that I really want OPAC to begin thinking about is, what is our conservation area goals for the state? And how does our existing management framework accommodate those? And do we want to, as a state, set a benchmark, for example, trying to meet a 30 by 30 national and or international ocean conservation target, which many other states have begun thinking about. The state of California has adopted a goal of 30%. We are entering the international ocean decade. So there's kind of big international pushes to think about conservation goals, and we have not yet had that as a state. And I think that having that conversation will then inform us as to how we might approach the next cycle and set targets that we would be trying to meet if and when we are short on habitats represented in different management areas.
For those who maybe aren't as familiar, I just wanted to share this map on the screen that has all of the 22 designated rocky habitat areas currently, and this map doesn't include the marine reserves or marine protected areas. And this will be in the slide deck that's available.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Tara, followed by Jamie.
Thank you. Actually, Andy's what Andy said kind of goes right into my, maybe not a question, but a statement for the council. I feel like I'm going to be a broken record on budget again on this meeting, but I think we really need to support making sure that this work can continue, including staffing, as we've just heard. You know, Eva's position is not permanent, but look at all the great work that's going on that might languish or not be able to be fulfilled if we don't make sure that that position becomes permanent. So I would recommend in maybe a budget letter or however we think about this later on today, putting a pin in that this should be included as well. And yeah, great presentation. Loved the photos and the maps, and you could just really see the joy and the community engagement throughout this, which I think is sometimes lost in our work. So really appreciate that.
I agree. Jamie.
Yeah, to add on to Tara's comments about agency funding and community support, that latter one being near essential, especially when funds are short. Have you seen in the workshops any of the sites lacking in community support? You know, the critical mass needed to help out.
Thank you for the question. I think there are a couple sites that come to mind. One is Cape Lookout, and then the other one is Black Lock Point. And so on the South Coast, you know, there isn't as much, there aren't as large community groups with like as many members as there are on other in Central and North Coast. But what we have seen on the South Coast is just a really great effort of making a coalition between the marine reserves. So for example, the Redfish Rocks community team, as well as the Shoreline Education for Awareness. So I think what sort of, you know, my hope and focus is on the South Coast is to really strengthen some of those coalitions between existing groups, and there's also been this partnership with the Pacific High School that has been in the works, sort of having the Pacific High School adopt Black Lock Point as potentially like a Coast Watch mile, or just to try and create more of a connection with the public there. And then at Cape Lookout, you know, is also one of the slightly more remote sites. And so one of the other connections we're trying to make is with the outdoor education programs there. So there's the Boy Scouts camp at Camp Merriweather, and there are lots of outdoor education programs that use that site. And so they have the easiest access point to the south side of the Cape from the beach. And so I think sort of creating the connection there is I think one of the best ways to kind of build capacity at that site. But let me know if I didn't answer the question fully.
Yeah, that helps.
I would say, Jamie, that I heard during the workshops that intermittent funding and support, while it's great, it doesn't really cover a need that is growing to be more full year round kind of support, right? We often think about visitation in low tide windows happening from the spring to the fall, just because of the time cycles of the tides. And the groups highlighted the challenges of trying to support a year-round effort to build capacity in the off-season, so that during the on-season, when they want to have volunteers coordinated and interpreters on the ground and education happening, it really helps them to have more kind of full year-round capacity. Haystack Rock as a program is probably the best funded across the region, and they still struggle with kind of the number of volunteers they're able to recruit and train. And a lot of that really can be enhanced through year-round coordinator capacity at at these sites. And coordinators can be shared amongst sites. So I think that there's a recognition that, the network of these areas can work together to leverage the effort, which is really valuable. But yeah, we did hear that the challenge of kind of seasonal funding only when, the populations experiencing these sites and visiting these sites really is almost a year-round kind of activity now.
Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Andy. Tara.
Yeah, I was looking back at my notes. I did have one question that came to me on that hopefully is a quick one, but on signage, I saw the one sign you put up, it said, no take of marine life, see fishing regulations for exceptions. And so I was just curious if at each site there's like companion signage specific to that site relative to what's allowed, to your point on how important education is and that these restrictions do not apply to tribal harvests. Like how are you messaging that at sites right now, or are they? I just was curious because if I read that as a member of the public, I might not even know where to go look up fishing regulations. So I just was curious.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So currently there's no information at each site because first of all, the signs haven't been put up yet. The only site that has signage currently is the new interpretive signage at Coquille Point, and while it's focused on interpretive signs, the interpretive information, there is a little information about the new regulations on that sign. But you bring up a good point that with the regulatory signs, we don't want to have too much text that that people won't be able to read quickly. So we're discussing the option of having a QR code on each of the signs that could lead you to a website that would have all of the more detailed information. And that's something that we'll discuss at our meeting next month with some of the agency staff. But this is kind of an ongoing question. There are a couple websites online that have all of the information, and I think part of our hope is that people who typically harvest shellfish, for example, recreationally, know to look in the esports regulations for that's published by ODF&W every year. But we are still asking this question of what is the easiest way of explaining these differences, because you are correct that each site has slightly different rules associated with it. And so, simplicity is always the easiest in terms of sharing information. So thank you for the question.
Perfect. Thank you. Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that really great presentation, and looking at like all those pictures and seeing all your slides about the engagement. I felt like I did have a similar question to Tara when you were presenting, and then I kind of was like, well, it sounds like, and maybe I kind of realized that maybe I should say something now, but I had a similar comment and then kind of fell back to like, well, the agency is doing a really great job at engaging tribes, and so likely there's maybe a sweet spot that the tribes and the agency are really finding with signage and communication around tribal harvest in those areas, and I hope that that is true. Obviously, there's a delicate balance there to strike between oversaturating and then like, I don't know, people not really understanding what they're reading, and then also maybe making sure that people understand that those areas were used since time immemorial, harvest areas. So there's a lot to balance, and just like appreciate that you're doing a lot of engagement, and felt really great about some of the outreach that you're doing. So I guess just keep doing it, and if we're all, if you're doing all that good work, I think you're likely to find signage that will meet the needs of the tribes. wherever they're at.
Thank you for that, Margaret. And I just wanted to clarify the interpretive signs that the Shoreline Education for Awareness group is coordinating with the Coquel Indian tribe. We have not been involved in that effort. They sort of took it on themselves, which is really great to see that initiative. But I did want to clarify that we aren't involved in that particular engagement effort. And Margaret, I do invite you to come to any of our staff meetings with CT Clusi staff if you're interested. And I'd be happy to loop you into that effort because I do want to make sure that that the needs of the tribes are heard and that we're bringing in everyone who's interested, particularly in this effort.
Just a clarification there, I wouldn't be representing CT Clusi. I'm happy to come and meet with you as an OPAC tribal rep anytime, Eva. So just really great work.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Eva. Any last questions before we have a brief discussion about what we're going to do for lunch and after lunch? Okay, I'm not seeing any, but I do want to go over, we are going to have to adjust our schedule a little bit. I see Peggy is back. Welcome, Peggy. And we have Nick until 1:30. So what I was thinking was breaking for lunch now, coming back in 10 minutes to get our lunch presentation about tufted puffins. Tufted puffins. I checked with Joe. He checked with the presenter, and I see she's on here. So that would be great. And then at 12:30, 12:40, we get into a discussion about three things. The three action items we can take at this time, which would be approval of the meeting summaries, the Offshore Wind Working Group, and a potential letter about funding, which I would ask Tara to guide us through that and maybe start off with some of her thoughts on that. Andy, Tara, does that sound like a good plan to you?
Susan, yes, thank you. That does sound like a good plan. The one item that I foresee us still needing to act on is the establishment of a joint review panel, but I think it does not make sense to act on that item ahead of the panel presentations that we have, which are scheduled for later this afternoon. So if there's any ability, Nick, for you to call back in after that happens to, participate in an action item that would establish a joint review panel. Steve did check, and the council needs to do that. The executive committee cannot act alone in that action. So that would be the one clarification I would want to add to what you've said, which would be, we could have Nick call back in later this afternoon, but, potentially in a break between his other scheduled events, in order to be able to have that action following our panel.
Okay, Nick, over to you. Will you be able to call in briefly? We can always text you to let you know when that will be up for discussion and action.
Yeah, I'll have my cell phone with me and I should be able to get in with that. But do you have an idea of the time frame, like 3:34? Or I know our conference call is, our second call was at 3 o'clock.
We should be able to do it slightly ahead of that, Nick. So 2:45.
Yeah, I'll come on at 2:45.
Okay. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you for being flexible.
Yeah, thank you all for being flexible in this regard.
Yeah, kind of a weird day. One last call for public comment. if there's anybody on the phone or on the meeting who would like to make public comment, please let us know in the chat, because that's one thing I forgot to address. I would like to do public comment right after lunch, because you may have thoughts on some of the items that we will be taking action on. So if there's any member of the public who wants to provide public comment, please let us know in the chat, and then we can do that right after lunch. And I'm not monitoring the chat, so that's my bad.
I have one request from Sarah and one from Charlie. So I have 2 public comment requests.
Okay.
At least that's what I have seen. I'll go back to make sure that's it.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so why don't we take a 10-minute break until 12:10, and then at 12:10 we have Catherine. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. I'm going to try Catherine Lusher.
It's Lusher. You're close.
Lusher. Okay, I knew I was going to be
You're
wrong.
close.
And then she will give us a presentation on tufted puffins. So see you back here at 12:10, and grab a bite to eat and a cup of coffee.
And Charlie was asking for clarification on when public comment would be. It would be right after that lunchtime presentation. So I would imagine 12:45 to 1 p.m. is the window for public comment.
Yep. That works. Okay.
Great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks all.
That is a pretty bird. We can see your presentation, but if you're speaking, we can't hear you yet.
Excellent. I just saw that I was on mute. This is
All
why I
good. We
jumped
can
on
hear
a
you
minute
now.
early.
Perfect.
We can hear you loud and clear now, Catherine.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Susan, I think we can go ahead.
Yep.
Right? Yep.
I'm ready.
All right. Catherine, take it away.
All right, excellent. Well, hi everyone, and thank you for inviting me here today to talk with you about tufted puffins, and especially to Joe for getting me on the agenda. My name is Catherine Lusher, and I am the Tufted Puffin Coordinator for National Audubon's Seabird Institute, which is based in Maine, but I work remotely from my home in Portland, Oregon. I've learned you have to actually say what state you are in when you say Portland. My hope this afternoon is to provide a brief overview about tufted puffins and share some of the work taking place via a new collaborative focused on tufted puffin conservation in the California Current. I have a few slides to share, but before we begin, I would like to just state this disclaimer. I am not a biologist. My background is in community organizing, project management, and networking. So if I can't answer a question you may have, I certainly can help find the answer. So with that in mind, I will begin by providing you with a quick Tufted Puffin 101. The tufted puffin is the largest of the 3 puffins, the other 2 being the Atlantic puffin and the horned puffin, with the rhinoceros auk a close relative. Here in Oregon, the tufted puffin comes to our offshore rocks and islands to breed, usually arriving in April. A pair, which mates for life, will lay only 1 egg per season. Both parents will tend to it during the 45-day or so incubation period, and both will care for the chick for another 6 to 7 weeks, delivering food directly into the burrow. Then one night in late August or early September, perhaps related to the full moon, or perhaps because they are hungry, given that their parents provided them with some food and then left them behind, the puffling heads out to sea, where it will spend about 2 or 3 years before returning back to land to find a mate. The first nesting is believed to happen when the bird is 4 or 5 years old. The Tufted Puffins range is from the Farallon Islands in Northern California up through Alaska, Russia, and Japan. While their numbers up in Alaska are fairly stable, the population in their southern range is experiencing a drastic decline from over 20,000 in the 1900s, which sounds much longer ago than it really was, to an estimated 2,000 birds 5 years ago. Here in Oregon, the most recent coastwide survey, which was done in 2021, estimates only 553 birds remain at 17 colonies, with the largest colony at Finley Rock near Oceanside and the second largest at Haystack Rock in Cannon Beach. Cannon Beach is one of the easiest places to see puffins in Oregon. At low tides, Haystack Rock is connected to the mainland, earning it the distinction of the largest onshore population of tufted puffins in the continental United States. Data collected over the last 45 or so years shows that puffins at Haystack Rock have decreased by about 75%, with this year's estimate at only 102 birds. So we know that they are declining, but what's causing the decline? The truth is, no one is sure, but most signs point to one usual suspect: climate change. Other possible reasons, some which may be related to climate change, include invasive plant species making it harder to burrow, invasive animal species destroying habitat or preying on chicks, predators, the most common being the bald eagle, human-related pollution and disturbances, and or ocean temperatures affecting the availability of prey. But the reason for their decline is not the only thing we don't yet know about tufted puffins in the California current. We also don't know where the tufted puffins go for their approximate 8 months at sea, if our puffins in the southern range are genetically distinct from those further north. We don't know the coverage of invasive plants at existing colonies, or even if those plants are impacting the puffins' ability to burrow. We don't know why they have abandoned many of their historical colonies or the actual number of active burrows and breeding pairs. And because we don't know the exact cause of their decline, we also don't know what conservation actions will work best. But not knowing doesn't mean we're sitting back and just watching the numbers tank. Because while we don't know many things, we do have a lot of seabird expertise, knowledge, and experience working together to fill the data gaps and to implement conservation experiments. So what is being done? Well, first, let me take a quick step back. In 2014, NRDC petitioned the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to list the tufted puffin as endangered. However, the subsequent species status assessment deemed that the listing was not warranted, primarily because the population in Alaska is fairly stable and because we have not yet been able to determine if the population in the southern range is a genetically distinct species. So while the tufted puffin does not have federal protection, they are listed as endangered in Washington, listed as sensitive here in Oregon, and a species of concern in California. It's important to note, I think, that in Washington, where the species is state listed, they do have a species recovery plan. However, in Oregon, though the puffin is a priority species, we do not yet have a coordinated plan to address their decline. And that's where my position comes in. Last fall, with support from Friends of Haystack Rock, National Audubon's Seabird Institute created my job. The Institute's first position focused on the West Coast, to support coordination among the various stakeholders and to help leverage the limited available resources for tufted puffin conservation. Basically, I think it's fair to say that the gist of my job can be described as herding cats, but they're very wise cats. So over the past 14 months, a group of agencies, nonprofits, and Oregon State University started meeting to coordinate and prioritize existing and future projects related to tufted puffin conservation. Recently, I've also had conversations with Haystack Rock Awareness Program, the Oregon Coast Aquarium, and SEA, which is the shoreline education for awareness based in Bandon. In fact, if any of you know anyone else that should be included, please do let me know. One of the first things this new group did was compile a list of what was being done for tufted puffins in Oregon. As a result, we now have a shared living document tracking more than 36 actions related to tufted puffin research, outreach, policy, and coordination. Doing this first task alone instantly highlighted opportunities where we can leverage our resources for greater impact. So a few highlights of the work that is being done. An intern working with Oregon State University researchers captured over 500 bill load photos this past summer, allowing us to analyze the diet of puffins at Haystack Rock. Images of Pacific herring, sardine, larval fish, salmon, squid, lamprey, and smelt were all recorded. And a fun fact about puffins when they forage on fish, their beaks allow them to carry up to 60 fish, though you'll usually see them with no more than 10 or 12. As you may be able to see in this photo, their upper jaw has tiny spines called denticles that allow them to hold the captured fish in place while they hunt for more. In addition to the bill load photography, during the breeding season, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service conducts boat-based surveys to generate population estimates and oversees volunteers who survey the population on Haystack Rock. This past summer, for the first time, ODFW staff also started doing land-based surveys for the few colonies visible from shore. And as ODFW is updating its statewide conservation strategy, we're working to ensure that seabirds, and for me, specifically tufted puffins, receive continued prioritization and attention. We've also started to look at using drones as a potential tool to aid our conservation efforts. Working with a GIS specialist and drone pilot from ODFW, we conducted some test flights, initially over empty parking lots and some fields, using 2 different drones. The Cirrus is a larger drone and is on loan from Teledyne FLIR, and it is equipped with thermal imaging technology. The other drone we used, which is smaller, is ODFW's Mavic 3E. In October, after obtaining the necessary permission, we conducted our first over-ocean test flight in Bandon at Face Rock. We followed the drone guidelines issued by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, making sure we did not get closer than 300 feet, and withdrawing the drone if we sensed any disturbance to any seabirds, which at this time of year was primarily gulls. Now that we know the types of images that we can safely collect, a group of us will meet in January to develop a flight plan for 2025. Initial ideas have included creating 3D models of the 17 rocks and islands that have tufted puffins, scanning for invasive species, looking at possible erosion, counting burrow openings, and if the thermal technology is strong enough, trying to determine if the burrows are occupied. There also has been some initial experimentation with social attraction. Puffins are colonial seabirds that recognize the presence of other birds as evidence of suitable habitat. It's similar to being on a road trip prior to the existence of Yelp and stopping in a town for dinner. If you were to see one lighted restaurant with a lot of smiling customers and another with an empty, dark parking lot, many of you may, no judging if not, but many of you may be more likely to go and eat where more people are. So the use of social attraction for seabirds isn't new. In the 1970s, the population of Atlantic puffins in Maine were all but gone, due primarily to hunting for both meat and fashion. Audubon installed puffin decoys and mirror boxes to create the illusion of a thriving Atlantic puffin colony. Over time, the number of puffins visiting the island slowly increased, and the individuals eventually nested. And this resulted in the first restoration of a puffin colony anywhere in the world. And though we're not exactly sure why our tufted puffin populations are decreasing, we do think, given our collective knowledge and expertise, that social attraction is worth experimenting with here in Oregon. In fact, we currently have a proposal pending that, if successful, will allow us to install a few experiments next summer. And then briefly, since I know this is an issue of interest for all of you, though it's not my area of expertise, when BONE defined their now postponed wind energy areas, it initiated quite a bit of research and analysis on behalf of seabirds, though not necessarily the tufted puffin. That said, part of this research, OSU did tag a rhinoceros auk, which should set us up to track tufted puffins in the future. Why were rhinoceros auks chosen? I had to ask this same question. It's primarily because they are more abundant than tufted puffins. They seem to be more resilient to research, and their colonies are far more accessible. The hope is to continue to collect tracking data for seabirds, including puffins, so that when the next round of offshore wind proposals arrives, we will hopefully be able to keep the projects as far away as possible from key nesting and foraging areas. And one of the best parts of my job is just being able to go out in the public and talk with people. And the two most popular reactions I get when I tell them that I work with tufted puffins are either, I love tufted puffins, or I didn't know we had tufted puffins in Oregon. And I think this provides us with a real opportunity. So several stakeholders, including Bird Alliance of Oregon and Friends of Haystack Rock, are working on social media toolkits, educational material, tufted puffin field tours and celebrations, as well as articles and blogs, as a way to create more public awareness of and support for tufted puffin conservation. And I'll close with this. I mentioned earlier that Oregon does not yet have a conservation plan for tufted puffins yet. A subset of the stakeholders who are now working together on tufted puffin conservation have drafted a 10-year conservation action plan for Oregon with an initial goal of halting the decline. The draft plan lists 4 objectives, summarized here on the slide, and each objective includes a list of suggested priority actions and identifies which stakeholder or stakeholders will take the lead. We're working to have this plan completed in early 2025, so here in the next few months, in hopes that it will provide existing and future stakeholders with a coordinated path forward to ensure we have tufted puffins in Oregon for generations to come. So in sum, the bad news is Oregon's iconic tufted puffin is experiencing a drastic decline, but the good news is there's now a coordinated conservation effort determined to halt that decline, and it is gaining a lot of momentum. And that is all I have for you today.
Wow, thank you, Catherine. That was more about tufted puffins than I ever knew before.
It's quite hard to continuously say tufted puffin without stumbling.
I had no idea that they were in such decline in the California current. I did not know that. So,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty devastating.
It is. It is. That's a lot. That's concerning. Wonderful. Well, does anybody, I know you guys are probably still eating your lunch, but anybody have any questions for Catherine? I just found it fascinating.
I do. I was just wondering what opportunity there may be for citizen science to help out. Thinking about our rocky management areas and the ability of volunteers to potentially help try and count birds over time. Is that something in your conservation plan that you've thought of?
It is, yeah, thanks, Andy. It's actually something we're looking at being able to provide. The challenge with tufted puffins is that they're not always easily visible from shore. A lot of them are breeding on pretty far off, isolated rocks and islands, but there are a few places, like I mentioned, Haystack Rock, Base Rock does have tufted puffins, Finley Rock has tufted puffins, and all these do have some visibility from shore. So we're actually looking at trying to see if we can develop some type of citizen science program, or at least some type of alert where people can maybe use a QR code to let us know when they see puffins and kind of what their mannerisms are. So definitely something that we are working on.
Yeah, thank you. We also do have quite a fishing fleet, and I would guess fishermen on the water could be helpful as well. So it might be worth thinking about that opportunity, as fishermen are often stewards and would be interested in understanding that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be amazing to involve fishermen because they definitely have eyes on the water where we do not.
It may be worthwhile checking with some of the people who developed some of the whale watching apps, because they have, experience in, people on the water, report if you see a whale. I know the crabbers, a lot of the crabbers in Oregon, well, in other states too, participate in that. So kind of a similar, they might have some ideas on what worked, what didn't, so you don't reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, that would be great. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Well, if anyone ever, if you think of any ideas or you think of other stakeholders that we should involve, please do reach out to me. Joe has my contact information. I'm always happy to talk about tufted puffins. And, if you ever want to get together on the coast in the summer, maybe we can also do a little field trip to Haystack Rock together.
That would be cool. Yeah. I learned so much more about tufted puffins. I worked as a scientist in Alaska one time on a project on tufted puffins, but that was 30 years ago.
They're still cool birds.
They are. Pretty fascinating. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay. Well, thank you. It was great having you here. And Joe, thank you for setting us up with her and letting her come and share information about puffins.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Good luck with the rest of the meeting. Take care.
Okay, with that, I think it looks like I see most of us are back from lunch. Andy, Tara, what do you think? Do we need about 5 or 10 more minutes to finish up lunch and walk dogs, check on kids, anything like that? Or should we just get right into public comment and keep going through the day?
If we have a quorum, I suggest we forge ahead, given our tight attendance today.
Okay.
Yeah, that is my thinking as well. I see both Charlie and Sarah are still online. We could go right into public comment. They were the two that identified the desire to do so. And again, if you are a member of the public and you would like to provide comment, please indicate so in the chat. But otherwise, that would be my suggestion.
Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, so let's see. Can whoever wanted to provide public comment, can you please raise your hands? Charlie, I know, and
Sarah Wolf.
And Sarah Wolf. Okay, if you raise your hands under the reactions, it's down.
And Annie Merrill just indicated in the chat as well.
Okay.
Perfect. We have 3 people. I see Annie's hand up, so I'll go with Annie first. Annie, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Annie Merrill. I'm the Ocean Estuaries Manager at Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. I'm also the co-chair of the Oregon Ocean Alliance. And I would like to comment on the governor's recommended budget for ODFW's marine programs and ask that OPAC recommend these budget items are removed in a letter to the governor, the agency, and the legislature. First, the governor's recommended budget for ODFW proposes to deprioritize and defund many important existing ocean conservation programs that OPAC has previously supported, including offenses such as eliminating monitoring funds recently allocated for the Marine Reserves Program through the passing of House Bill 4132 this year in the legislative session. And this was done to support a new offshore wind siting coordinator position for the agency. They've also proposed to eliminate the nearshore conservation strategy position within the agency and eliminate the ocean acidification and hypoxia coordinating council funding. First of all, OPAC has endorsed these programs and positions, namely expanded monitoring and management of the Marine Reserves Program following the decadal review of the program. And now it's really unclear how the agency will meet the mandates of the Marine Reserve Bill and the recommendations that OPAC endorsed after the decadal review. It's also a poor strategy given the current state of offshore wind in the state of Oregon. There was a failed auction. With the incoming Trump administration, it's very unlikely that offshore wind would move forward in Oregon. So it's really unclear why this money needs to be moved from the Marine Reserve Program now to fund such a position. It's poor planning. And really this whole thing really demonstrates that there's a lack of commitment to ocean conservation and collaboration with the conservation community. And it's a poor strategy on behalf of ODFW. So we really recommend that OPAC take action and recommend against these fiscal considerations in the budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions for Annie from OPAC members? Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you very much, Annie. Next up, I have Sarah Wolf. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to share just a couple slides. I'll be very brief. Oops, I think that's the wrong one. One moment. Here we go. Okay, so I'm a Oregon Sea Grant Natural Resource Policy Fellow working with the Surfrider Foundation over the next year on a project focused on aquaculture marine debris in the Yaquina Bay. And so I just want to make the council aware of this project related to marine debris. This project was born out of growing and concern from local Surfrider volunteers as well as local waste haulers within the Newport community for these large polystyrene pieces derived from Oregon oyster farms. So for years, the chapter has been cleaning up after these events where this was dislodged, as well as the local waste haulers covering the cost of disposal. And so this was a cleanup from 2021. And as of last month and just last week, I went on a walk nearby the farm where we have unencapsulated styrofoam both on the docks. There's styrofoam floating within the docks at the farm, as well as in an adjacent wetland area where large styrofoam blocks have been degrading or breaking up due also to an invasive isopod that breaks these up and makes them virtually impossible to clean up, as well as something tied together. This looks like as if it's been dumped there. So I just want to put this issue on the council's radar and share what we'll be doing over the next year. And so this includes at least 4 cleanups targeting these polystyrene docks and aquaculture associated debris within the Yaquina Bay. Also exploring polystyrene alternatives and potential funding for retrofitting the oyster farm, and also challenges to reducing this debris statewide. one of our we're increasingly interested in regulatory enforcement and advocating for stronger enforcement of Oregon's laws, and examining challenges to enforcement and holding polluters accountable. And at the end of this fellowship, we'll be hosting an industry state of practice workshop where we'll be gathering agency managers, industry, and geo partners for a workshop on this project's progress. So I can share the link to our project webpage. And if anyone has any comments or would like to discuss this, I'll be happy to leave my email as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, that would be great if you could put the information in chat so we can all access it. I think that would be wonderful. Do we have any questions or comments for Sarah? Peggy Joyce, welcome back, Peggy.
Yeah, hi, Susan. I want to make sure that we don't skip away from Annie Merrill's presentation. That's really bullshit. I mean, really, we have got to hold the state accountable for what they're doing, for how they handled the damn wind farm debacle, for their whole engagement with the federal government, with the kind of mealy-mouthed agreement they made with the government, and then the whole thing kind of fell apart. And in the meantime, they allocated money for this ridiculous project. I'm sorry, I'm not really very happy with the state right now. So what I want to make sure that we do is let's adopt Annie's, I don't know if Annie's still here. Annie, are you still here?
Hi, yeah, thank you.
Could you turn your camera on so we can see your beautiful face?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having internet problems. I'm in a coffee shop.
Okay. You don't want
Hi.
anyone else to see you either. Okay, there you are. Good. So do you have some written, like a paragraph or something that you can send to us that would outline what it is you want the, I mean, I can't ask our staff to do it because we don't have a staff. So we need to have people help us, put together statements that we can then look at and say, yes, we agree with this, and we can vote on, and then we can send it to the governor's office and say, pay attention to this.
I'm happy to provide that. I don't have anything prepared right now, but I can follow up with
but you can
some
send it
written
to
statements.
Susan, you can send it to Andy, you can send it to Tara.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank
Thanks
you.
for that,
Thank
Peggy.
you. This is why you guys are important, to raise this issue, because I know people aren't listening to you.
Yep, and we did have that, and I know Peggy, you weren't here, but we did have that as one of the action items that we wanted to potentially discuss this afternoon before Nick left and after you got back, so we have a quorum. So we will be getting into that. Eva, and then anybody else who has questions. Go ahead, Eva.
Peggy and Annie, just to support this process, I can do my best to pull the text from the Zoom transcript from Annie's testimony.
There we go.
That would be great. Thank you.
We can work on that. Okay, any other questions for Annie or Sarah? And if not,
Yeah, this
I
is
will.
Joe.
Oh, go ahead,
Joe
Joe.
has his hand up.
Yeah, I would just say, yeah, I support Peggy's recommendation to, incorporate Annie's comments into a letter. I know we will have to get OPAC to vote on it, but I think flagging all those cuts to marine and coastal programs is it's just a travesty. And I won't use the same language Peggy used, but but yeah,
Yep.
I think we need to really flag this with the governor's office. This is just not the way we want to move forward on our coastal marine work. It's so important.
Yep. Thank you, Joe. And we will have more discussion about that. So if you have any ideas, make sure you jot them down and bring them forward in a little bit here. Not seeing anybody else. Charlie, are you still on here?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Charlie, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, OPAC members. For the record, my name is Charlie Plyben I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation, and I live in South Beach, Oregon on our beautiful coast. I'm also a past OPAC member and now groupie, surfer, fisher, and lover of all things oceans and beaches. I'd like to start with my appreciation for everyone's thoughtful discussion today and your time serving on this council. I know that this is volunteer work for many of you, and it takes away from your busy schedules and your professional lives. Just for some general housekeeping, I'd like to request an updated OPAC roster and contact information. The current roster on the website, I think, is like 2023, and so if we could get a updated roster, that would be fantastic. I'd also like to congratulate DLCD and all the partners on the Rocky Habitat updates and process. Having been so close to this process during my tenure on OPAC and leading the years of discussions leading up to these designations, it's extremely heartening to see all of the amazing progress. Eva, they should pin a medal on you for such great work, and thank you, DLCD, for your resourcefulness in finding funding to at least temporarily meet the moment with Eva's role in leading this effort. From funding to community and tribal engagement, DLCD should be commended for these proactive efforts. In contrast, I'm extremely disappointed and concerned about the shift of the recently established funds by ODF&W away from the Marine Reserves Program to chase down offshore wind. Having been on a BOEM interagency task force for over 5 years now, the agency has had plenty of time to prepare and establish the needed capacity. Raiding the budget of a recently passed bill to enhance a conservation program in order to create a new offshore wind position within the agency, too little, too late, represents a lack of proactive management and poor strategy of what limited resources the agency has. This shift in funding away from marine reserves was foreseen many years ago by the many fishers that once heavily opposed the program. Years ago, when these areas were being considered for designation by OPAC, concerns from the fishing community about sacrificing areas for fishing came with the added concern that the state wouldn't fund the research and monitoring that they bought into. As such, a statute was included within the Marine Reserves Bill that requires the ODF&W Commission to make recommendation to the Oregon legislature to scale down marine reserves or suspend fisheries prohibition. This statute can be found in House Bill 3013, Section 5, and on page 2. I probably don't have time to read it in its entirety to you now, but I encourage you to take a look. While it's not my desire for this outcome, it is a promise we made to individuals that foresaw the agency's lack of commitment to the needed funding for science and long-term monitoring. Andy raised the question about considering some level of consolidation and strategy to the newly designated Rocky Habitat areas and how these areas intermingle with other conservation areas like marine reserves. Perhaps OPAC may consider moving the Marine Reserve Program under DLCD, given their ability to prioritize engagement and proactive funding for conservation areas. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions for Andy?
I think you mean Charlie, Susan.
Charlie, sorry, I was
That's
thinking
okay.
of sending you a message and yeah.
Yeah, I do. Charlie, I have a question about DLCD and you're wanting to move money to them. Is it because they'll pay attention to this?
Well, I think DLCD's, this is not a new idea. There's been long interest in potentially expanding the coastal and ocean program within DLCD.
Right.
We have these designated rocky habitat areas. DLCD proactively went out and found federal funding to meet the moment when state resources weren't needed. In contrast, we're not seeing that level of proactiveness from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So this is an idea. It's not the solution. I deeply care about providing resources and getting resources to ODF&W to do long-term monitoring. It's why we established the Marine Reserve Program in the first place.
Right.
However, it's coming at the sacrifice regularly. That budget's been cut 10% since the every biennium since the moment it was passed. We're already seeing from the recent bill that we just passed a raid on the budget itself for this offshore wind position. So it's concerning. I believe in the Marine program at ODF&W. I don't believe that the leadership at ODF&W will continue to support that program and support those efforts within MRP. So I think we should consider different solutions and opportunities.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I agree with you. That's a much better strategy. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Charlie, not Andy. Thank you, Charlie. And thank you, Peggy. Any other questions or comments about Charlie's public comment? Nope. Karina, go for it.
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe it's for Andy and DLCD, but it's related to this idea of perhaps having DLCD provide oversight for the Marine Reserves Program. A lot of the work that's done is, you know, like we're talking about scuba, ROVs, diving. Is that capacity really feasible under DLCD? So just a feasibility check also, like, or, you know, because there's some pretty substantial resources on the science side and the research side that would need to be mobilized.
Yeah, Karina, I'm having trouble understanding how to answer that question because I haven't thought about that previously.
Didn't anticipate this proposal.
And it is
but,
it would be a huge addition to our program, and we would be I don't think we have the expertise or the capacity currently to do that. So I think there are a lot of questions that I have about logistics. I would certainly not want to lose the expertise that we currently have within ODF&W that has been accrued over generations there and still continues to this day. You know, they are the experts that I depend upon when we have project reviews that are needed.
And I'm not, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking really like even physical resources, labs, like physical, there's a lot involved. So just recommending some, you know, if this is going to be a recommendation that OPAC wants to make, that's fine, but maybe do a little deep dive on what it would really take. That's the direction OPAC wants to go. So just, yeah.
Thank you, Karina. Amelia.
Just thought it was worth talking about while we're talking about DLCD's capacity to potentially do something like this. I guess I wanted to ask the question maybe to everybody, to Charlie or Justin, if he's still on. Is there a pathway for ODF&W to regain trust and go back in the right direction or get more funding? I'm just curious if there's a pathway there for them to meet all of these mandates without sacrificing one or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I'll try to answer your question and just a reaction to to Charlie's idea. Just coming out saying that ODF&W is, I think, my opinion, is the appropriate agency for the Marine Reserves Program. As I mentioned in my presentation earlier, the agency as a whole is going through, you know, some serious budget problems on multiple different programs, and this proposal, this policy option package we put out there to do a fund shift was to meet a need. There are many other, you know, position reductions around the agency and program reductions and hatcheries that are being closed. There's you know, and unfortunately, this proposed reduction of Marine Reserve funding is part of that. So it's, I think over time, certainly would like to build trust with this group, with members of the public that are making comments here. We believe in the Marine Reserves Program. I think some of the statements saying that we are not supporting them is a little reactive, and I understand it because of the proposed budget reductions. But you know, we're taking reductions in multiple different areas, not just Marine Reserves. We're not targeting Marine Reserves. So, but I do feel that ODF&W is the best agency to continue the work in Marine Reserves.
Great. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Amelia. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands.
I saw Peggy raised her hand.
Oh, Okay, Peggy, real quick, and then we have to move on before we lose. Nick and
Justin,
stuff.
Justin, could I ask you a question? Because, and I realize I'm coming in the middle of this, but what is it that causes people to have this kind of position on ODFW?
I've been hearing from just a few vocal people, and I think as a whole, I do understand, to use to Charlie's point and to Annie's, that because of some budget issues that we've had to make reductions. We've had to make, we're proposing in the next biennium to reduce a position that has been our coastal pelagic species and nearshore strategy position because of reductions in our commercial fish fund. We've had to propose reductions based on this, lack of general fund for important issues like offshore wind. We've had other, again, for budget reasons, have proposed a reduction in our ocean acidification and hypoxia council support. So, I'm not surprised that there is this reaction to that as a whole. But we've also had to make serious reductions in our other programs as well. And I know these topics are very much of interest to this group here, but we're also having to make reductions elsewhere. So we're doing the best we can with what we have, and we've had to be just resourceful.
And so, are any of the people that are upset with this, do they advocate for you, or does anyone advocate for you? Or do you just take whatever the governor's giving you and try to carry on?
Well, right now we are supportive of the governor's budget. It largely reflects some of the tough decisions that the agency had to make in our agency requested budget. When there are hearings in the legislative session, we'll be there to provide information. But if there are some people that would like to express these opinions during different committees and hearings during the legislative session, those would be appreciated by the agency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Peggy. I think we're going to have to move on. So here's what I'd like to see. We need to approve the April and June summaries. While we're doing that, if anybody has motions regarding funding or a letter or approving an offshore wind work group, can you please get those ready so we can have those ready to go? Because we are going to need to take action on all of this before we lose our quorum. So first, let's get into the April and June agenda, or April and June summaries. We've had some corrections made to those. Jamie.
I put it in the chat, but I moved to accept the April and June OPAC summaries as amended.
Second.
Moved by Jamie Faraday, seconded by Peggy Joyce. Thank you. Can we see a thumbs up? Either reaction? Do we need a, Charlie, do we need a vote on, or Charlie, Andy, do we need a vote on this, or can we do this by consensus?
We can do this by consensus.
Okay. I think we have a consensus.
I see a consensus.
Okay. That was easy. Let's move to the second easiest one. Establishing an offshore wind work group. We talked about this. Peggy, I don't think you were here for that. Were you here for that discussion? Okay, so that came out of our discussion regarding the offshore wind roundtable process. And we talked about establishing an OPAC work group on offshore wind that would talk about some of the issues coming out of the roundtable so that they could discuss those, bring it to OPAC, so OPAC could discuss it as well. I think it would be only 2 or 3 meetings of a work group. Andy, what am I missing?
We would be soliciting nominations from the public.
That's right.
Aiming for a group size of 10 or maybe just a small handful more if we have the interest. They could be, you know, the working group would be composed of members of OPAC plus potentially members of other interested industries or stakeholders. The recommendations that would come out of a working group would go back to the council before, you know, being officially sent on anywhere to advise the agency or the governor's office. I see Margaret's hand up, so I will pause and let her.
Just have a question. Is that different than the Territorial Sea Plan work group?
I'm in calling it the same thing. It's an offshore wind working group that is focused on looking at the Territorial Sea Plan, you know, either Part 2 or Part 5, any part that relates to offshore wind.
Okay. I was just missing the Territorial Sea Plan component. I wanted the tie back to, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep. Great clarification.
And we did have 4 or 5 people volunteer. I can't remember who those were. I think it was Joe and Tara, Jamie. I forget who else.
Eva provided in the chat, it was Jamie, Tara, Natalia, Margaret, and
Margaret's
Joe
waving her hand.
tentatively.
Margaret's waving her.
Yep.
And Laurel. Is there anybody else who would like to volunteer for the working group?
And
Okay.
Justin Ainsworth.
Oh, and Justin. Thank you, Justin.
Ray Monroe will.
And Ray.
Awesome.
Great.
Okay. So, Andy, we could probably do this by consensus, but I'd rather do a vote.
I got my hand up. I have a question, Susan.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Joe,
No,
go
no
ahead.
problem. I just want to clarify. So the work group gets together, makes a recommendation on what changes need to happen in Territorial Sea Plan Chapter 5, or then who does the changes in Chapter 5? Like, I'm just I have a question about how that works, because in 3 meetings, there's not going to be an update on Chapter 5. It's just not.
No, the purpose initially would be to be able to respond to the needs of the roadmap effort as it is moving forward towards its completion. And so that group would be identifying the appropriate actions that need to be taken. It may be amendment of Part 2, it may be amendment of Part 5, it may be within Part 5, taking a look at specific elements, prioritizing kind of the order that those may happen in. Basically being the ocean policy advisors for the elements of the roadmap that are related to the ocean management framework. And so that is the function I was envisioning at first. So we would be lining these things out, and then once the roadmap is complete, we would think about those priority actions that we've identified and set out some sort of work plan that, you know, we might even allow slight changes in a work group at that point, depending upon the focus that is the highest priority. So, you know, this immediate effort is really focused on providing Jeff and the roadmap roundtable with the ocean policy expertise and guidance that they need as they are working through their legislatively directed process. And I see Jeff's hand is up.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, Andy, what you just said, sorry, I was just in another meeting and jumped back in, so I only caught part of this question. But, you know, we had talked about, well, maybe there's a role for there to be an OPAC working group whose role is just to be kind of the intermediary between the roadmap process and things that are within OPAC's sphere, because it might be more than just Part 5. You know, the roundtable at the roadmap is interested in the question of a research agenda. OPAC is interested in the research agenda. You know, the roadmap is potentially interested in marine spatial planning. I could see OPAC having potentially a recommendation role on whether that is something that OPAC wants to have under its umbrella versus not. as well as more specifically, if there are policy recommendations that are being debated in the roundtable group, that there may be may need to be some sort of information flow between OPAC and the roadmap group to understand how that might affect planning and rulemaking related to the territorial sea plan. So I wonder if we even should zoom out what the purpose of this group would be. But this wasn't, I mean, I think, Merga, I see your hand up. This was your idea originally, I think, to just like, can we just get the wheels turning on a Part 5 amendment if we think it's coming? Was that kind of your original intention? And maybe we're talking two different things.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to make sure that we had a group together. We had some idea. We were like looking at these different components, like we were all reading the TSP and understanding and thinking about like circling stuff, highlighting stuff. Oh, this might overlap. This might be something that overlaps with offshore wind. Just like getting our kind of feet wet, right? So that was what I was thinking when I was asking about getting this started. And this wasn't my idea, but that was like what I was wanting to confirm with this group, is that it's felt like maybe earlier is better. And then I just had a question about Karina's recommendation. Just going back, Karina, like you had some, science and expertise on this working group. And I just wanted to flag, Andy said about 10 people. Now we have 8 OPAC members that are volunteered, confirmed in that little chat message. So we're only at about 2 seats left here. So I just want to pop in with Karina and see how, how that jives with your kind of thoughts on this.
Sure, happy to respond. I was imagining that the STAC would be available to the working group. I don't know if I need to be, I am also a volunteer on the roadmap roundtable. So like Susan, there's kind of like a crosswalk already happening. So wasn't sure that I actually needed to volunteer to be on the working group per se, but maybe Andy and others can comment on that. But that was what I was imagining, is that the STAC would be available for engagement with the working group.
Yeah, I think that's more my idea as well, Karina, where we would identify specific needs of STAC. We would be able to call those out, potentially get STAC's awareness and kind of agreement that that's something that you could look into. I know that you're
it's part of the STAC's charge, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Like we're staffing up in part to be available to like, for example, with the Neptune's Vault proposal that came through, we were asked for some commentary. We have a memo for OPAC today from the STAC. So there's a mechanism for, I think, doing that already.
Yeah.
And if you wanted, particular expertise to come to a meeting to talk, for a time certain conversation with the work, I mean, like, I think all of that is feasible.
Okay. So does anybody have a motion or want to make a motion about an offshore wind working group?
I see Jamie pointing, but I'm not sure what.
In the chat, I moved to establish an offshore wind work group for 3 meetings in coordination with the current offshore wind work group or the roundtable.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. I didn't see that. Okay. It's in the chat. Thank you, Jamie.
I don't see it either in the chat.
It came in at 12:58 p.m., so you might need to scroll up in your chat.
Thanks, Andy.
I second that motion.
Okay, who seconded? I'm sorry.
That was Amelia.
Okay. Okay.
And discussion. I see Karina's hand raised.
Yep.
Sorry, I was just looking at the text in the chat, and it's a little confusing because it says to work in coordination with the current offshore wind work group, and it's work group twice. Do you mean
I agree.
so just a clarifying edit there might be needed?
The
You mean the
roadmap.
roundtable? Yeah, the
Yeah,
roadmap roundtable.
roadmap roundtable would be the second group to coordinate with.
And just if we're doing a clarification, can we just add in like a TSP reference in there in that motion? Just because I feel like that is part of the charge there. I mean,
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
the first work of that is kind of getting our feet wet, like we were just talking about, but then maybe the end goal is like, you know, making those recommendations on.
How about move to establish OPAC TSP check into the roundtable offshore wind working group, something like that.
Like TSP policy recommendations or actions into the roadmap roundtable.
Okay, I can't type that fast.
Yeah.
And if you have something.
Are you writing this?
I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll let you.
How about move to establish offshore wind working group for about 3 meetings to review and it should say provide policy or action included in coordination with the current offshore wind roadmap roundtable. Sorry for the misspellings and bad English there.
So I guess I'm just confused. Are we only reviewing recommendations coming out of the roadmap, or are we reviewing?
The TSP.
Okay. Sorry.
Yep. Nope. It's important.
Okay, so Andy, are you modifying that?
Yep.
To reflect, okay.
So move to establish an offshore wind work group for about 3 meetings to review the TSP and provide policy or actions to include in coordination with the current offshore wind roadmap roundtable. Karina, you still have your hand raised.
Yeah, no, I raised it again. A different.
Okay.
I just
Different
wanted,
topic.
Yeah, no, and it's something Andy and I have been talking about in the background. I just wanted to make OPAC aware that there may be the possibility of some support from some master's students in marine policy to help with review of the territorial sea plan, if that's a welcome contribution to the group. So to be continued, but not done deal yet, but might be possible.
Okay. Thank you, Karina. So Jamie, does that, you're good with that? Amelia, are you good with that since you were the second? Okay. Margaret.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe if we could just put the in coordination first, like I think that would solve some of my clarification. So it says like a motion to or move in coordination. I just like the motion would be to, in coordination with the current offshore wind roadmap roundtable, establish an offshore wind working group for 3 to 4 meetings to review, right? So it's pretty much, it's all there, but it just flips the end to the beginning, the very end to the beginning. I can type it if Andy, sorry, I don't mean to make you do that again.
I got it. Try that one. Margaret
Yeah.
has a thumbs up.
Okay, and that will still allow us, I mean, it's an OPAC working group. Right.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's understood that that the working group is providing information to OPAC. Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that gets us here, then we're good. And
Margaret, I don't
Jamie-
know that I want to provide a limit on participation. Let's see what the response is and go from there.
Right. Okay, so Jamie, Amelia, are you good with this? In the chat? Sorry, I keep pointing over here because it's on my other monitor. You're good. Jamie, I didn't see you. Where were you? Okay, Jamie's good.
I saw a thumbs up from Jamie. Yep.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion before we vote?
Or move to consensus.
Okay, I was thinking this one was probably important enough. We should probably vote, but let's try consensus first. Thumbs up if you're good with it. Either virtual or literal. Okay,
I see OPAC consensus on this issue.
then we're good.
Excellent.
Okay, and the last action item that has been teed up through our discussions today, I will turn it over to Tara. It was talking about funding and letters, and just please bear in mind that we will lose our quorum at 1:30. So please make this quick. If we
Sure.
can.
Yes, I will go as fast as I can. I've already drafted something, but I want to have I'm gonna air it out first. I think we've heard that we'd like to communicate to the governor's office and state agencies about, our displeasure with the moving of funding from the Marine Reserve Program. Also the need for sustained funding to support the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, including dedicated staff and resources for development of site management plans, and the need for ongoing funding and support for tribal engagement and co-management. So I also wanted to throw out the idea that I had from some of the comments being made. I don't know that we've, in my tenure, I'm not sure that we've done this. We generally write to the governor's office, but sorry, the sun is like at the perfect point in the day today, just getting me in the face. But writing a letter to ODFW directly from the council and maybe requesting some action from the agency itself. We have talked about in the past the need to be more up to speed on the budget processes. And so maybe perhaps requesting, this wouldn't work for this budget cycle, but the next budget cycle, presentations from the agencies, a better understanding. A lot of this is done behind scenes, and I understand that, but how do we better get the council informed about potential proposed things happening that are going to be coming out in agency recommended budgets? So potentially writing a letter to the agency requesting that we be notified if there's going to be further cuts to the Marine Reserve Program or other programs for which the council has recommended additional funding for. So I'm going to put that out there. And I've drafted something and can drop that in the chat, but wanted to get people's thoughts on, our direct engagement perhaps with ODFW, given the comments made.
I think it's a good idea, Tara.
Okay, any questions or comments? Any other? Got a thumbs up from Peggy and Jamie. Thumbs up from Amelia, Margaret. Anybody else? The only concern I have is I know the funding was moved to create a new position regarding offshore wind. So if we could somehow say we would be positive about it, that we'd like to see funding remain for marine reserves and that. However, and not mention offshore wind, because I think it's important. Granted, we have not, BOM has postponed the lease sales. But if ODF&W is going to participate in other management entities region-wide on offshore wind, they need to have the staff to do it. I don't like that it's a one or the other. If we could say something to the effect that it's all important, you know, we need to have more input, something like that. Because I know even though offshore wind isn't imminent, we need to do some of those baseline studies. So that's my only pushback on that a little bit. I understand the feeling around, you know, rocky habitat, marine reserves, and the need to fund those. I get that. I want that too. But that's just my 2 cents on offshore wind. So Amelia, and then Peggy.
I was just gonna say, would it be going too far for ask them for complete transparency in any funding changes across OPAC's mandates of ODF&W?
I think that would be good. But I don't know, Andy, how does OPAC, what is the intersection with ODF&W's EBAC committee? I guess maybe that's a question for Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Right, when we're developing our budget, we have presentations. We have an external budget advisory committee, as you mentioned. So there are opportunities to provide input, and there was in June this year, for example, there was also, you know, following the EBAC process, there was also a presentation to our Fish and Wildlife Commission in June, another opportunity for public comment, where there were public comments on our budget process. So I'm just letting you know that there is already a process for budget input.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, I'm not asking for input. If the agency is going to propose cuts to programs relevant to the territorial sea and OPAC's charge, I think we would want notice before those are put in the agency's budget. We have wrote letters and given lots of input on the Marine Reserves program, on the need for additional funding for offshore wind capacity and the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, and have frankly been ignored. So it's more that it'd be nice to know ahead of time, so we, you know, have maybe a better chance of doing advocacy, I think is more what I was thinking. Because sometimes these things come as a shock when we just see the budget come out. And I understand that that's kind of part of the process, but maybe there's a way to change that. And I'm not sure, again, I have actually, we brought this up every time we have a budget cycle. I have asked how OPAC can engage in that better and better understand, you know, there's always going to be trade-offs, but yeah. So I'm not sure the right path forward here.
Okay. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, I'm not sure either, but we do need to get this done quickly. Okay, Peggy and then Jamie.
Well, I'll give Jamie my time. Yeah, I'll give Jamie my time.
Okay, Jamie.
I just want to reiterate what I see in the chat from Steve, and that's we give advice to the governor's office. And even though we've done it before, we should do it again. And I agree with Tara that we can perhaps concurrently communicate with ODFW and other agencies to make sure that that our wants be known. That's all.
Thank you, Jamie. Andy. And then Peggy.
Yeah, I think part of this maybe is a request to be notified or to notify the council of any budget input opportunities for stakeholders, right? As my agency considers its policy option packages, we do have external stakeholder meetings where we accept comment and input. So if the executive committee is authorized to engage in those actions or to provide comment in those instances, then I think it can raise the visibility of OPAC's recommendations when agencies are putting together their policy option packages. So I think that could be a practical improvement that we could strive for, and is something that you could put in a letter that would be an actionable item to think about improving how this is done.
Perfect. Thank you, Andy.
Because it sounded like, ODFW has external budget advisory committee meetings. If my agency is doing the same, my guess is other agencies are as well. So that is, and they often happen 9 months to a year ahead of when the actual packages are provided to the executive branch for the governor's consideration.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Andy. Peggy.
Yeah, I'm just going to second what Andy just said about you just need to be at the table with somebody, and the executive committee, since you're already working on this, that's the perfect place for this to happen and for interaction to happen between departments, etc. But you got to be there. If you don't show up and you don't talk to them, then they're not going to pay any attention to you.
Yep. Good point, Peggy. Margaret, did you have your hand up? No. Okay.
I made a comment in the chat. It's basically, I agree. And just, I guess the executive committee just needs to provide updates back to OPAC about when they might be engaging, and then, any updates on that.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. With that, do we have a motion for a letter, or?
I think the motion that Tara put in the chat included advice to the legislature, which was a line, or
Sorry, that wasn't my motion. That was just Annie's comment. No, we don't have authority to advise the legislature.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I think Steve was saying in response to that. But I just put my very long motion. I apologize. I tried to also capture Susan's comments on the need for additional funding to support any offshore wind work.
Yes. Okay. So I'll read it just so we have it in the record too online. I move, this is Tara's motion. I move that OPAC Executive Committee draft a letter to the governor's office and state agencies regarding the proposed budget cuts to the Marine Reserves Program, the need for additional funding to support offshore wind, the need for sustained funding to support Rocky habitat management strategy implementation, including staff capacity for the development of site management plans, and the need for ongoing funding and support for tribal engagement and co-management of marine resources. I further move the OPAC Executive Committee draft a letter to ODFW requesting a presentation on future agency budget proposals and notice before the agency proposes any budget cuts to the Marine Reserves Program or other programs affecting the territorial sea in the agency's recommended budget. Thank you, Tara.
Second.
Peggy seconded. Okay, we have about 5 minutes for discussion and consensus or voting approval. Is there any further discussion? Okay, can I see a show of thumbs up if you approve? We get consensus on this? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs
Did
up,
somebody
thumbs up.
second? Sorry, I missed it.
Yes, Peggy seconded.
Great. And just as note and direction to the executive committee, including myself, that, you know, we can flesh this out in a way that makes it clear what our, you know, incorporates the discussion heard here. And, you know, so I will be clear about that we will make sure all is heard. And I would also ask if she's willing, if Margaret, if you would be willing from the tribal seat to help if there's any portion of that I need help with in terms of tribal resources.
Okay. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, everybody. Andy, does that cover everything we needed to cover as far as our action items so far today?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. You guys are doing great. And I second what Jamie put in the chat. Nicely done, Tara. Thank you. Okay. Andy, what do we have next?
My suggestion, and I reached out to Howard with his flexibility. He said he could be around later this afternoon,
Okay.
which would mean that we would move the Neptune's vault agenda item up so that when we are at their 2:45 time period, we can make sure to get Nick back on and take an action if need be.
Okay.
So if we have our Neptune's vault representative, Chris Cuvelier was the individual who's going to be presenting first. Checking to see if I see him.
While you're doing that, I just want to say again, thank you for the good discussion. Thank you to our public commenters who talked about some of the things we made our decisions on and getting it done quickly. You guys are awesome.
Okay, I'm not yet seeing our Neptune's vault presenters. So
why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Sure.
Would that give you a chance to maybe reach out to them and see if they can present early?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. Nick, I know we'll talk to you later this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think that the Neptune's vault subject, it hasn't come up at our crab meeting, and I think I'll bring it up when I'm down there because it's going to affect the small boat fleet down in Charleston. And so Puffy missed his little public comment period here. So when we're down there talking about Neptune's vault, we'll see if there's any GPS locations of Puffins, because that's sad to hear that there's only 402 left in Oregon. So we'll get GPS readings and I'll get them sent to me and then I'll get them back to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, so let's be back here at 1:40.
Yep, thank you.
Hey,
Grab another
Andy,
coffee.
Yes.
do you have a sec?
Yes.
I know you need the break, but I'm just worried about the action items from the STAC agenda item. I think we can do the appointments, which is the XCOM approval, is my understanding from you. Is that true?
I think that is what was in our guidance document. I can check
Yeah.
with Steve to make sure. I know you have some actions that you want to get done, and I'm trying to figure out how we can do that.
I know. I don't know if I mean, the guidelines could wait, but
But the
but we could at
nominations,
least present them, but then it would nice to get the nominations done. So if we can do it with just XCOM, that would be, and then ratify later when we have quorum at subsequent meeting. That would allow us to move forward with that group.
yeah, I think that is reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will double check.
Thanks.
Yep. Hi, Mark. You're from Neptune's, right? You're on mute.
Andy, you're not muted.
Sir. Hi, Andy. How are you?
Hi there.
Sorry.
We are going to look to get going at around 1:40. So if you
Okay,
can
let me
check with the rest of your team to see if that will be possible, that would
Yeah,
be
I'll
great.
check them. Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, Andy, this is Mark with Neptune's Vault. We'll be good to go at 1:40. If you can hear me, I'll put it in the chat as well.
Thank you so much, Mark.
All right, OPAC members, please turn your video on or let us know via chat or some other means that you are back.
Okay, I think we still need a couple people, Andy.
Okay, in the meantime, I think the Neptune's Vault team is going to go first. So if you guys want to initiate screen sharing, please go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Cuvelier. I'm the CEO of Neptune's Vault and the CEO of Beyond Spirits. Thanks for having us on the call today.
Welcome.
Can everyone see the presentation, just to confirm?
Yes, we can.
Not sure why the link is doing this, but there's two Mark Doskows. So the real Mark Doskow is the one with glasses over there. I'm Chris, so sorry for the confusion on this one. Mark, do you want to go to the next page?
Yeah, are you guys ready for us to begin, or do you just want the presentation up?
Yep, go for it. I think
Right,
we
cool.
have most of our OPAC members here, so yeah, looking
Great.
forward to this.
Super. Yeah, this is a fun one. So again, thanks very much for having us, and I'll do introductions right after this. But we wanted to really let you know what we do. We wanted to really walk you through how we got here. There's a big backstory here with previous ownership that we want to walk you through, just so everyone's got all the correct information. We really want to walk you through the cage design and layout, and Mark will do that. We're going to have the Padre team walk through site selection and modification. We'll talk a little bit about the seafloor, the project design, and then Rick from Blue Ridge Strategies will walk you through some of the stakeholder outreach that we've done to date. And then we'd love to take any questions that you have at the end of this. So a little bit about who we are. So as I mentioned, my name is Chris Cuvelier. I live here in beautiful Half Moon Bay up on the hill overlooking the ocean. If any of you are familiar with the Big Wave Mavericks, I partner with Jeff Clark and I run the digital performance contest here at Mavericks. Big surfer, our entire community is about the ocean. My background as CEO of Beyond Spirits is I used to own an organic juice company called Zola. We were the world's first packaged acai juice and coconut water juice company. And I also am the CEO of Beyond Spirits. And we are the agency that partnered with the former ownership of Neptune's Vault, which I'll give you some more history in a minute. The real Mark Doskow, as I mentioned, is the one with glasses sitting on the right-hand side up there. He's our director of operations at Neptune's Vault as well as Beyond Spirits. And then in addition, we have Michaela Craighead, who's the senior project manager and a marine biologist over at Padre and Associates. They're our environmental consultant, as well as Amelia Olson. And then we've got Rick Osborne on as well, who's the owner of Blue Ridge Strategies based there in Coos Bay, Oregon. So that's who's who in the zoo, Mark. So I just want to start with what we do. And it's a fun project. We learned of this project about a little over a year ago. And essentially what we do is we age wine at the bottom of the ocean. We have a patent on these 4x4 foot metal cages. And what we do is we drop them down to the bottom of the ocean to do two things. One is to accelerate the aging of the wine itself. And that comes from the temperature, the lack of light, the motion of the ocean, and then the naturally occurring galvanic current in the ocean. And the wine comes out smoother with a better flavor, better complexity. It's pretty incredible, actually. And then that's a picture on the left-hand side of the screen of an actual bottle that we dropped in Santa Barbara, California. So we call it one of one. Each bottle is literally a piece of art with barnacle and shell growth. We've also done a ton of studies based on the impact of the cages on the ocean environment, and the studies came back neutral with no negative impacts to the ocean or the environment. A little bit more information on the next page. The project site really was, there's been a lot of research done on this, and we've worked with several different agencies, which you'll see later in the presentation. But we're really looking for the right depth around 50 or 65 feet. We also are looking for a site that has a sandy bottom. So we've been searching for different sites, and we've come up with one that we like. Rick, who will speak to this in a little bit, has been talking through different groups, including the local fishermen and crabbers in the area, to make sure that we're not creating any obstructions in the area. And a question that gets asked a lot is, we typically drop these cages for between 9 to 12 months, depending on the varietal. Next slide, Mark. So this is one of the main reasons I really wanted to join the call today. There's some press out there about the way this company got started. And we just want to let you know that there's a new management team in town that's professional, and we'll get this done correctly. So that I thought the best way to do that was really just walk you through a timeline. So back in 2016, the team of 3 founders heard about a Spanish ship sinking off the coast. They had bottles of Dom Perignon that had been down at the bottom for 200 years. They pulled it up, no bubbles, and the wine tasted amazing. So Emmanuel Arzetto, who's one of the former partners, started doing some testing in Santa Barbara, California. So in 2016, they dropped a cage down and got some successful results. They did a couple more tests in there and then filed for a patent for the acceleration of alcoholic beverages in metal cages underneath the ocean. In 2022, and this is the piece I really want to highlight, they ran into some pretty major problems. They were underway to get permits with TTB and with the Coastal Commission here in California, but those were not complete. So they had some pretty major issues from a legal perspective that have since been settled. In August of 23, the judge reduced all of they were actually 6 different felonies. And they reduced those felonies down to misdemeanors and a whopping $176 fine. And what you'll see on the next slide is in August of this year, the case was actually expunged, showing that the case was somewhat frivolous. And they said, just make sure you get the permits before you ever do this again. So I just wanted to call that out because there's been some buzz out there from different groups that this company is not set up right and does not have character. I'm here to tell you that we do. And if you look at the bottom of the page, Mark and I joined this company a little over a year ago in December of 23. What we did is we set up a brand new company called Neptune's Vault, and we are the professional management team making sure that this is being done properly. Mark and I have been in the CPG business or the consumer products goods business for a long time. I've been an owner of a company. I've sold businesses. We're the ones making sure that this company is being shepherded forward in the right way. And then lastly, what I wanted to do is hit that bullet number 3 where Mark is pointing. We actually did in 2022 get an FDA letter of non-objection. It was about 200 pages of work that went into getting this done properly. But essentially they said, as long as you're in clean water, which Coos Bay is perfect for with all the agriculture, that they have no problem with us doing that. So we've gotten a lot of the necessary permitting done to be able to do this project. Mark, next page. Essentially, also in 2023, we moved back one. Yep, we moved operations from California to Coos Bay, Oregon. We hired Padre and Blue Ridge to really ensure that we did all the proper permitting. So we've been investing quite heavily to do that. Padre has really been building the strategies and working through the actual permitting process. And Rick has been. Rick used to run the former economic development director there in Coos Bay, and has been working with us across the board, talking to different groups just to make sure that people are aware of the project and what we're doing. And he'll talk about this in a little bit. And one of the first things we did in December of 2023 is we had a meeting with Kaizen, and that was with Mark. I don't know how many groups were on that, maybe 11. But a whole slew of groups on that call from a lot of different agencies and key stakeholders to provide input. So we're about a year in from this project up there of collecting input and going through this process. In March of 24, we signed leases at the port of Coos Bay, including our first production facility in the Charleston Marina. And then in May of this year, we submitted our joint permit application, filed for DSL and the Army Corps of Engineers. Second to last bullet, as I mentioned, all of those former issues went away with full expungement of those issues. And from August until now, ourselves as well as Rick on the Blue Ridge Strategy side, we continue to meet with various groups like yourself to gather input and support and make sure people have the facts about this project and have the opportunity to ask any questions and share any concerns. So that's why we're here today. Next page. Mark, do you want to walk through the cage design and sizes and all of that information?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Chris. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. So in terms of the cage design, like as Chris mentioned, this is a patented process, the magic of which is the cage. The proprietary cage is made of non-galvanized steel and zinc and uses no plastic or harmful materials. The zinc and steel react with the saline ocean water, and that's the magic here. Creates a natural galvanic current that helps accelerate the aging of the wine. The outer frame of the cage, we line it with an inner mesh, and this is designed to keep the wine in, but it also keeps mature marine organisms out. As Chris mentioned earlier as well, cages are 4x4x4. The cages are equipped with subsurface buoys. So this is something that I know has come up in conversation a lot. They're short, so hopefully they won't. Sorry, I'm having a little cough.
I can pick it up while you're coughing, Mark. So these cages rest on the bottom in a 4x4 footprint. They're adjustable buoys. So essentially, if we're in about 65 feet of water, so the graph on the left just demonstrates that with the 4 feet side of the cage and a 6-foot buoy, we're up about 10 feet off the bottom, which we believe will stay out of the way of anything catching it or tracking it just because it's very close to the bottom.
Yeah, and in terms of, we're also looking at acoustic release devices. It's under consideration, but we haven't figured that out yet. And surface buoys are something else we explored, but due to issues with potential entanglement, it was decided that that's not the best path. And lastly, updated marine charts for Army Corps and the Coast Guard, along with onboard depth finders, would be used for other boaters to find to see our location there. And one last thing to point out, this light emitting device piece here, that's actually not going to be part of the design. So just wanted to flag that. And lastly, the layout, we're talking about using an acre of land here, or seafloor, I mean, and the maximum number of cages there would be 250. The aging operation would utilize at most half at a time. So this way we're giving each area at least a year between uses. And we're not just going to start by dropping 250 in right away. We're going to scale over time, and you can see that progression here, ending up at 200 to 250 in about 5 years or beyond. And lastly, do you want to add, Chris?
Yeah, there was a question that popped up. Would you guys prefer we answer questions in real time, or would you rather we do them at the end?
Let's do that one towards the end.
Okay.
And lastly, the cage installation is planned and retrievals are planned to occur between May and September. It's our goal not to interfere with commercial fishermen. Additionally, one of our goals is to partner with commercial fishermen to help us in that retrieval and installation process in their off seasons. So I'll turn it over to Michaela Craighead of Padre to talk about our site selection and our planning there.
Hi, thanks, Mark. I apologize, my video is not turning on, so just be my voice. And then I just wanted to add, Mark, if you didn't already mention it, that the new project design that we went through on the previous slide would be included in an updated JPA application that's forthcoming to the agencies. So I was going to talk about the site selection. So the 1 acre project site was chosen to be the least impactful to biological resources, local recreational, commercial fishing industry uses, water quality, other vessel transportation and traffic in the area, which we were which was chosen to remain consistent with Territorial Sea Plan Part 2 and Part 4. The site meets the storage requirements of the flat seafloor with that maximum depth of 65 feet. And in our early conversations with DLCD and ODFW, we did receive feedback that we were too close to some rock reef areas. So we have relocated the project site to be a minimum of 1,000 feet away from the closest rock reef. So you will see the new project site is the red dot, which is approximately 1,800 feet from our original project site, was just west of there, but similar site characteristics and seafloor conditions. So the seafloor characteristics in the project site, they do actually span a short range of depths, 59 to 65 feet, but is generally flat. Scientists from the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, they got a chance to survey the project site in April 2024 via camera sled, and the results showed the seafloor is composed of soft sediments devoid of rock or other submerged vegetation or algae. And like I mentioned, that current distance from rocky substrate is actually more than 1,000 feet away, and those adjustments were made recently to remain consistent with Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan. Next slide. Neptune's vault has included project design and incorporated some impact avoidance measures to reduce potential impacts to the environment. One is the design of the wine cages, which was developed to minimize the seafloor footprint and disturbance. As Mark mentioned, that inner mesh, the size of the inner mesh is only 1/4 of an inch, which reduces the potential for mature marine organisms to get trapped inside the cages. The project site was selected away, well, far enough away now from any hard bottom habitat. There would be an environmental awareness training presented to project personnel prior to the start of offshore work, and a local notice to mariners would be submitted to inform both recreational and commercial fisheries and recreational boaters of what's going on when they recover or deploy the cages. The work vessel would implement a spill response plan and maintain cleanup materials on the boat just in case of a small spill. And the monitoring and avoidance of marine wildlife would be conducted during wine cage installation and recovery, which I will detail on the next slide. And lastly, monitoring and removal of any derelict fishing gear would be conducted at regular intervals while the cages are being deployed or recovered from the seafloor and would be disposed of properly onshore. Next slide.
Michaela, just to add to one point, when you mentioned a spill, what we're talking about, you guys, is a potential bottle breaking and spilling red wine. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on what we mean by spill.
Yeah, I think it also covers any there would be generators for the divers as well. So any small spills that might come from fuel or anything like that on the boat.
Yep.
Okay, so marine wildlife monitoring would be conducted during project activities, which would include a biologist familiar with the identification of marine wildlife, mammals, birds, reptiles, and invertebrates, and they would be on board during installation and retrieval. The biologist would be responsible for monitoring during vessel transit and ROV operations, and would be responsible for the species identification on the cages and bottles during recovery. Underwater monitoring of the cages would be implemented prior to the cage recovery by either the ROV or a scuba team to detect the presence of any sensitive species, such as the sunflower sea star. And if any sensitive species were observed upon retrieval, those monitors, the marine wildlife monitors, would have the authority to stop work and would notify the appropriate agencies. At that time, the cage would be returned to the water without any further handling until any additional direction or approvals are provided from the resource agencies. Next slide. So a resource inventory and project effects analysis was completed as part of our discussion and analysis for compatibility with Oregon Territorial Sea Plan Part 2. Resource areas that were discussed in that inventory and effects analysis include biological and ecological effects, conformity and compatibility with existing uses of the ocean resources and local regional economies, which Rick will talk to in later part of this presentation. Geology, transportation, archaeological and historical resources, as well as cumulative effects of the project. Next slide. So Neptune's Vault believes that the project design and the BMPs or proposed measures that would be implemented would reduce the potential impacts from vessels, as well as any retrieval of sensitive species, and would reduce the overall potential impact to biological resources. Cage installation and recovery would again occur outside of the prime crabbing season, and through ongoing communication with the recreational and commercial fishing industries, they should not be disrupting any of the existing usage of the ocean resources. The project site is not located in an area with geological hazards, so we weren't concerned about that. Next slide. And due to its nature, the project is kind of first of its kind in the area, but we know we are outside of the current cable landing corridors, so should not have any additional cumulative effects in the area. And then lastly, a record search was conducted for the project site for archaeological and historical resources. There are known sensitive sites onshore within at least 1 mile of the project site. And Neptune's Vault is currently developing an archaeological survey plan, and those studies would be conducted at the project site prior to any installation so that we ensure the project does not have any effect on underwater archaeological or historical resources. And that, I think, is the last for me, and I will pass on to Rick, who will discuss our outreach and support with those tribal representatives.
So yeah, we met with some time ago with Colin Beck, who is a natural resources person at the Confederate Tribes of Kusla, Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians, and discussed who would be best to talk to at the tribe at that particular group to discuss the project and any concerns or anything like that. And then we ended up, he's no longer with the tribe and it kind of fell off, but I have reached out to Courtney Crossman there to see, and I have not received a response yet, but we were able to connect with the Coquel Indian tribe, Sarah Palmer, and she mentioned that there was a hope that, or a requirement on their end that there would be an archaeological survey and that work be completed, and that we work through the permitting agencies on that. Next slide, please. All right, so we've been talking a lot to local leaders about the project as well over the last period of about a year or so, including the mayor of Coos Bay, Joe Benetti, mayor of North Bend, Jessica Engelke, State Senator David Brock Smith. They are all supportive of the project. Representative David Gomberg is interested. He's the chair of the Wine Caucus in the legislature, as well as the Coastal Caucus. Senator Ron Wyden's staff, Coos County Commissioner John Sweet, he's got a long history in the towboat industry, so we thought maybe he could provide input about the ocean environment here as well. And then, of course, the Coos Bay and North Bend city managers, and then our local economic development agency, the South Coast Development Council. Next slide, please. So we've been working, I've been talking mostly to the Dungeness Crab Commission because Executive Director Crystal Adams, because I thought that would be the fishery that would probably be most affected in terms of the commercial fishing. She put out a couple of different calls, as I understand it, from her membership to see, if there were any issues, and just didn't get a lot of feedback or response. The couple people that didn't seem to have an issue with it. I spoke with Nick Edwards about this, and he's a crabber, but also a trawl fisherman. He indicated that we need to talk to some of the other crab boats, some of the smaller ones that fish closer to the shore than he does. So I began outreach with them and made several calls, as you might guess, with a start date of the 16th for pulling pots out in the ocean. As I understand it, that's still the date for Oregon. they're all busy, so I've had a little bit of difficulty getting in touch with them here lately. We've also spoken with Uni Sea Urchin Ranch. They're based up out of Newport, but they do stuff out of Charleston. And we talked about the area, and they didn't express any concerns. In fact, they have some interest in potentially participating in the project. And then I plan to be reaching out to the Oregon Trawl Commission as well. When I talked to Oregon Institute for Marine Biology, they indicated that there wasn't really any trawl fishing out here, but I'm going to check with Yelena just to be safe. Next, oh, and I have a list of all of the crabbing permits in Oregon. So we've been using that for phone numbers to try to work through and talk to people. Next slide, please. All right. So outreach is ongoing. It continues. I've got a person who works for me actually making calls to try to set up meetings still with commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen right now. We have gotten feedback from Sharky's Charter Service out of Charleston. We reached out to all the local Charleston charter services I could find because I've had trouble getting a coordinated group of recreational fishers. So I reached out to the charters. Sharky's Charter said they didn't see any problem with it where it's located, where the proposed location that you saw earlier on the map. In fact, he made a comment that it actually is good for fish or creates some kind of habitat. Betty K Charters received some outreach. I need to follow up with them. And then, of course, like I mentioned, individual commercial fishermen. Next, please.
Michaela, do you want to jump in and just talk about this note on the TSP Part 2 and Goal 19?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of relates back to my previous, one of the previous slides, just that, we want to make sure that the project is consistent and would not cause conflicts with ongoing ocean users, food fisheries, and things like that.
All right. And then we've also had outreach with local businesses and organizations, including England Marine, which was really helpful in sort of site scoping and stuff. They talked to the recreational and commercial fishermen quite a bit. Mark Fleck, the manager there, and Josh Bettisworth, the assistant manager, are both avid commercial fishermen or recreational fishermen, and they deal with all of those guys. They're well known in Charleston, so they've been consulting quite a bit. Port of Coos Bay, we talked to them about different operational aspects in the harbor, local wineries to help with the project so that there actually would be professional winemakers involved in the preparation of bottles and all of those activities. Oregon State University's Wine Research Institute, that's one that Mark actually met with. I haven't had contact with them, but he has. And then Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, we've had significant conversations with Dr. Craig Young there. I actually went out in the University of Oregon's boat with them for just to look around that area and do the sledding and all the sled scoping and all that stuff. And he had significant input on this, and there's also a partnership for them to do research tied to this project to monitor growth and other things. So we also talked to some of the local companies like McGowan Iron Works for doing business locally in terms of building cages here in our local economy, and then Sauce Brothers Ocean Towing and Knutson Towboat on potential for pickup and placement and those activities, so that we're taking advantage or utilizing the local resources so that we're sharing in the economic growth.
And one thing, thanks, Rick. And one thing to add, Mark, if you go back to that, at England Marine, they've been fantastic. So I've been up to Coos Bay probably 4 or 5 times in the last year personally. Mark and Josh have been great. We've been in there looking at their maps and looking at the depths and the charts inside the shop right down there by the bridge and by the Charleston Marina. So they've been instrumental in us selecting this site. So, and we thought that would be great. One of the original founders, Emmanuel, had made relationships with them a couple of years back. And so they've been quite supportive of this project. And so there was a lot of consideration, especially towards fishing and crabbing, and getting their input on where these good locations would be. And I just wanted to add that additional color. Andy, that's the end of our presentation. I know that there were some questions in the chat. Would you like us to just go through that, or what's the best way to address those?
Yeah, I think if you want to address Jamie's question.
Sure, happy to. Hi, Jamie. We've done some studies. I'd be happy to share that with you. A lot of information just to be able to get our FDA studies, as well as the environmental impact. So if anyone would like to see that, we would be happy to share it. But we do have those studies. It looks like there was another question about the withdrawal of the consistency review. Jeff, sounds like you might have some information on that.
Sure. Yeah, happy to do so. So the withdrawal of the CZMA Federal Consistency Review is an administrative response to the Army Corps withdrawing the original permit review for the first site that was proposed. So as Michaela mentioned earlier, they'd had an original site, and that site is now moved, I think she said 1,800 feet, so that it would not be within 1,000 feet of rocky habitats. That change came about during the course of the Federal Consistency Review that had been ongoing. We'd received comments from ODFW expressing some technical questions and concerns, and we had a conversation with the project folks and ODFW talking through those issues. And out of that conversation came the recognition that they'd stand a better chance if they proposed a new site to start with. And that doesn't indicate that if you pick this new site, consistency is guaranteed. That's not where we're going. But so because the project decided to propose a new location, that then triggered the Army Corps under their rules to withdraw and wait until a new site had been identified before they could essentially start over with their permitting process. That then requires us to restart our process. So again, it's administrative in nature. What it really means in practice is that our 6-month review restarts, our clock restarts, and we're going to do another public comment period. Originally, we'd extended our public comment period to have run until, I believe, Saturday, December 15th. But now we're going to wait until the Corps reinitiates their permitting process. We will restart CZMA. There will be an open public comment period, and it'll be all fresh. So hopefully that, if there are any follow-up questions, happy to answer.
Cool, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
There was also a question from Chris Wall. What is the anticipated retail cost for each bottle?
The retail cost for each bottle will be in the $300 to $400 range. We're starting with, our whole model is to start with great wines and turn them into exceptional wines and pieces of art. And we're going to do very limited supplies. So as Mark mentioned, we're only taking an acre of space. So there'll be very high-end wines. We're starting with 5. We have an Oregon Pinot from Dundee Hills, if anyone's familiar with that. And then we have 2 California Whites from the Napa region and 2 California Reds from the Napa region.
Okay. That's all I see in the chat, but I do have, I do see, let's see. Joe Liebezeit had a question.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, all you. I don't remember if I heard any discussion on anchoring of these crates to the seafloor and what potential impact that could have on the seafloor, and also lateral movement or spillage or breaking of these crates in our really rough Oregon oceans. I wonder if you could provide some comment on that.
Sure, Joe. Let me take that, and Mark, maybe you could add to it. So the cages are 4x4x4 stainless steel, quite heavy. They're a couple thousand pounds a piece. They've also got some openings on the mesh side for the water to flow through. We know that there's going to be some pretty sizable waves, coming through there in the wintertime. So what we're also looking to do is, we have a site inshore as well. We call it our drop zone 1, and this is our offshore, which is drop zone 2. So what we're likely targeting is dropping in May, bringing them back in September, and then we would finish them with the growth in our inshore, thereby avoiding really the big swells happening in January, February, probably December, January, February, if the weather up there is similar to down here. Even starting November, sometimes we get some big swells. So we're not planning on anchoring them to the floor. We don't believe they'll move just because of the weight of them and the pass through of the metal materials. Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope, you hit it.
I'll just say in response, we regularly see huge old growth trees washed up on our beaches that are probably heavier than those crates and other large objects. I mean, the ocean, as you know, is super powerful. So, so I just want to express that concern.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being a surfer, it's like we have people that have sat on their boards and from Mavericks, wound up a mile away because they're on the top of the water. And so what we've looked at is the waves, at the big waves in the winter, they'll tend to drag on the bottom and into like 30, 40 feet. This being like 60, 65 feet, most of that swell is passing by and passing through. And unlike a tree, it does have the mesh so that the water would pass through those cages, and it's not on the top, it's at the bottom. So we've looked at that in depth, and part of the designs that you saw, originally in the presentation, were designed so we do get that water flow through. So, we think with all of those factors, we think those will stay put in the same area. And we would avoid those big winter swells just based on the timing of the drops and the pulls.
Cool, thank you. Andy, I just want to check. We have 5 more questions from OPAC members, and we have a couple questions in the chat. Andy, do you want to go through the next presentation and then take questions on all of it? Or do you want to take questions now and then go to DSL?
I think we should probably move forward and let's, see if these questions can be answered. Either if they're about process, then I hope that my presentation will clear up some things. If they're about kind of the physics or the project itself, then maybe we can return back to those after I provide a little bit of background information on the territorial sea plan.
Perfect. Yep, let's do that and then come back to questions. So you guys keep your hands up and we'll come back to you.
All right. Yep. Thank you. So I want to thank the Neptune's Vault team for being here and for sharing with us today. I figured I would take this opportunity to provide an overview of part 2 of the territorial sea plan. And the real rationale for that is that in all of my time at the department, I have actually yet to implement a part 2 review, with the exception this year is that we used it for offshore wind, right? So it's been a while since part 2 has been called into action, and I thought our OPAC members and members of the public would appreciate a refresher. I also know that I'm going to make Eva's presentation look great because mine's going to have a lot of text and just a few pictures. So bear with me here. This was designed to be a resource for you all to use after the fact. So the slides will be available. And I'm going to try and hit the high points, knowing that there's a lot in here to read, and it's probably bad practice to do too much text on a slide, but you're going to get that regardless of whether or not you like it or not. So part 2, sets the foundation for how the state thinks about new uses of the ocean and lays out a consistent and objective way for the state to consider those. Again, trying to balance conservation and development, which is the ultimate kind of balance in Goal 19, the State Ocean Resources Planning Goal. Part 2 includes the requirements for the conduct of a resource inventory, where we gather the information. It requires an assessment of the environmental effects. requiring companies or applicants to produce an effects evaluation so the state understands kind of what the risks are associated with a specific project. It also lays out the guidelines for the establishment of a joint review panel. And keep in mind that the Territorial Sea Plan was originally adopted in 1994. So this isn't something like a High Times or a Cannabis Cup evaluation. This is not reviews of joints. This is an agency review panel, a joint agency review panel. So like our other parts of the Territorial Sea Plan, this is a mechanism for the state to coordinate better and understand the potential impacts. And lastly, there is a process for consultation with local coastal governments and our federally recognized Indian tribes referenced in this part of the plan, which recognizes that for the Territorial Sea Plan and the management of the Territorial Sea Plan, local governments really do not have jurisdiction out in the Territorial Sea, but they may have associated onshore project elements that a local government would want to be able to review as they're considering actions that are taking place offshore. So this laundry list is the list of things in Part 2 that we ask for as a part of a resource inventory and content requirements. So it allows the state to understand the action, the location where the action is being proposed, kind of the physical environment associated with that action. So you have the geological structure, the depths, the known biological features of importance, the potential mineral deposits or other uses in the area, as well as the requirement to understand historical or archaeological sites. And we've heard a lot of that already from the project team here, which indicates that they have been looking at our Part 2 document and doing the best they can to meet those standards. Part 2 also requires that written evaluation, so that the agency that is going to be a lead on the review, it requires the inventory information to be used so that we can understand the reasonably foreseeable effects of the action. And those are not only short-term effects, but also potential long-term effects on resources and uses of the continental shelf, the nearshore ocean, and onshore areas. So again, that connection between what's happening onshore with what's happening offshore. It also asks the state, when we are going through this process, that we have a process coordinator. So when multiple agencies are involved, you know, having a single agency among the group to help to coordinate participation, right? So right now, the Department of State Lands has been the lead for the state because they are the agency that has the regulatory responsibility for leasing state lands and authorizations therein. Whereas our program has a federal consistency coordination role where we come behind the scenes to ensure that all the other elements of the permits and authorizations have been handled before we would issue our decision. There is a requirement that public participation is a part of our process. We want citizens to know and be involved in kind of the understanding of the decision that's in front of us, right? Because that is good government, transparency in action. And the way that the Part 2 envisions that happening is the establishment of joint review panels. These have been authorized through the legislature, and OPAC, put their own spin on it by calling it a joint review panel rather than a project review panel. And what's covered in Section B of Part 2 is the who, what, when, where, why of a joint review panel. So the purpose, the functions and duties, the membership, when to convene, who convenes it, what happens with the resulting recommendation, as well as then some other guidance on making sure that there is public process. So joint review panels are appropriate when the state is looking and hoping to have the advice of technical agencies to understand the application and its relevance to the Ocean Plan, the Territorial Sea Plan, and statewide land use planning goal 19. And the functions that they shall do is review and make recommendations based upon whether or not there's a needed application or permit, right? So what triggers the joint review panel is the fact that we do have state and federal applications that we are considering. So we kind of meet the immediate need of establishing a joint review panel. I can honestly say that this is an unforeseen use of the ocean to date. So this is why there's some added process standpoint that the state is going through. And the function of that group is going to be to look at the resource inventory and the effects evaluation and comment on their adequacy. So have all of the project application materials met the requirements of that resource use inventory and the effects evaluation. There may be other impact assessments that are out there, other plans that need to be reviewed. So that is really the function of this joint review panel. In addition to considering a review and comment on alternatives to the proposed action. So what is, if we wanted to achieve the same result, not using part of the ocean, how might that occur? The part 2 describes the membership of a JART. So it includes one non-state agency member with no conflict of interest. In addition, representatives of agencies that have regulatory, proprietary, or statutorily mandated responsibilities associated with that decision, plus any other agencies that would have relevant technical expertise, and again, no conflict of interest in the creation of a recommendation. And they may be convened when there is a need for coordination and review, whether or not there's no better mechanism, or when there is a new or unique issue or project, and understanding and coordination of which would significantly improve by the public exposure and agency coordination. So that really is the part of part 2 that drove me to propose that the idea of a joint review panel in response to this project. And a joint review panel can be convened by OPAC on its own initiative or at the request of a state or federal agency. And it does have some provision there that OPAC, when an issue comes forward, they can see the need for a joint review panel and call OPAC into action, right? So basically, it's either from OPAC on its own initiative or through the request of a state or federal agency. The recommendations that come out of a joint review panel are going to be related to, again, the completeness of the information that's provided. But that is just a set of recommendations that are provided from the joint review panel to the agency for its decision. And in this instance, we would be advising the Department of State Lands on their issuance of their lease authorization or the regulatory permit that they are considering. And the meetings of a joint review panel will be open to the public, consistent with meeting laws, and there shall be an opportunity for not only a verbal but written comment from members. So again, the idea of transparency through decision making as a part of this interagency review. And lastly, as mentioned previously, because coastal local governments do not have say in territorial sea actions or permits, and there is a part of part 2 that describes a mandatory process that agencies would conduct with local governments and or with tribal governments to allow the opportunity for an exchange back and forth between the parties as to whether or not the local government deems the actions consistent with their local plans. So in this instance, the local governments of North Bend, Coos Bay, or Coos County may be the governments that have some say, depending upon where the onshore actions associated with this project take place. In many instances, this could be documented through, for example, a local use compatibility statement. So, you know, as evidence of that consultation, you know, the state would give the opportunity for county or city to provide comments as to the consistency of this action with their plans. And there's a required response, basically cadence back and forth, that indicates that if a local government deems it consistent and the state agency would review that, they would make a determination as well. And if there's some difference, there is a process by which you know, agencies would be required to work with local governments to try and meet consistency with the state policies and plans. And that's what kind of the language in this section of the plan provides. In the case of the agency determining that an action is incompatible, there are pathways to try and ensure that it is compatible, either through termination of the project or revision of the project so that it is compatible, and or technical assistance could be provided in order to ensure that there is compatibility with the local plans at the end of this process. So I think that the last thing to mention is that there are some references to local community interest, tribal governments also included. And we have heard an interest already in the tribal piece of this through understanding whether or not archaeological and or cultural surveys of the area have been done, and to ensure that any other actions associated with the project have been addressed through this process. And Jeff already mentioned that the federal consistency status of this project has changed with the due to the Army Corps process. And you can see actually how little the location of the site has changed. And so these are the sites, you know, laid out on a map. The size of the site is actually reflective of the size of the application, right? So they're you know, provided by the coordinates provided to the state. And you can see that it was, the original site was close to this rocky reef habitat, and it was moved to avoid that same distance. So that is all I have on the Part 2 elements of the process, and I hope that that was a useful background for members as to you know, what the council may want to do moving forward. Personally, as a staff, I would recommend a joint review panel being established. I think that provides an opportunity for us to continue to do a comprehensive review and allow the public to engage. I think we've, you know, to date, the company has been doing a good job of trying to reach out, but I think this is an opportunity for us to all make sure that we're on the same page, thinking about the same things in that balance of use of our ocean with kind of a proposed use by the company. And with that, I want to turn things over to Blake and DSL staff to provide any additional information from the Department of State Lands perspective on their process from an update perspective.
Thanks, Andy. Blake Helm, Proprietary Specialist for Oregon Department of State Lands. Just wanted to introduce myself. I handle planning and policy for DSL for our Waterway Use Authorization Program. And then Britt, I am looking, yeah, I see Britt. She is our proprietary coordinator and she's processing our special use application. I'll let her just say a couple of words. There really is not honestly much to say, but I'll let Britt give an update. Thank you.
Everyone, so far we've received an application. We've kind of just been holding, waiting for this joint review panel to convene, so that we can kind of continue our process. And then we're also working in conjunction with Mike Schmeisky, who does, he's the aquatic resource coordinator, handling the regulatory side of things from DSL. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Thanks, Britt. Mike, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, if you don't mind?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Shemaisky. I'm Aquatic Resource Coordinator for the Department of State Lands, handling the removal fill application for the Neptune's Vault projects. Where we're at in the application process is we have reviewed applications, but then sent them back to the applicant as incomplete. We're waiting on a revised application at this time with a mitigation plan. I'll pass it back to Blake.
Excellent. Well, I think that we can kind of open things up for a broader discussion and, seek to answer any other questions that OPAC members have.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you, Andy, Blake, Britt, and Mike. Appreciate that. I think that did answer some of the questions I had, so I'm good at this point. Let's go to Jamie, followed by Amelia.
Okay, hi. So many questions. First one, as I read over your application that you have in, under the alternatives, you did show alternatives, but only sea-based, no non-sea-based alternatives to aging wine to get similar effects. Has this been looked into?
I think the premise of the business is to age this in the ocean because we know the effects on the wine. We've tested that since 2016. We have not explored other alternatives. We've just focused on underwater aging in the ocean.
Just not too far from the place you are renting for your business in Charleston is the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology. I'm sure you're aware of. They have a seawater system that's quite large, as does many marine facilities on the coast. Why wouldn't that do the same thing with temperature, currents, fouling? You want these things to show invertebrates on the bottle. That can be done on land with the pump system. Is it because you need 2 atmospheres of pressure on this? Have you looked into that?
Yes, the pressure is something that we've looked at as 2 atmospheres of pressure is exactly the target. Actually, Jamie, that's insightful. Hence the name Ocean Fathoms. So yes, we're looking for that type of depth. And that's one of the reasons we've picked the site that we have is that it's between 60 and 65 feet.
And I'm going to ask another question and then I'll pass it on because I don't want to take up too much of my colleagues' time. In your application also, considering the caged installation recovery as potential turbidity problems, you state in here that cage installation recovery are not likely to adversely affect marine biological resources. How is that going to be monitored? And if there are impacts that are unforeseen, do you have a way to compensate for those?
Mark, Michaela, would you like to take that one?
I defer to
Yeah.
Michaela. Yeah.
I don't think there is a current plan, but as Mike has alluded to the fact that we are working on a mitigation plan. So we don't currently have a post-project monitoring plan. We don't know the duration of the lease yet either, so I think those are still in development.
Yeah, I think of it after watching a video of one of your cages coming up from the bottom, and the amount of sediment that spills off as it breaks the surface is astounding. From what is it, 60 to 70 feet. So you can expect that column to be completely turbid. And that's going to be twice a year, 2 times in a year, or roughly. However many cages you put up and down. So that's like an elevator of turbidity twice a year.
I think we would have it on one side. So one of the questions in there was, would we be doing this all at once? Yes, that's the goal. So we would be doing a drop, or we wouldn't have that issue, Jamie, and then we would be doing one retrieval. And what we were seeing is some of that sediment was sitting in the bottom of the bottom of those cages, and that's what you're seeing that was coming out.
I yield my time.
Thank you, Jamie. Amelia, followed by Tara, followed by Ray.
Hi, yes, I also have a bunch of questions, maybe to follow up a little bit more on Joe's question. I was curious to hear more about what kind of research you've done into like how it can sustain, I mean, we have potentials of 12-foot tidal changes on top of like even just this Saturday, we have a 20 to 25-foot swell coming in. And as a fellow surfer who lives on the south end of a cape, I mean, on a big swell, especially with large tidal exchanges, I see 4 foot of sandbar change easily. So I guess my concern would also be that these get covered up, or we see crab traps wash ashore. If these did get damaged and washed ashore, what kind of effects would that have for local recreation or species? We're looking right in between Cape Arago, which is incredibly productive area, and Simpson Reef is just to the north. And then to the south is the recreation area, the Seven Devils. So I guess I had some questions there, but also one question, Chris. I guess this one slide I was really hoping to see was actually like some quantitative data showing the need for this to be in the ocean. Like if you had your cages on land, in freshwater, and in the ocean, and then did like chemical makeups of the wine showing that it does actually age faster and at what rate. I just am curious to see or ask you if you've done any kind of controlled study that quantitatively show what you guys are talking about happens in the ocean. Thank you.
Let me go reverse order in your questions, as a fellow surfer. First of all, that's exactly why we reached out to the University well, it's actually Oregon State. They've got a great wine tasting program. One of our partners is Jordan. His family used to own the oldest winery in Burgundy, as well as he used to be the owner of a high-end wine shop. And we were just down in Santa Barbara with the winemaker that we were tasting a 2014 Astral Cab that they had dropped in 2018 and retrieved in 2019. And the winemaker was completely blown away at the changes. I tell you that because we know that it changes. We know that the pressure is important. All of those things are important. What the former management team did not do was any scientific studies on the why behind that. So that's why we're talking to Oregon State, where they can test the control samples. And then we can test them after the process, and we can look at what those actual scientific changes are and start to really understand the science behind it? That's a really good question. Secondly, yeah, I totally get it with big currents. You know, like I said, like I'm literally looking to my left and I can look out at Mavericks from where I'm sitting. I'm out there filming, and so I've seen these, you know, big waves come in and totally get it. And that's something we definitely have talked quite a bit about. The sandbar stuff, at least around here that we see, those sandbars are typically moving around in somewhere between, you know, 1 and 20 feet of water. You know, especially on these storms, we kind of see that sand move around. Another reason we're more comfortable with playing in those bigger depths is, you know, we don't believe it'll be covered. You know, we could see some sand moving around out there, but thinking that's not going to be happening as much in 60, 65 feet of water as it would be kind of in on the inside of where those beach breaks are. We know we will have some sand moving around, so that's why we have buoys. That's why we've thought about some of these other tracking systems that we can put in those cages. And then lastly, if there's any other mitigation stuff, Mark, Michaela, maybe you can add to this. But you know, having connections with in the partnership that we have with Craig and the University of Oregon there, as Rick mentioned, they've got a boat. And so if we need easy access out there to go get something, we can do that through the boat. You know, we certainly don't want to impact anything from a recreational standpoint out there. You know, being an ocean lover myself, I get that concern. We see the crab traps move around. Here we get them all the time in these big swells where you see something that, you know, moved half a mile. You know, those crab traps are probably, I don't know the exact weight, but I know I can move one pretty easily. They're probably 40 pounds. And if they happen to be filled with crab, maybe they're, you know, 60 pounds, 70 pounds, 80 pounds, 100 pounds, maybe. These cages, when they're filled with, each one of those cages will hold 800 to 1,000 bottles of wine, depending on the bottle shape and type. So those cages are about 3,000 pounds, and they have legs on them that stick up. So that the weight of those cages plus the venting where the water can pass through, and it's not taking the direct front of that energy, is also something we've considered. So we're starting small, to Mark's point as well. We're not going down and dropping 200 cages. We're talking about dropping 10. And really starting small and learning and working through that. So I think between that and the ongoing mitigation plan that Mark and Michaela are working on, you know, gives us comfort that we can figure this out as we go. So that's how we're thinking about this and approaching it. Mark, Michaela, anything to add there?
No, the only thing, other thing you might want to touch on is just the LA Times work too, and that tasting that was done. And, you know, our wine was put in front of some of the best palates in the industry, and they blind tasted wines, and they came back with it being, you know, accelerated aging by 7 to 12 years. And that's just not something that you can see achieved on land, that we believe. So
yeah, and just to add some just quick color to that high level, the LA Times did an article a few years back saying that it was a marketing gimmick. And so Todd, our CMO, reached out and said, listen, why don't you pull together sommeliers that you trust, and we'll do a taste test. And we have video of that where they tasted it, and the sommeliers were coming back saying, wow, this is really significantly better. I'm quite surprised. And what we're seeing is there's other people doing this in other countries, and they're doing it in warmer waters. And it's really, that really is a marketing play, where the warmer waters, they're clear waters are not dark like they are here in Northern California or up there in Oregon. And so we don't think that the wine is actually changing that much. But having tasted these wines myself and seeing them and sitting there with the winemaker, I can tell you it is quite different. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being it's the same wine and 10 being totally different, it's an 8 or a 9. It makes a huge difference. So just going back to that original question from Joe, I believe that's why we are keen on doing this in the ocean is, you know, we think that we've got a winning formula to create it, something that is very high quality, something very unique, something that's very interesting. And that's why we'd like to move forward.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 more questions from OPAC members and a couple more in the chat. And we need to get this done by pretty close to 3 o'clock because we still have 2 other items to get through today. So if we can keep our questions short to the point, answers short and to the point, let's keep going. Tara, followed by Ray.
Sure, thanks. Appreciate the presentation. I learned a lot more. I think you kind of said something there that is how we all feel about the ocean here in Oregon, that it's super unique and important. And, you know, so that's why you're hearing a lot of questions and some skepticism about this. We want to make sure that our, you know, what we're using our ocean for is really highest of best use. I think, you know, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of major impacts from a few crates down there, but I think it would be good to have maybe a phased process where, you know, not an immediate approval for 250 crates, but, you know, really truly starting small and having a scientific plan to measure effects in place. One thing I guess I wasn't aware of was the intention to have a galvanic current created by these cages, and that's actually what helps age the wine. I was not aware of that, and was just wondering what the studies that have been done on the effects of marine life from that current, and especially when you start stacking up 250 of these crates in an area, what does that look like for benthic creatures and otherwise? So that was my question.
So the quick answer on that, and thanks for the questions, Tara, and I do agree with you on being special about the ocean and feeling special about it. The galvanic currents naturally occurring in the ocean, and the cages just amplify that. It actually attracts animals. We want to put some cameras down there, and we're working with the University of Oregon to do that. And what they're saying is, you know, could it bring in sharks and other fish and different things? And other people are saying you're also creating essentially a reef down there, right? Where more ocean animals are coming around that. So that's what we know about the galvanic current. We don't believe that there's any adverse effects. We haven't dove into that. We've just heard that it winds up attracting more animals. So it's not repelling them or anything like that.
I do know there's some science on this. So, you know, I think we could, you know, a joint review panel will hopefully dig into some of that too.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tara. Ray, followed by Joe, followed by Nick Edwards.
Hi, I'm Ray Monroe, and I actually am one of those small boat fishermen, but I'm not from down there, thank God, because probably wouldn't like me. Anyhow, I have a whole bunch of questions. You don't have to do a dissertation on them if you don't need to, because we're in a hurry, but your acre that you're looking at, is that a square acre? Or is that going to be, that's a square acre, so your 4x4x4s will be pretty much adjacent to each other? Or how
Yeah,
much?
our goal, it's a square acre. Our plan, when at full scale, is only to use half at a time and rotate, so that following year we'll use the other half. But starting small, we'll just be using a small portion. The cages get put in a grid about 4 or 5 feet apart.
Okay, thank you. And my big concern is I've been fishing since I was 9 years old, and I know that some of the people down in that area where you're looking at have been as well. We always look about scaling. So this comes out and it works really great for you. And all of a sudden we turn around and there's 5 other companies wanting to do the same thing, and they only want an acre, and then you guys want to increase. And that's a major concern for our fishermen, is the scaling of whatever happens in the ocean. And I know that you said that you don't think you could do it on land, but I will guarantee you we don't catch Dungeness crab on land. We only catch them in the ocean. And that's a major concern for me. Anything that has to take away or has a possible. I do believe you're going to have gear conflicts. I don't think your stuff at 2,000 pounds is going to move around in the ocean. But like you said, you've seen crab pots move. And when crab pots move, they tangle and they come into, you know, into other areas. And when you go to pull them, you don't know what you're tangled against. And so that's a major concern for me. Is our crab gear moving? And then also you said that you're going to have subsurface buoys. And I know that guys will have areas of where they can crab and they'll know where your stuff is at. But when I set my gear at night, I'm looking for a buoy. And if I don't see a buoy, my crab gear goes there. And the other thing that needs food for thought is that I know that from May on, we're looking at the offshore crab gear is moved inside of 40 fathoms. So most of our gear moves inside. And so it has those areas that are going to have more conflicts of it. And I realize you guys are small. I'm just telling you all the things that are going to happen or could happen, because we end up with gear conflicts between ourselves. I think that's probably all my concerns really quick now, because you do know that the currents do move a lot underneath the subsurface, and That's the biggest concern for me. Pots come up in the swell, they roll up on their edge, and then they roll towards wherever they're gonna roll to. And I can see sometimes we've had 60, 70 pots rolled up into one spot in an area, and I just see that there's gonna be a conflict. I don't see how you could help it. If you've got a line in the water, another line's gonna hit it sooner or later. Unless you take away more area. And that's what we always have a problem when we're talking about spatial stuff in the ocean. We say, well, we're only gonna use this much, but we're gonna have to keep you away by a mile. It sounds fictitious, but in my reality in life, it always comes to fruition. And then the last thing is, I don't know how many fishermen you've actually talked to down there, but I do know that when Edwards left today, he was gonna have to talk to the small boat fishermen about that. So not quite sure how many boats you've actually talked to in that area. So food for thought. Thank you guys for your presentation. I'll shut up now and get off here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. Joe Liebezeit, followed by Nick Edwards.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. You talked before about regular monitoring of the crates for derelict fishing gear and wildlife entanglement. Can you provide a bit more detail on that? Like, how often is that happening, and how do you do it? If there's, do you send a rover down there, or like, be curious how that all gets done.
Mark, do you want to address that one?
Yeah, Michaela, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in our plan, we said we would check at the deployment and pickup points. And that was when we would check with when our divers and our ROV were down.
Correct. That's the current plan.
Thank you. Nick Edwards. I saw you were on your phone.
There I am now. Okay. I just want to echo some of Ray's remarks there. So one thing I have to stress, I didn't get the presenter's name there because I came in late. I'm actually down in Charleston at a crab meeting with 31 crab fishermen from Charleston, from the Umpqua all the way on down to Bandon. And I think outreach is really important because nobody in the room, two people knew about Neptune's vault. So I want to stress that you should probably make a presentation for the through the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, which I think you guys have tried to arrange first, but now you're here in front of in front of us here at OPAC. So outreach is what Crystal would like to see also, because I texted her earlier today. And the other is that the Dungeness crab fishery is the single largest grossing species that we have on the West Coast. And areas of crab grounds, good crab grounds, is not something that the fishing industry would like to entertain. So outreach is going to go a long ways to achieving what you want to do. As far as putting something in 10 and 12 fathoms of water, with 30-foot seas coming in, every year changes, as we know, with our sandbar in Charleston. We can't even get our dredging done here. So probably I'd look more into that, like a little bit deeper, and then you might have something to come back to. Anyway, those I guess the biggest thing is going through the proper channels first through the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission outreach, because nobody, well, 2 people out of 31 knew about this issue, but not just about something about aging wine. So I guess those are my comments.
Thanks, Nick. I know Rick is working on some of that outreach right now, Nick. So that is definitely in process. I know some's been done, and more sounds like it's needed.
Hey, Nick, how's it going? We actually have been talking to Crystal about getting on the agenda for the next meeting, and we've been talking about this for a while now. So I'm hoping
right, but
yeah.
Hold on, but Rick, if you're talking to people down here, is what I'm saying. The 31 people down in the room, they're not aware of this. So, but going through the Crab Commission first, like I told you when I first talked to you about this, Rick, was that to go through the Crab Commission, because it's actually an area that I don't fish, but the small boat fleet in Charleston does. So I just thought that the cart was before the horse, right? That's what I think. Otherwise, fishermen get mad about just about anything, as you well know, Rick. So I would suggest to go through the Crab Commission first.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, thanks, guys. We do have a couple questions in the chat. I think I lost some of them, but Tara had a question about where the inshore site is located. I think.
It's right there in the South Slough by the bridge. We're leasing a dock space from the port.
It's what they call the deep water dock, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see.
And that's where the crates would come. You said you'd bring the crates inshore at some point during the year.
We would bring them there to finish them, Tara, so they'd be offshore in the deeper water, and then we would bring them in and finish them inshore. More on the growth side.
But that's not part of this application. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a different one.
A separate application. It's an R&D location. But,
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah,
Couple
thank
of
you.
the-
Sorry, I just didn't see it on your map, so just that's why I was asking.
A couple other questions in the chat, and then I'm going to move us on. One was, do you plan to have the emergency response plan and not just a mitigation plan? And how does the project benefit the local community?
Mark, do you want to touch on the emergency plan? Mark or Michaela on the emergency plan?
We currently haven't had a request to develop an emergency plan. Just the mitigation.
Okay.
In terms of local community, and Rick, you can certainly add back to this, but we'd like to be doing some tastings up there, parties up there, bringing people up to look at their bottles. One of the things that Rick and I spent some time talking about was, being able to partner with some of the local hotels and restaurants and things like that, and bringing some good economic viability to the area. We're also talking to several different people that have Oregon wines. And our idea would be that we would be rotating a lot of these wines in the future. So once we sell out, we wouldn't be doing that vintage anymore, and we would be rotating this in. So that would have some not only very hyper local benefit, but also some regional benefit as well.
Yeah, and we also have been talking to local companies about utilizing their services and putting that money back into the local economy.
Building cages, doing all of those pieces.
One other suggestion, Rick, is, you might want to talk with seafood processors about pairing with seafood, or, communicating with seafood processors about who talk to their vessels. So
yeah, we've actually been talking about the seafood pairing stuff, but yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, and you got my number. You know where I am.
I do. I'll give you a call.
Okay. Let's see, Blake, and then I want to get to OPAC discussion and getting a motion so we can finish this off. Blake, go ahead.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Susan. I just was hoping, Chris, maybe you can further describe what finishing means. I didn't want to, speak your story, but my understanding was that's where a lot of the growth happens on the bottle.
That's correct. Yeah, the finishing would just be the aging is important to be in deeper water. The finishing would be we can be doing the growth in the inner harbor location. That would help us avoid having the crates out there during the winter season, during the big swells.
That makes a lot of sense.
Thanks.
Okay. I don't want to stifle discussion on this, but OPAC does need to make a decision on how to move forward with this. And I get the feeling this is not the last time we're going to be discussing this. So, any other OPAC discussion before we get to a motion to create a joint review panel? Or Andy, can you guide us on what we specifically need OPAC to do at this point?
Just a quick.
Yeah, Karina, go ahead.
Just quick, I just want to make sure, I know it came out late, but the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee did prepare a memo and reviewing the proposal application. I know that the members of OPAC received an email, but I wanted to make folks aware that that's available and talks about a couple of things that were raised already and make some suggestions. So
good. Thank you for that. I totally forgot about that. Totally skipped over it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. If
I
OPAC
can put it in the
establishes
chat.
a
I
joint
can put-
review panel, we would certainly use that
Yeah.
in our review.
Melody, the
Okay.
question that just came up, the growth is the organisms on the exterior of the bottle, just to confirm.
So Susan, my read on Part 2 guidance is that we would need 2 members of the council without any conflicts of interest to be representatives of council on a joint review panel. Given the guidance that I referenced earlier, and then I would go ahead and schedule that joint review panel meeting. It would be publicly accessible, available, and we would work towards our tasks of reviewing the applications and providing a recommendation to DSL, which you heard is waiting for us on their special use application.
Okay, so I guess OPAC, do we have any volunteers to be on that joint review panel? Don't all speak at once. Okay, Peggy.
And Jamie looks like too.
Oh, and Jamie. Okay, Peggy and Jamie. So now do we need a motion to formalize that, or can we just agree by consensus, Andy?
I think we need a motion that OPAC is going to establish a joint review panel under Part 2 of the Territorial
Thanks
Sea
to
Plan.
Jamie.
Oh,
Jamie and I both dropped one in.
Yeah,
there you go.
there we go. Okay. So
Uh,
Tara put in the chat, I move that OPAC form a joint review panel on Neptune's vault application under Territorial Sea Plan Part 2. And
And a second?
Second,
Peggy, thank you.
second.
Okay. Any more discussion on it? Do we need to add that Jamie and Peggy would be the OPAC representatives to that panel?
I don't think we have to include that in the motion. I think
Okay.
that's more administrative, but I will know whom to reach out to. So thank you both.
Okay. In that case, OPAC members, thumbs up if you agree. Looking for a consensus here. And we got Nick, Peggy, and I think that's a consensus. Okay.
Yep, I see
I think we're good.
consensus. So thank you so much to the Neptune's Vault crew for presenting today and providing your project overview. As you've heard, I think there are a lot of questions that remain, and I look forward to continuing to engage with you.
Yes, thank you very
Yeah,
much. That
thank
was a
everybody
very
else.
interesting proposal. So I'm
Appreciate
sure
it.
we'll see you again.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
having us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, with that, it's 3:07, so we're running a little bit late, but I'd like to turn to Karina to talk about the STAC. And then at 3:30, we can go back to, we skipped over the, what am I missing? Southern resident orcas.
Yes.
Okay.
And while we have Nick and Peggy both here, maybe we could ask Karina to do the nominations piece first to see if we can get that done.
Good idea.
Sure. All right. Thank you for being here. As you may recall from prior meetings, we have some folks on the STAC who have been very long serving who have opted to step down in the coming year. And so we issued a call for nominations for new members. We received several nominations, and the STAC would like to advance 3 of those we are recommending they be appointed. And I'm pleased to share we have 3 very highly qualified applicants. The first one is Dr. Will White, who is from Oregon State University. Many of you may recall he was the author of the assessment document for the legislature on the Marine Reserves program. So he's very involved in state work. So he has a background, he's done field work on coral reef fishes and kelp forests. He's a quantitative statistical analyst. He does dynamic modeling of long-term data sets to understand monitoring populations for adaptive management. He studies marine reserve design and management, dispersal of fish and invertebrate larvae, ocean climate change and resilience, and he's even written a textbook on population dynamics for conservation. He's also been involved in research on the consequences of offshore wind for fisheries and fisheries management, effects of sea otter reintroduction, on kelp forest resilience, oceanographic drivers of some important marine populations. And he collaborates a lot with NOAA and ODF&W on some of these issues. He also served previously in public service on the science advisory team in California for the Marine Life Protection Act. He's been an expert witness in cases before U.S. Supreme Court regarding causes of collapse of a oyster fishery in Florida. He's served as a member at large on the Scientific and Statistical Committee for the Pacific Fisheries Management Commission and stock assessment review panels. And I think that's give you a pretty good overview of his qualifications. He's involved in a lot of topics that are relevant to OPAC. One of our, the second candidate that I'd like to introduce, and I actually think he may be in the room, possibly, is Dr. James Lurzak. Jim, if you're there, you might want to just say hello, raise your hand, so folks can recognize you. I think he came in.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I am here in the room.
Yeah.
Nice
great.
to be here.
Yeah. Professor Lurzak, he's a coastal and estuarine oceanographer, and he was recommended by outgoing STAC member Jack Barth. He was nominated, and he's on the faculty at OSU's College of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Scientists. He studies ocean and estuarine circulation from a physical oceanographic perspective and extends those to important biological questions like larval dispersal in estuaries. And he has done a lot of observational and circulation modeling of estuaries along coasts of the US and including in Oregon, Alsea Bay and Yaquina Bay estuaries, for example. And he's also the Associate Dean for Research, which gives him a really broad view and connection to a lot of relevant expertise and research being done at the college and at OSU. So he's well positioned to provide expertise or bring in other experts on issues confronting OPAC. So we are delighted to recommend Dr. Lurzak for an appointment. And lastly, we have a nomination from Dr. David Kling. Dr. David Kling has a background in natural resources economics. He is also from Oregon State University. He has a background in agriculture and economics from University of California at Davis. He's worked on multiple projects in natural resource management, including studies of public preference for conserving Oregon coast coho salmon, native coastal dune landscapes. He's been involved in project investigating economic outcomes associated with the Dungeness crab evisceration orders. And he's advising a student on a National Marine Fisheries Sea Grant Marine Resource Economics Fellow on fishery wind farm interactions. And he's done a lot of work together with communicating with stakeholders and providing technical memoranda related to the process. Anyway, he also brings very relevant and important expertise. And we are delighted to recommend his nomination as well. In addition, Dr. Gil Sylvia, who served for many, many years on the OPAC STAC, was one of our economists. So this would replace or step in for some of that expertise. Yeah, so those are our three candidates, the slate. We would like to seek OPAC's approval to appoint them to the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee. I'd be happy to take any questions about the candidates at this point.
Wonderful. Thank you, Karina. It looks like you have some great candidates, and I know Gil and Craig and Jack have been phenomenal in what they've done with STAC. So appreciate that Will and David and Jim are coming, probably coming on board to take up some of those same issues or similar issues. Okay, I'm looking for a motion from OPAC to approve.
So moved. I move that we approve Dr. White, Dr. Kling, and Dr. Lazak.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
And who was that? Oh, Nick. Okay.
That was Nick.
Okay. Any other discussion about the potential candidates or about the candidates, the nominees?
I think they look like a great suite of candidates. Thank you so much, Karina, for bringing them forward.
Yes. Okay. With that, I'm looking for a thumbs up consensus by OPAC. And I can't see everybody, so.
I'm
Hoping
seeing
Andy can.
thumbs up everywhere.
Okay.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Thank you, Karina, and thank you to all of you for serving and your willingness to
Yes.
serve. It's so important that we have this scientific expertise. So appreciate it.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I wanted to also let folks know that we do feel like we need additional expertise beyond these three now appointees. Thank you. And we are planning to extend the call for nominations, a new one through the end of January. We will be sharing that the January call, the revised call for nominations. And if folks know of individuals who might be qualified for us to consider, please consider nominating them or passing the call to them or encouraging them to self-nominate. So just wanted the council to be aware of this ongoing work. We are seeking expertise, to round out some of our topic areas around, offshore wind, around social sciences, tribal knowledge systems, et cetera. So there are a variety of sort of areas that we're hoping to fill out our expertise. I guess I do have the next related agenda item. Should I go ahead or Andy?
Sure.
Yeah, Karina, I just wanted to take a moment and potentially age myself, but I wanted to recognize the long years of service that Jack, Gil, and Craig performed for the state. These individuals were a part of the state's dialogue and discussions around establishing our system of marine reserves and protected areas. They then followed through and helped the state when we were evaluating our information resources when wave energy was first being considered. And they really have set the foundation for strong science being used in Oregon marine management. In recognition of their service, the governor's office has committed to providing letters of recognition for them. So they will be forthcoming. We don't have them in hand yet, but Chandra at the governor's office, who I think is with us currently, has indicated to me that does happen. So I wanted to let everyone know and just to call out the fact that these individuals really played a big role in the management of Oregon's marine resources over the past couple of decades. So I just wanted to send a heartfelt thank you to all of them. And, for those stepping in, you've got some big shoes to fill, but I have no doubt that you will accomplish that.
Thank you, Andy. I really appreciate that. I know I kind of poked at you at the last late to do a recognition. I wasn't sure we were ready to do it today, but thank you very much. It's very important. They have contributed an enormous amount of volunteer time. So, and thanks to the governor's office for providing letters. I think that would be very appropriate.
If you want to proceed to your next item, I think we're ready.
Great, thank you. Our next item is related to the business of the STAC. There is a guidance document, a form and function guidance document that had been guiding the work of the STAC. And as we were looking over making new appointments and looking at the language there were a couple of things that struck us as needing some updating. One is that, let me see, Andy, do you want me to share the document with the track changes, or shall I do it from?
Yeah, go ahead and do that for me,
Okay.
Karina. That would be great.
Let me grab it.
And I will put a link in the chat to where people can download it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me share my screen. Of course, now all these other files popped up. There you go.
You look like you're in a ping pong match.
I know. I was looking across my computer to a few different screens here. Okay, can everyone see this? All right. So a couple of them are just editorial, just trying to clean it up and calling the document guidelines, putting the approval date on it. The first line is meant to just clarify that these guidelines don't supersede any statutory charge. They are simply guidelines to guide the work. And so any contradictions obviously wouldn't hold. The main change that came up when we were proposing to make new appointments is in line 3 here, which is that members will be appointed for 3-year terms. And initially it said that terms are renewable once. Well, I think if you looked at the number of years of service on the STAC of the existing members, they have far exceeded that. And the community in Oregon is not that large. They probably mostly will be drawing from folks involved in research in Oregon. So we thought that it was kind of that there should be a renewable option at any point that folks OPAC would approve and that the members would be willing to serve. So the change in language is to say appointed for 3-year terms renewable at the discretion of the OPAC executive committee, and that's it. So it's just us really mostly removing that limitation on one renewal. So that's the proposal there. We also proposed a little cleanup, administrative cleanup a little lower down. There's some language about compensation for services and per diems and such. And there's also already a reference to an appropriate statute in our statute. So it was redundant and perhaps not exactly correct either. So the proposal is to strike that. A couple of little wordsmithing edits. And then this last section, which is completely struck, is because that work has been completed. And so we recommend removing that because it just no longer applies. So it's still in the statute. It wasn't one of those ones that had an automatic sunsetting clause once the work was done. But I don't see a need for it. We don't see a need for it to continue in the guidelines since it doesn't apply anymore. So that's the overview of the proposes the changes we'd like to propose and recommend that OPAC consider approving for our guidelines. And happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Karina. Joe, go ahead.
Thanks, Karina. Do we need to include anything about offshore wind? Like there's that team that's going to be doing that assessment. I see that you crossed off the Marine Reserve stuff because it's old, but I'm wondering because offshore wind is a new issue priority for STAC, if there needs to be highlighted in any way.
Yeah, no, that other issue was in our statute. Like it's in the
okay.
statute, so it was there. We didn't make that up, but right now we're available really to serve at the request of OPAC on any issue. The statute includes continuing to comment on OPAC issues, the territorial sea plan, anything under the purview of OPAC, basically. So that includes agency, et cetera. So any scientific technical topic related to the work of OPAC is my understanding.
Okay, never mind.
So I think we're covered.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Joe. Anybody else? I mean, they made sense to me. I read through them. Was it last night or was it early this morning? It all runs together.
I don't know. And you were at our meeting, I think, when we discussed them too. So
Yeah.
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 So I think
No
OPAC
other
does need to kind of officially bless the changes.
Yep.
So that's I think what we are looking for next if there are no comments or questions or revisions. So
Yep. As long as we still have Nick.
we do. I just checked and we still
Quorum,
have our quorum.
Okay.
I move to accept the updated document from STAC for guidance for governance.
I will second.
Okay. So moved by Joe Liebezeit, seconded by Jamie. No discussion. Everybody's okay. And
Everybody's
where's
ready,
Nick?
looks like. Yep.
Okay. Okay. I think we're good.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to give you a heads up that we will be presenting staggered terms. And so what you've appointed, the new appointees to are for 3 years, and we are going to reestablish the appropriate sort of staggering and terms for current members, and we'll bring that back to OPAC for your formal approval. But I wasn't able to do that until we got this done. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Karina, for being so thoughtful about all this and getting new members and reworking this. It's really great. So appreciate that. I saw Steve Shipsey turn on his monitor. Steve, did you have something to add?
No.
Nope.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that, we were following all the rules and everything. So I just want to double check. Okay, Karina, was there anything else or was that, I think that was it?
I think that was really it. I already mentioned that the STAC provided the memo on the Neptune's vault proposal that was requested. So that's available. And yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Do you guys want to take a short break or do you want to just keep moving and finish off for the day?
I vote to keep moving. Yep.
Okay, sounds good to me. So I think the next thing we have up is ODFNW's Southern Resident Orca.
Yep, I see Howard there.
Conservation planning discussion with Howard Takata.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, thank you for being patient with us.
Oh, no problem. I think it probably worked out for the best because I lost my internet just after 1:30. So probably good that I didn't go at that time.
It all works out. Well, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. So hopefully I can get that going. Okay.
Yep,
All right.
looks good.
Good. Great. Good afternoon, OPAC members. Thank on the Southern Resident Orcas. My name is Howard Takata. I'm the Southern Resident Orca Conservation Coordinator for ODFW, and I'm going to give a brief talk on the Southern Residents, their recent listing under Oregon's Endangered Species Act, and how this will affect some of our state agencies. So first, I'd like to give a brief overview of the Southern Residents' biology, their population status and trends, habitat, the key threats facing the population, current federal and state listings, and then I'll get into the conservation planning process for state agencies and some potential actions that we might be able to take to help the Southern residents. So here in the Northeast Pacific region, we have 3 different types of orcas. Resident orcas, which feed on fish, primarily salmon. Transients, which feed on marine mammals like seals, sea lions, porpoises, occasionally whale calves. And then we have offshore orcas, which feed mostly on sharks. So the southern resident population is one of 4 resident populations. The other ones being the northern residents in British Columbia, the South Alaska residents, and the Western Alaska residents. The southern resident population is made up of 3 pods or family units called J, K, and L. Vocalizations are critical for their communication, navigation, and foraging. And Chinook salmon are by far their preferred prey. It can comprise anywhere from 70 to 90% of their diet, depending on the time of year. Reproduction is somewhat delayed in orcas. Southern resident females typically have their first calf between the ages of 12 and 17. And there have been some recent reproductive issues with the population, with inbreeding and some late-term miscarriages. As far as life expectancy, females average 29 years, males 17, but they can live much longer than that. Females up to 90 years, males shorter at 70. The oldest current southern resident, L25, is estimated to be about 96 years old. The main sources of mortality for orcas are malnutrition, disease, and vessel strikes. So this graph shows population numbers for the southern residents from 1960 to 2024. You can see that it's fluctuated quite a bit during that time, averaging around 83 orcas. There have been 2 periods of major decline. The first one was in the late 60s and early 70s, shown in that dark gray area on the left side. This is when many southern residents were collected for aquariums and marine parks. The population lost about 30% of its population lost about 30%, or the southern residents lost about 30% of their population during that time. After the collections ended, the population slowly rebuilt itself up to a peak of 98 orcas in 1995. However, since then, there's been a second period of decline, which has been more gradual, but much longer lasting. And it's thought that it's primarily due to a lack of prey combined with other factors, which I'll discuss a little bit later when I talk about the key threats to the population. So the current size of the southern resident population is 73 orcas as of the, I believe it was the July 1st census. So that is 25 orcas in J-pod, 15 in K-pod, and 33 in L-pod. However, there have been a couple of mortalities within the last couple of months. I believe in September, a calf was born into J-pod, but it only lived for about a month. And then they believe that at least one young male has also died. They haven't seen it on recent surveys. And the National Marine Fisheries Service has done a population viability modeling for the southern residents and has concluded that if current conditions continue, then the population is expected to continue its decline. So the known range for southern resident orcas is from Southeast Alaska to Central California. In 2006, NIMS designated critical habitat for them in Washington's inland waters, which is that sort of medium colored medium blue area on the map. In 2021, they expanded the critical habitat area to include coastal waters from Cape Flattery, Washington to Point Sur, California, near Monterey Bay, between the 6 and 200 meter depth contours, which is roughly 20 to 650 feet. And that's that dark blue area along the coast. And this critical habitat expansion was based on data from satellite tags, acoustic recordings, and visual observations, which found that the coastal waters are used in the winter and spring by 2 of the pods, K and L, and that the Oregon coast was an important travel corridor between foraging areas to the north and south. They also found that the Columbia River mouth was considered a foraging hotspot for the orcas. One interesting thing about the southern residents is that they have never been documented inside of any enclosed bays or river mouths. So the orcas that we sometimes see coming into Yaquina Bay or into the Umpqua River have all been identified as transient orcas. So the key threats facing the southern resident population are lack of prey, noise and vessel disturbance, and environmental contaminants. Lack of prey is primarily from the reduced abundance and size of Chinook salmon. This has led to malnutrition in several of the southern residents, which can lead to poor survival and reproduction. Noise and vessel disturbance primarily come from recreational and whale watching boats or cargo ships, especially up in the Puget Sound area, which has a lot of traffic. But it can also come from other activities like dredging, construction, seismic testing, and potentially marine energy development. And this interference can disrupt the orca's communication, navigation, and foraging. 2 types of contaminants of particular concern for the southern residents are POPs, or persistent organic pollutants, and CECs, which are contaminants of emergent concern. POPs like DDT and PCBs, PBDEs. Many of them have been banned for decades, but because they do persist in the environment, they continue to be detected at high levels in the southern residents. And CECs can be from both industrial processes, but they also can be found in a lot of household products, personal care products, or pharmaceuticals, which are often difficult to treat in wastewater, so they can get to the aquatic environment through the effluent from treatment plants. The southern resident orca's exposure to these contaminants is primarily through their consumption of contaminated prey. The chemicals like the POPs are fat soluble, so they are stored in the orca's blubber and tend to accumulate over their lifetime. Female southern residents will pass on much of their contaminant, contaminant load to their offspring during gestation and nursing, and it's thought that this may be contributing to poor reproduction and calf survival. And it is important to note that the threats are interactive and cumulative. For example, when prey abundance is low, if you stack noise and vessel disturbance on top of that, which makes it difficult for them to forage, then it means that they have an even harder time finding scarce prey. And if they're not getting enough food to eat, then their bodies will start metabolizing fat, which releases the contaminants into their systems, where it can have negative effects. So this is one of the things that makes it difficult to address these threats. So Canada was actually the first government to list the southern residents as endangered. They did that in 2001 under the Species at Risk Act. Washington followed a few years later. And then NIMS listed them as endangered under the federal ESA in 2005. Some of the federal protections include a prohibition on take, which is the killing, collection, or harassment of animals. It also requires federal agencies to consult with NIMS on proposed actions that might adversely affect the species or its critical habitat. And NIMS is also required to designate critical habitat for the species, which it did for SROs in 2006, and it produced a recovery plan for them in 2008. And then earlier this year, back in February, the Fish and Wildlife Commission voted unanimously to list the southern residents as endangered in Oregon. So once a species is listed under Oregon's ESA, there are certain things that need to happen under statute and rule. One of the first things is that within 4 months, the Fish and Wildlife Commission needs to determine which state landowning or managing agencies have a role to play in SRO conservation. And they made this determination at their June meeting this year. They determined that ODFW, DSL, and OPRD were the landowning agencies that could contribute to SRO conservation in the areas where the species or its habitat are found, which basically is the territorial sea. So these 3 agencies will each have to develop their own endangered species management plans, and they'll need to do this within 18 months of the listing, so by August of next year. These management plans basically outline the actions that the agency can take to help support SRO conservation. And ODFW will be working with DSL and OPRD during the development process for the management plans to assist with their development. The commission also needs to decide on which non-landowning or managing agencies can play a role in southern resident orchid conservation. And the last few months, we've been meeting with these agencies to discuss their potential roles. And in March, we'll be presenting a list of the agencies to the commission for their approval. If they do approve these agencies, then they will need to provide written documentation of their role and the proposed actions that support their role to the commission. And this usually takes the form of a memorandum from the agency director to the commission chair. And finally, one thing that we're planning on doing is forming a state agency SRO working group, which will be comprised of the landowning and non-landowning agencies. We'll probably meet a couple times a year. And this is intended to foster long-term cooperation among the agencies, coordination of actions, and also help keep us accountable so that we do what we say that we are going to do in our management plans and in our memorandums. And this working group will also give ODFW an opportunity to provide updates to the group on research findings for SROs. There's a lot of research being done with the population, so there's always new papers coming out. It would also give us an opportunity to provide periodic updates to stakeholder groups on the progress that we're making towards SRO conservation. So that takes me to what Oregon can do potentially to help SRO. So I've thrown this slide back up with the key threats, and I've inserted some potential actions that we might be able to take to address the threats. For example, for lack of prey, we can continue to support the current SRO related measures in the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Salmon Fishery Management Plan, which are intended to help ensure that there are enough Chinook salmon in the ocean areas that are important to the southern residents. Also continue to improve salmon habitat and fish passage at dams on the Columbia River. And we can also investigate the potential to increase hatchery Chinook production in certain areas, like the Columbia River, where we know the Columbia River stocks are important in the diet of the southern residents. As for noise and vessel disturbance, we can educate boaters on the federal whale viewing guidelines off the Oregon coast, which right now are 100 yards, suggested 100-yard buffer between vessels and whales, and that's all whales, including orcas. We can also work within the territorial sea plan framework to address potential effects on SRO of proposed projects in the territorial sea. And we can continue to work on ways to reduce contaminants in the aquatic environment. An important component of all this is outreach and education. I think it's important to increase awareness of southern resident orcas, their connection to Oregon, and hopefully increase public support for conservation efforts in Oregon for southern resident orcas. And the hope is that this may help generate support in the legislature for funding so that we can pursue these conservation activities. So with that, thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Howard. A lot there that I learned about southern resident orcas. Any questions? Nothing? Well, if nobody has anything, I'm going to have to ask a question about salmon hats.
Yeah, I guess that was something they last saw like 40 years ago, I think. It was sort of a fad for a while, and then it faded away, and now it might be back. I'm not sure anybody really knows exactly why they do those sort of things. I know the people that study orcas and know a lot more about them than I do, have sort of speculated that, because orcas are very curious animals, and sometimes they'll stumble upon some kind of behavior that they find really interesting or enjoyable, maybe. And, they are very good at picking up behavior from other orcas. So once one orca starts wearing a salmon hat, I think it just, moves through the population like wildfire. Pretty soon, almost everybody's wearing a salmon hat. And they, I know they've also looked at some other behaviors like I'm sure you've heard of the ramming sailboats in the Straits of Gibraltar, and it seems like the closest thing they can come up with is that it's some kind of behavior that it's not meant to be aggressive or anything like that. It could be anything from practicing hunting skills to just something that one orca found. They did it once, they found it was interesting. Other orcas started to pick up on the same behavior. And, you know, that's how they learn. They're very smart animals. They pick up things very quickly.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. But in all seriousness, I will turn to Jamie, followed by Joe with questions, followed by Tara.
Thank you, Howard. That was very interesting. Especially, I took a screenshot of the population graph, and before I read the points to the right, I thought, well, what was it in the 70s that caused this decline in population? I was thinking, that's about when the Clean Water Act comes. Could it have been pollution? No, it was entertainment, which is just astounding. But that brought it down to the population that it is about now. I'm just wondering what it would have been like if we didn't have a penchant for looking at fish in an aquarium. Whales in an aquarium, sorry. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Yeah, I guess the reason why it had such an impact on the southern residents is that apparently it was a lot easier to capture orcas in the Puget Sound area. There's a lot of small, shallow bays. And so it was one of the easier places to collect animals. And it just happened to be that that's where the southern residents live.
Interesting. Thank you.
Joe, followed by Tara.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Howard. I'm wondering, I can't remember if you had recommendations on like new research or science. And one of my questions is regarding that is the fish decline. Is that something that we know much about? Is it, you know, a climate issue? I know for some of the seabird populations, there's concern about forage fish moving because of warming North Pacific Ocean temperatures, and that, you know, causing it harder for seabirds to get fish. But I wonder if is it similar for orcas, and also what about the just the fisheries themselves affecting salmon numbers, and so I just want to get your sense on that, if that's part of the recommendation or any kind of research to better understand the fish decline and how that's impacting the orcas.
Yeah, that's a good question. On the graph that I showed, when the population started dropping again, starting in 1995 or after 1995, at first it corresponded very closely with reduced salmon returns during that time. There was, you know, ocean conditions were really bad in the late 90s. And so there was a very tight relationship between those two things. But then, you know, once we got into the 2000s, you know, when salmon returns started to kind of come back up sometimes, but the orcas population numbers continued to decline. So it had to be something more than just reduced salmon abundance. And that's where I think, you know, things like noise disturbance and contaminants, they're all interwoven, but I think they started to have a greater effect after the late 90s. And to your question on fisheries, we have done some analysis of, you know, like how much of an impact ocean fisheries have on the numbers of Chinook salmon that are available to orcas. And generally in some of the areas managed by the PFMC, you know, those fisheries harvest maybe like 4% of the available salmon in those areas. So theoretically that leaves, you know, quite a high percentage of salmon available to the southern residents. And I have seen a study that just came out within the last month. They did some research up in the Salish Sea, comparing the the abundance of salmon available to the southern residents in the Salish Sea and the northern resident population, which is up in British Columbia. And unlike the southern residents, the northern residents are thriving. They're up to like 300 orcas. And they did a comparison of the, I guess, the amount of salmon available to those two populations around the same time during the summer, and found that there's actually more salmon available to the southern residents at that time. And so those researchers are sort of theorizing that perhaps it's other things like, you know, noise disturbance. Even though the salmon might be there, all that noise is making it difficult for them to detect and capture those salmon. So it you know, as always, you know, when you're talking about nature, things are very complicated.
Thank you.
Okay, Tara.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Just kind of terrible to watch the decline of this species. I'm glad that Oregon took action to list under our state law as well. I guess my question was, I didn't see a lot of, you know, really new measures that the state might be taking under our conservation plans, and was wondering kind of what we thought about going beyond some of, you know, the federal requirements. I believe, like in terms of vessel distance, I think Washington has a much larger buffer requirement. And so I just didn't know if those sort of items are being considered for the state to, you know, maybe go beyond what is already happening.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think anything's off the table necessarily. You know, we're just starting the process here in Oregon. You know, in Washington, they do have much stricter actual vessel regulations up there that are enforceable. But it is kind of a different environment up there, especially during the summer when there's a lot of recreational boating traffic. And the whale watching companies up there, you know, their primary species of interest are orcas. And so it is kind of a different setting up there compared to the Oregon coast, where, you know, whale watching operators are primarily looking for gray whales, and they do occasionally see orcas, but it's usually during a short window in the springtime. And I don't know what the percentage is, but a very almost all of them are usually transients. You know, it would be very rare to actually see, you know, if you were on a whale watching boat or a recreational boat, to actually see a southern resident orca off the Oregon coast. So that's one thing that makes, you know, implementing like stricter vessel regulations off the Oregon coast a little tricky, because we could do it, but I'm not sure how much benefit it would be for the southern residents.
Well, just the suggestion to look into it, given there
Yeah.
are, given the dire state that we're in, you know, I think anything probably will help this species that we can do at this point.
Right. And the potential actions I had on the slide, those are just a starting point. You know, that's why we want to form that agency working group, and work towards, you know, work towards conservation actions for the long term. You know, not necessarily just what's in our management plans or anything like that.
Yep. That makes sense. Any other questions for Howard? I'm not seeing any. Howard, thank you very much. That was a great presentation.